Welcome everybody. Day 2 SEMA live here from the West Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center. I am Chris Jacobs and I am privileged to be your host for this groundbreaking event. Hope you joined us yesterday and I hope you liked what you were seeing. We tried to get you as much of the action as possible. If today, day 2, is your first day with us, welcome in, and I can promise you we got a ton of great coverage coming your way. Let's check out exactly what we got going on this Wednesday. We're going to check in with AJ about the Battle of the Builders top 10 young guns. We have a Nitro Circus pre-show, booth interviews with Rutledge Wood at the MagnaFlow booth. In studio will be the king himself, Richard Petty. Cannot wait for that one. Constance Nunes will still be joining us as well. TJ Hunt, content creator, will be in studio. My buddy Bruno Masel. MagnaFlow booth will have Chip Foose and a special reveal there. We'll also be talking to Mario Andretti. I'll have Jerry Zayden from Camburg Engineering in studio. We'll be visiting with Rob Ray from Honda Racing Corporation and Nolan Sykes and Justin Freeman from Donut Media rounding out the day. So action-packed for sure. But hey, like yesterday, I can't do it all by myself. I rely on my friends to help me out, starting with JC Fernandez. JC, where are you today, my friend?
Thank you, Chris. Excited to be here for day number 2 of SEMA Live. And just to go back to day number 1, if you missed it, what a day we had. We had reveals from Dave Kindig, the Ring Brothers. Chip Foose was behind us in his RealTruck booth and did a reveal with us live here on SEMA Live. And day 2 is going to be huge. We're meeting up with Chip Foose again with a major announcement. Mario Andretti, Joey Logano, and a couple other big race car drivers are going to be with us today. And we're going to kick things off with the Nitro Circus. We got a big day. We're bringing all the SEMA floor action to you in your home, and I'm excited to be part of it. Chris, send it back to you, buddy.
Thanks a lot, JC. Now, it may look a little mellow behind JC. That's because we're actually on air with you before the doors have opened to the convention goers. It's only about 8:47 a.m. Pacific time. The doors will open at 9, and that's when the flood will happen. But let's meet our other team members. Let's go out to Aaliyah Becerra. How you doing, Aaliyah?
Good morning, SEMA attendees and all of our fans tuning in at SEMA Live. I am here for day 2 and all the energy is already starting to trickle in. We have an action-packed day ready for you guys, so be sure to stay tuned. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot for that, Aaliyah. Now, one of the biggest features we have to show you here at SEMA 2024 is the amazing competition known as Battle of the Builders. And of course, my friend AJ, Adrienne Janic, has been the host of Battle of the Builders. She is now in her 11th year hosting the competition. So let's send it out to AJ and see what she's got going for us today. Yes, you are about to go live, AJ. In fact, you're live right now. What do you got for us?
Okay, thanks, Chris. Today is Top 12 Day here at SEMA, Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. The smallest details make all the difference in making it into the top 12 finalists. But this year, it's gonna look a little bit different. So the remaining, sorry, we got monorails, we're live, so let's let this monorail pass by. But okay, so this year, the remaining top 10 young guns are going to be responsible for determining which of the 3 builders from their category will make it into the final 12. That's right. Some of these guys that are right behind me will be judging each other. So one by one, they're going to put their car here on the lift and they're going to explain the work that they put into it. And they're going to raise the lift and look underneath the undercarriage. I personally have examined these top 10 rides, and I have a couple of favorites that I'm hoping to see a little bit more of. I can't say which ones, but these young guns have really brought the heat and the competition this year. So I will see you all a little bit later today when we lock in our top 12. Back to you, Chris.
And better every single year, and this year no exception. Looking forward to see who the top contenders are going to be for that crown this year. So I am currently in West Hall, but we got action happening all over the Las Vegas Convention Center. AJ was just out there with Battle of the Builders. JC and Aaliyah will be covering action in South Hall and Central Hall. If you joined us yesterday, you saw some amazing reveals from the Ring Brothers, from Foose. We had a bunch of great in-studio guests, and we got more of the same coming at you. I went over the schedule a little bit earlier, and this is just another fantastic day. Wednesday, day 2 here at SEMA 2024, and I think that AJ is ready for some more out there with Battle of the Builders. AJ, back to you.
Okay. Right now? Oh, okay. Thanks, Chris. Okay. We're live, so anything can happen. And if you saw this before, I'm going to do it again, all over again. You ready, guys, to do this again? So today is Top 12 Day here at SEMA Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. Now, the smallest details are what makes the top 12. So no stone can be left unturned. Detail is key. But this year, things are going to look a little bit different. We're going to be changing things up a little. So this year, the remaining 10 young guns will be responsible for determining 3 builders from their category that's going to make it into the final 12. So that's right. You guys are going to be the guys behind me are going to be judging each other. So one by one, they're going to put this car on the lift right here, and they're going to explain all the work they've done, all the blood, sweat, and tears that went into it. And then we're going to raise the lift, and they're going to go take a look at the undercarriage. Now, that's where all the details really come into play. So I personally examined all the top 10 cars from these young guns, and I have to say, I want to take a closer look at maybe 2 or 3 of them. I can't say which ones are my favorites, but at the end of the day, all these guys really brought the heat this year, and they're bringing the competition. So I cannot wait to get a closer look at all of them. So I will see you a little bit later today when we have locked in our top 12 and let the competition continue. It's going to be great. Back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot for that, AJ. Looking forward to checking out who is going to make that coveted top 12 for the Young Guns category. Time now for my first interview. She is a multi-time European drag racing champion, including her 2003 FIA European Top Fuel title. She made her American debut in August and is currently in contention for NHRA's Rookie of the Year. Take a look at this.
They both snap off the starting line at the end of the racetrack. Zetterström, 370 on a hole shot, 377.3, 320 miles an hour.
The 377 with a 3 is a career best tying run from her European national record, and she does it along with an 073 reaction time to knock off the 4-time world champion Steve Torrence on a hole shot.
How cool is that? Please welcome to the stage Ida Zetterström. Ida, welcome.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
It's great that you're here with us at SEMA. Have you been to SEMA before?
I have in 19. We won a championship when I raced bikes in 19. We were actually here with Sona Rotor and Tile. They were presenting some new products, and yeah, we had a great time. But
Very
first
cool.
time back since.
Nice, excellent. Well, welcome again. Excuse me. So we had Antron Brown and Tony Schumacher on the show yesterday. And Antron said that he actually got his start in bikes too.
He did, yeah.
So is that the first racing that you did was on bikes?
No, I raced junior dragsters from the time I was 8. So I started when I was 8 in that till I was 16. Raced for different classes through junior dragster, or different cars through junior dragster. Moved up to super comp, and then I made a switch over to bikes. So bikes was unfamiliar for me when I started. So obviously had a little time to kind of, get used to all of that. It's kind of hard to go from 4 wheels to 2 wheels.
Right.
So making the switch over from 2 wheels to 4 wheels felt a lot more familiar for me.
So 8 years old, you started driving competitively. What's your earliest automotive memory? Do you remember when engines and wheels caught your attention?
I mean, I've been at the racetrack since I was 3 weeks old. I can't pinpoint an exact time where I, for the first time, fell in love with it. I've just always been around it and always loved being in the workshop with my dad or at the track with my family and so on. So the love for it have been there from a very early age.
So your parents were obviously into racing as well?
Yes, they've never raced the same classes that I've raced, but when I grew up, my dad, he built a lot of engines and worked with a lot of teams, so it could be anything from Pro Stock, Pro Mod, Super Gas, so we were always at the track with one team or another to help someone out, or my dad crew shift for someone or help them with some tunes. So usually I was just always around, and that's when I got started in Junior Dragster too. I never really raced for a championship at Junior Dragster. I raced the races my dad went to. That's how it went, you know.
It's in your blood.
Yeah. But my sister and I both grew up at the racetrack. We both had the exact same upbringing, and I think she hasn't been to a racetrack since, and I'm completely head over heels in love with it. So it just shows how different you can turn out, even though you have the same kind of into the sport.
Yeah, the same DNA,
exactly.
But all the automotive fell to you.
Yes.
So are you a mechanic as well? Did you learn that trade from your father, or you just concentrate on the driving?
I do some stuff. I can't say I can do all of it, but when we, for example, raced the bikes, we had 2 bikes, we built all our engines ourselves, and I can help out. I could, pull an engine, I can help tear everything apart, but I would gladly have someone else make sure everything gets put together rightly. But no, I did the clutch when we're at the track, and I can help out with stuff like that, but I don't know all of it. I'm not as good a mechanic as the people I have around me, but obviously I like to know how it works, and
Sure.
like to be able to get my hands dirty if I have to.
If you need to.
Yeah. I like
So
that.
was your dad your mechanic when you were starting out?
Yes, when I was starting out he was, and then even when we raced bikes, he was always part of it as well, and we had our team that did everything from building bike and engines and tuning and all of that. So we had a great group of people around us, and my dad has always been part of that. But when I started in Top Fuel, that was kind of where he hasn't been part of that journey for me, but he has been there to support me instead.
That's great. So tell us about Top Fuel and the first time you ever were behind the controls of a Top Fuel dragster. I mean, what an amazing source of power.
Oh, it
and
is.
what those G's might feel like for the first time. I mean, you can do a lot of training and simulating, but when you're actually on the track, experiencing it for the first time, what's that like?
So I got my license in 21. First couple of license passes, you make shorter passes. You don't go, straight down the boulevard the first time you're in one. So we started out by doing a 60-foot, and obviously there's power, but for me that wasn't what made me feel like, wow, this is 11,000 horsepower, this is how it feels like. For me it was more when you started going further down track and you actually get the clutch to lock up, and you actually get to use all of that power, and especially on the tracks and the setups we had in Europe, you could feel it was very clear when the clutch was locking up, so you could feel that almost like a second launch in the car, and that was something that was amazing, because it's like you already have all this power, it's already moving so quickly, and all of a sudden it's like it starts to get going again. It's it never eases off on power, like if you are racing, for example, a naturally aspirated bike or car or whatever it might be. So that's something that's truly amazing with these cars. They just keep going and going,
Yeah, Antron was describing that exact sensation yesterday when he was up here with me, how you get that initial launch, you feel the G's, and then there's another one.
Yes.
And then when the clutch hits 1-to-1, then there's that,
exactly.
you're experiencing the full.
Yeah. And that is the absolute coolest part of it. I would say, I've heard a lot of people that say, I would just like to do a 60-foot in a Top Fuel. Obviously, if you've never done anything like it before, you're probably gonna think it's the coolest thing in the world.
Right.
But if you have raced other classes or done a lot of other motorsports before, I don't think it's the 60-foot that will get you. It's if you can actually continue and do, at least go to the 8 mile or so on. That's gonna blow you away.
There's more. There's more there waiting for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who were some of your driving heroes when you were coming up?
I never really had, one specific hero or someone that I looked up to like that. Obviously, seeing all the people I had around me, and that could be anyone from friends that we had racing in Super Comp, or having built a super badass car for a stock class or so on. That was people I looked up to. But obviously, seeing everybody in the Top Fuel class, because that's where I wanted to end up. And Anita Mäkelä was one of the European female drivers in Top Fuel that's always done really well. Obviously looking up to her. We've seen Ashley Force raced by that time when I was coming up through the ranks. Very cool to see all of them. But I feel like I've always admired racers for different reasons. You know, some of them you admire just because they have that, you know, great work attitude, and you can feel like they're going for it. They have that passion, and it shines through. Sometimes you see people, they're so good at, you know, social media, working their sponsors, and that's impressive for me. And some of them are just so good at driving. You know, you can really see that the skill is shining through, and that's something you look up to. But it hasn't been like one specific person to pinpoint. It's more been a whole flood of them. You know?
Right. Is there anybody that you've raced against where you're lining up and you're like, I cannot believe that I'm going head to head with so and so?
I mean, everybody you line up to in this class. Since I started in Top Fuel, everybody except for one person has been a world champion or a multi-time world champion. Everyone I've lost to so far has been a world champion or a multi-time world champion. So that just shows a lot about this class. I mean, this last weekend we did lose first round. It was a hard loss, but we lost to Doug Kalita, which is obviously, you know, a regional world champion and one of the best to ever do it.
Right.
And he is so skilled at what he does, and definitely someone I look up to in this sport. And it's just very cool to see that every time you line up against someone, it's someone that has achieved so much in this sport. And I remember I lost second round in Indy. That was my second race ever over here in US. And it was by like 2,000 margin. It was so slim.
Yeah.
And I hear the guy I lose to talk, you know, doing an interview when I head back on the return road, and he says, man, I've come here for 10 years to do this race. And I'm like, yeah, you've done this for 10 years. I just lost by 2,000, and I'm, you know, you're sad because you're losing.
Right.
And then he puts it a little bit in perspective to see how much they've done in the sport and what they've accomplished, and how I have just gotten started, and we can run with them on that level.
And you're going to get there. You know, in 10 years you'll be the vet saying I've been here for 10 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, Tony Schumacher yesterday was talking about just how slim those margins are.
It's crazy
between the cars. Yeah,
and
as
even
they cross the
talking
line.
like to Tony or other drivers that have been in the sport for a long time, they all say that it's never been tighter. Like, it's so cool to see the sport, how it's evolving, and like how tight it is. And many of the races, since I came in racing now, we've been almost 20 cars, you know, and it's only 16 that get to race. And then when you look at it, it's not like you can see, oh, these 4 cars, they're not gonna make it. No, it's very unclear because everybody is so good. It could be any of them that are on the outside. And we've seen that on some of the really big events, like coming into Indy, and all of a sudden you have Doug Kalita sitting on the outside, which is like nobody had that on their bingo card, but that's just how tough it is, you know.
Yeah. I love it how you're using the cliches in English. No one had that on their bingo card. So let's talk SEMA.
Yeah.
Obviously the Vegas race just happened, and it's kind of perfect timing because, you know, you have Monday and then all of a sudden, boom, SEMA starts on Tuesday. So is it something that you're going to be doing every single year?
Yeah, I really hope so. I mean, this worked out perfectly for us too. We were testing on Monday, so as everybody here was kind of getting everything ready for us to hit the floor on Tuesday, we were making some passes over at the track, and then here for Tuesday. And it's so great because obviously you have a lot of our sponsors and our partners over here, a lot of other people from the industry. But for me, that is from Europe, there's so many Europeans coming over to this event. I actually was at an event with C-Tech last night, and I think we probably had 35 Swedish or German, you know, people in there. And it just goes to show like how big this industry is and how big this show is, because this is definitely the highlight of many's year, and you travel all around the world to come to this show. And for me, it's great to be able to see all of my friends basically from the industry throughout the world that's coming here. So
yeah, it's a great opportunity to reconnect with people who maybe you only see once a year, but SEMA's the perfect place to do it. A lot of Europeans, a lot of Brazilians, Latin Americans. Yeah, it truly is an international event, which is great. So in addition to your sponsorship responsibilities, have you had a chance to walk around the show at all? Have you anything stuck out to you?
I have walked around very little so far. I had a jam-packed schedule yesterday. Today I have things up until lunch, and then I'm thinking have lunch and then I'm gonna walk. So that's my plan, because I need to head out tomorrow morning actually. But yesterday, before I kind of ended my day, I got to go for a drift ride out here. So that was very cool to see. So no, that was really fun. So I felt like I went around and smelled like, you know, tires all night. So, but that's fine. We're in the right company for that, I feel like.
Totally. Yeah. No, they do such a great job out at the drift pad and everything that's outside. have you noticed any change since you were here in 2019, now 5 years later? Because SEMA just continues to grow every year.
Oh, it does. I mean, I haven't been able to walk around a whole lot, so I can't say I have seen all that, but just walking out to that drift pad and I saw all the trucks lining up, I did think to myself, were there really this many last time or have it grown? Yeah, but I'm sure it has, you know.
Yeah, well, it's amazing. I mean, West Hall itself that we're sitting in is testament to the growth of SEMA. You know, this hall didn't even exist, I don't think, when you were here in 2019.
That might be, actually. That's very cool.
Yeah, and now it's, you know, chock full with all the great trucks and off-roading over here. So Central Hall obviously is going to be a spot.
That's been my main spot so far. Yeah.
Are you looking forward to seeing anything? Like, is there any manufacturers or builders that you definitely want to go to their display and check out?
I do have some cars that I know I want to go and see, where I know that they've just finished their builds and brought them over here. So I do have a list of some booths I have to hit before I go out. But then obviously, you know, I have my friends at Edinburgh and Comcams here, and I know they have some new products. I can't wait to come there and talk to them and see all of that. We have some builds going on back at home too, so hopefully we can get to use some of their newest products. I'm going off to VP, and I know they just had a big announcement with NHRA, so I'm going to go over there and talk a little bit more with them about that and their expansion basically with NHRA and VP Racing Fuels. So that will be very cool, and that's I have a signing in their booth today, so I'm excited to catch up a little bit more with
What time is that happening? So people, if
that's
they
happening
at
11. Yeah.
11. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And you know, you mentioned Edelbrock and VP Racing Fuels, of course. You know, you're talking about some of the absolute anchors in the industry. And the Edelbrock booth is always kind of like a barometer.
I feel like
people.
that too.
You know, it's like, well, where is it? Well, you go to Edelbrock and then you go this way and you go this way. Like, everybody knows where Edelbrock is.
Yeah, and I saw that NHRA, I was there yesterday for a signing with the Women in Motorsports, and we had an interview over there. They have a slightly smaller booth this year because it's moved out from the hall into Central Hall, but they have the really big wally, and I'm not talking, you know, like a championship wall, I'm talking like a, you know, really, really big wally. So definitely that was a landmark too, walking around, and you see, if you see the wally, that's where I'm at right now. You can come there. So that was kind of cool. I heard that that's actually from the museum over by the Pomona track, and I've never been to that. So that was news for me to see that.
Yes, the Wally Park NHRA Museum,
so that
of
was
course,
very
legendary facility there. And I think Pomona is your next stop, right?
Yeah, and I'm actually going to go there on Thursday because I've never get to see that museum before.
Excellent.
So
yeah, it's great. You'll love it, and that track is obviously legendary and phenomenal too.
Yeah.
So what is in your garage at home? What do you drive when you're not driving top fuel cars?
So I have a 2023 SRT Hellcat that is my daily.
Nice.
It's actually back home at Åland Islands right now, so I don't have it over here. Over here I have a Dodge Durango that I drive daily, but I'm definitely missing the Hellcat. We do have a 68 Camaro Pro Touring car that stands there too. We had a 540 in it, but right now actually Elle is swapping and putting twin turbos on. So I just met up with Sona Rotors and Tile to talk about their new products for that build. So that's going to be very exciting.
Excellent. Well, my daily driver is a Red Eye, so we are kindred spirit. Yeah,
yes,
mine's a
that's
2019.
Awesome.
Yeah, I love it. Destroyer Gray. And
it's such fantastic cars.
Gives me so much pleasure, you know, to chirp it in third gear. You know?
Yes, absolutely.
It's a lot of fun. All right, Ida Zetterström, thank you so much for joining us here on SEMA Live. Enjoy the show. Good luck to you in Pomona and for the rest of the season.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
you. Okay, great. We're going to continue here on SEMA Live in just a little bit, so stick around. We got a ton more action coming at you. We're going to step away for just a moment, and we will be right back.
The government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
Welcome back, everybody. West Hall here at the Las Vegas Convention Center for SEMA Day 2. Now, my next guest is a dear friend, esteemed judge and mentor of SEMA Launchpad. And to find out a little bit more about her, check this out.
Having grown my business to this point, it's so important to help other people to launch their businesses.
Great presentation. We're really intrigued by your product. Is your model, your distribution model, direct to consumer?
We currently are direct to consumer.
So it would really help you to repatriate the manufacturing to the U.S., to a made in America product.
The words of advice that I would give: have fun, share your passion, be excited, and just enjoy this ride.
She is the president of Redline Detection. Her name is Alex Parker, and it's so great to see you again.
Chris, I am so excited to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me to have this conversation. Day 2 of SEMA. It is the best week of the year. It's amazing.
Of course. So we're just a full day and a little bit in. How is SEMA 24 going for you?
Oh my gosh, it's been incredible. Honestly, so many new vehicles, so many new features of the show. We come every year, you think you've done it before, and it just feels fresh. The best part for me, and I want to know what you think the best part is, the best part for me is seeing people that really in our industry, they're not just industry friends, they're not just people you do business with, they become family. Our industry is just a big family, and it's just awesome to be back.
Yeah, I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today. SEMA is part family reunion and part best car party in the world. So that definitely falls in line. All right, so tell everybody, first of all, what exactly Redline Detection is.
Thank you, yeah. So Redline Detection is an American manufacturer. We manufacture diagnostic equipment, smoke machines, everything from internal combustion through boosted technologies through now hybrid and EV. So we're totally agnostic. Whatever you want to build, then we can work with you and make it better.
And you created the business, you started it up.
So we're young in this industry, really 20 years in, not quite even. And a lot of these companies have been around a long time. We're family-owned business. And I think one of the really cool things about SEMA is you do run into a lot of family-owned businesses. You can walk down any aisle and meet people who, it's not just a business. I like to say fear is my morning coffee. Like, you're making payroll and you're taking a risk and you're innovating and making new things and really out front. So we all live it and breathe it here.
Yeah, I mean, much like your product, you are the last line of defense.
Yeah.
You can't let anybody get behind you. So
100%. Yeah, you're so right on about that. So yeah, it's just a super exciting moment. I feel like in our industry, there's a little bit of I feel like maybe the last couple of years there's a little friction about kind of where are we going and what's happening. And I think we've worked that out because we are just in this innovation moment. And, we are nothing in our industry if we're not innovators, right? We are fixers and makers and innovators. So it's a super, super exciting time to be here. We've got Redline Detection has a big two-story booth up in Upper South Hall. So yeah, come by, check it out.
Cool. We had Kevin Robinson on the show yesterday, who of course won Launchpad 2 years ago with his tire jack product. His company Trax is just kicking ass, which is so cool to see.
Great to see.
You were one of the judges for Launchpad when he won the big prize. So what was that experience like? You've done Launchpad a couple of times.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we're not doing it anymore. I wish we still were, because it was such a great launch pad, no pun intended, for new products. But what was that experience? Did you learn anything to benefit your business from being a judge on Launchpad?
You know what? I learn something every day. Everybody's out there figuring out new ways to do it. You know, they're coming up with new ways to communicate what they're doing. So yeah, I learned a ton. Being a judge on Launchpad was a phenomenal experience for me because it really intersected a couple things. One, my business. You know, we are an American manufacturer. We are bringing in raw materials. We're doing design and engineering right in our building in Orange, California. Assembly lines, we are making equipment, and we are exporting to 160 countries around the world. So it is just manufacturing, baby. Like, we are making it right here, right? And I'm super proud of that. And so I was able to really bring that manufacturing insight and expertise to Launchpad. So a lot of the contestants on Launchpad are really small startups. You know, they're maybe making it in their garage or, you know, their spare bedroom, you know? Yeah. And so it was really great to be able to help them and kind of mentor them up a little bit in terms of how to grow that manufacturing and how to set up for success for growth.
And be an inspiration for them because, you know, you are a successful business that you started yourself, put a lot of years into it, blood, sweat, and tears. And I love the fact that you manufacture right here in America, in California, and export to 160 countries. And that is really the American dream come to life.
Baby, we're not here to play small ball. Are you kidding? I mean, this is like American grit and determination at work. We are doing it.
Very cool.
So, you know, the thing about Launchpad that was so amazing for me was it takes that day-to-day business experience, you know, of being an entrepreneur, and then it really intersects with what I'm most passionate about in life, which is helping people get a great start in their business life or, you know, their professional life. And so I'm still really close touch with a bunch of the people who are on Launchpad. You know, heard from a bunch of them before we came out here. And you know, every once in a while I get a question from them. Hey, what do you think about this? Hey, would you be willing to look at that? And I'm so happy to be able to do that and to, you know, kind of help them in their development. I've had, on the younger side, like with students, I've had 115 mentees that I've directly worked with and had as interns or helped them get their career started. And there's just nothing better. If you want to restore your faith in humanity, hang out with these kids. Like, they are so just smart and hardworking and earnest and, you know, just so good, just so dang good.
So we keep touching on the concept of innovation, and obviously here at SEMA you see it everywhere you look. So when you're walking around the show, what are you looking for to perhaps garner something that will help you to continue to innovate?
Oh wow, that's such a great question, Chris. One of the things I really like is young guns. I mean, AJ's out there right now, right? It's incredible. It is super inspiring to see these people out there that are just hand building, you know, from the ground up. And they don't have big sponsors or anything, you know? They're patching together money to get a vehicle out here. And I love that passion. I mean, that for me is where it's at.
Yeah, it's the next.
What's your favorite thing, though? That's what I want to know.
My favorite thing about walking around SEMA?
Like, what's your favorite part?
Well, I mean, it's seeing the people who I only get to see at SEMA, like yourself, and it's just that reunion time. And even though I only see these people once a year, I reconnect with them and kind of reset with them, and we share that passion for the industry, which is what I love. So yeah, that's got to be my
Isn't it fun to run into people and catch up on like what they've been working on? You know, I feel like that's what I say to everybody. What are you working on? What are you excited about right now?
Yeah, right? And it's co-inspiration. It's like you see somebody and you go, hey, you're doing great. You're inspiring me, and they're looking at me and they're going, hey, you're doing great, you inspire me. It's just a big love fest here.
Well, you're inspiring me this week because I think that this SEMA Live experience is so cool because, you know, it's like you're bringing SEMA into people's home and on their phone, and you're really like capturing the experience.
That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to give the viewer on SEMA's Facebook page and YouTube channel what it's like to be here at SEMA, because it's like, it's just, you can't describe it. So you have to see it, you have to kind of feel it, be here. So
the energy is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got a booth like this, like the big 2-story thing, and you look out across the floor and people are just excited and buzzing and talking to everybody. It's like nothing else. SEMA's the best.
Alex Parker, President of Redline Detection. So great to see you again.
So great to see you, buddy.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me
on SEMA Live. All right, time to kick it out to Aaliyah, who is standing by at the BASF booth. Oh, with a guy I recognize, my baby, Chip Foose. Aaliyah, take it away.
Thank you, Chris, and good morning, SEMA. I am here at the BASF Awards, and I have Johnathan Goolsby, owner of Goolsby Customs. I have Tina, marketing manager of BASF, and Chip Foose. He is an automotive enthusiast and television host. So, Tina, can you just explain to us what our young talents have to look forward to in this award show?
So really, we brought 8 students here today, or actually this week, and this will be the first time that they've seen the Glazeret Best Paint Award. So last night, myself, Chip, and Johnathan walked around, looked at all the vehicles with Glazeret, and now they'll get to see which vehicle we selected.
And it's really such a unique concept to have custom painting amongst the youth. What inspired that?
Being Glazeret, BASF, also RM Paint, our core market is collision, but we believe in supporting the entire automotive industry. And so it's really just helping that next generation and bringing that next generation up.
Awesome. And of course, I'm sure there was a lot of talent to choose from. Ultimately, what are you looking for when deciding these awards?
Well, it's mostly about fit and finish. Okay. How well was that car fit? And how well was everything finished? And you're not only looking at the surface of the car, but you're looking at the edges of all the panels, and but it's how they fit together, and how the painter and the shop ultimately finished that car for presentation.
Amazing. Okay, well, I know you guys have an award show to get to, so I'm going to let you finish. And biggest congratulations to all of our contenders. Okay.
Thank you.
Royce, where are we going next?
So, as many of you just heard, we have ready to present the Glazeret Best Paint Award. Before we get started, I'd like to hear from Johnathan and Chip about the vehicles we looked at last night.
We're going to audio.
Well, I believe we had a good selection, a lot of great cars, and we got to go in there last night and pick all of them, really. The quality of these paint jobs are actually going out the roof right now, so it's hard to even keep up with them. So, tough decision. I mean, we sit there and go over.
Really tough decision because every one of these cars is well deserving of the best.
Yes, exactly.
It's tough to pick. I know you've already gone through most of the cars that were, entered into this, but you bring it down to the last few, and we go in and we identify. We're looking for the worst square inch that we can find.
It got to the point of picking little corners. That's all it was.
And it's the car with the best worst square inch that wins. And it's a shame because these cars are all absolutely gorgeous.
Exactly.
So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get this started with our first finalist with a 1968 Dodge Charger Classic Car Studio.
Great work.
So Noah or Charles, can you tell us a little bit about the car? It's gorgeous.
We built the Charger for our good customer Ed out of Houston, original California guy. He bought it about 20 years ago in Bakersfield. We met him kind of at a show, and he ended up coming to us to do a restoration on it. It was going to be kind of a light, easy restoration, just some paint and interior work and refresh the engine. But after we saw the shop, we ended up going all in. So really cool project, great customer. We tried to keep the lines of the car, keep it looking like a Dodge Charger still, but we worked on a lot of the metal and brought out a lot of the cool details that were always there, but you couldn't see that well. So anyway, thank you so much. Without your guys' product, it wouldn't be the same.
Thank you. Next up, we have a 1951 Henry J. from Revision Rods. Congratulations. Congratulations, and tell us a little bit about the truck.
So it's a 1951 Henry J. Henry J never actually built a pickup truck, so our customer Joe Fazzo from out of Las Vegas, right here local, contracted us to build it. He's a big Henry J collector, and he wanted us to build it into a pickup truck. So pretty much we just started cutting it up, changing everything on it. Ended up debuting it in Detroit here this past year. It was a grade 8 finalist, and then it's done extremely well throughout the show circuit this year. And we're just kind of finishing it up here at SEMA Show. Without the support of Glazeret and BASF, it would definitely make our job a lot harder in the paint world. Their product's definitely the best.
Thank you very much, Tyler. And last but not least, our winner with a 1932 two-door Phaeton, Ken Reister.
Thank you. I don't know what to say about this car. Chip Foose was involved with this. The body, Brookville decided to do a 32 Phaetons with two doors. They didn't make a 32 two-door, but they made a 32 two-door out of a pickup and a roadster. So from the time I was in the service, I'd been looking at a drawing that a fellow named Daryl Mayhab, I don't know, he's kind of an old-timer, so many of you probably don't know him, but he was a great designer. And he did a drawing for me, and I thought somebody should build that car someday. And I had it hanging in my shop, and I fell in love with it. And when I found out they were going to do these 32 Phaetons, it looked so much like that 32 two-door that Daryl did that it was just a natural. I just jumped on it. And a fellow named Doug Jerger from Squeege's painted it, and he's one of the best in the world. Thank God for Doug. Say a prayer for Doug. He's dying of cancer. Great painter, great man, great friend. This is my last run. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Beautiful, beautiful cars. Enjoy the rest of the week here at SEMA, and be sure to stop by and see these wonderful builds. Thank you, and have a great day.
That was an amazing award show, and back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot, Aaliyah, and congratulations there to Ken Reister. He actually owns a car called Impression 2 that Chip Foose built, won the Riddler Award. And Chip is obviously done a lot of work with Ken. Ken is a true car guy, so nice to see him there on the broadcast. All right, well, you know, Alex Parker was in studio with me just a couple minutes ago, and she asked me some of the things that caught my eye here at SEMA. And yesterday, right after we got done with the broadcast, I hustled over to Central Hall because I wanted to see the Ring Brothers Grand National in person, and wow, it blew me away. The Rings are just at the top of their game every single year. They've got 3 builds here that they debuted: the 70 Cuda, this 87 Grand National, and their Blazer. And if you're here in Las Vegas, definitely go check out their Grand National. And if you're not, look it up online because it's a phenomenal build. I wouldn't expect anything less from Mike and Jim Ring. Also, Dutch Boys built a Grand National, and their Grand National is amazing as well. So if you are here in Central Hall, go see those two. If you're not, check them out online, because those are definitely showstoppers. And being a huge fan of the Grand National, in fact, the one that got away for me is an 87 Grand National that I used to own. It was my dream car in high school. I got a chance to own one for a few years, and I made the very regrettable decision to sell it. And I wish that I never did that, because, like I said, yeah, that's the one that got away from me. All right, as I reminisce about my 87 Grand National, let's throw it back out to AJ, who's got an update. Oh, excuse me, not to AJ, to JC Fernandez, who is standing by in the silver lot. JC, what do you got for us, my man?
Thank you, Chris. And guys, everyone watching, get ready for something very special. We got Nitro Circus with us right now, and what a performance we're about to see. Jody with Nitro Circus, thanks for being here, buddy.
Thanks for having us.
If someone is not familiar with Nitro Circus, how would you explain what the show is and what we're about to see?
So Nitro Circus is all about action sports up close and personal. You've seen it all over your TV screens, social media edits. I always say it looks better up close and personal and live. And that's what you're going to get right here at SEMA with the boys from Nitro Circus.
I've seen some of your stuff. I mean, we're going to have these guys doing some jumps and everything, but I've seen you guys jumping skateboards, an easy chair at one point as well, jumping through fire.
Pretty much we come up with anything we can, and if we can get it on the ramp, we'll see if it can fly.
And here at SEMA, what time of the show is happening today?
So we're doing 10, we're doing noon, 2, and 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to point out your attention to detail. I'm going to grab something here. You pointed this out right here. There was a screw on the ground, and this is bad news when it comes to motocross, right?
That is definitely bad news.
I'm gonna
We're definitely checking out and making sure it's safety for all of our athletes, and making sure it's also safety and a good time for all of our fans out here.
Well, let's talk to your athletes. Go back here and talk to some of your riders. And
so let's first come out. We have Keith Sayers. I'm going to hop over.
Hey, Keith, how you doing, buddy?
Well, how are you today?
Are you excited to do some tricks for us live here at SEMA Live?
Yeah, absolutely. Stoked to be out here in Vegas for SEMA.
Awesome. Looking forward to seeing your stunts. Who do we got down here next? Brody, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Before you start doing your tricks and everything, do you have a routine? Do you stretch? Do you get loose?
Yeah, I always tend to stretch out a bit and try to limber up and, you know, just get the head in the right spot for going out there and sending it.
I love it. Well, thanks for being here today. It's going to be a lot of fun. Who do we got next?
We've got Willie.
Willie, this is Willie, everyone. How you feeling, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, I'm great. How does this wind and weather affect your guys' jumps and everything?
The wind depends on the direction, but the crosswind, like it's going right now, it affects us quite a bit. Kind of blows your bike out from under you, but you make do with it. You kind of just do what you have to.
All right, Willie, thank you so much. And then our final rider for today, Luke, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Man, how are you?
I'm excited to see you do some tricks. How long have you been riding?
I've been riding since I was 5 years old, 31 years now. So you guys do the math.
All right. I love it. What size bikes are these, by the way?
These are 450s, Yamahas, and we got one Honda out here.
Okay. And what are we going to see today? What kind of tricks?
We'll be doing backflips, all the whips, all the crazy stuff you've seen on TV. We're going to be jumping 40 feet in the air, 75 feet, and it's pretty insane. Mother Nature's got to work with us. It's a little windy today, so just take some time and feel it out.
I know what everyone watching is saying. They're saying enough of the interviewing, enough of the chit-chatting. Are you guys ready to do some stuff?
Yeah, let's get down. Let's have some fun.
All right, I'll step back here and bring Jody back in. This is going to be so awesome, man.
Now, the cool thing about this is you're going to see this every single time at 10, noon, 2, and 4. Weather depending, we're going to throw it down for you. So let's get the bikes fired up. Let's get some tricks going on.
Perfect.
And, you know, boys, you guys ready? You guys ready to throw down some tricks? Now, the cool thing about this one is you want to pay attention is you're going to see the hands coming off. You can see the feet coming off. You might see the bikes and bodies come away from each other. And then if we make enough noise with all of our fans out here feeling all that, you might see all this stuff upside down and flips.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be nuts. Hands, and how high are they getting?
So what you're looking at right now is I usually do a rundown with like all of our fans to let them know as an athlete what we're going through right now. This is where the adrenaline starts kicking. This is where the blood starts kicking. We start going through the personal checklist. So what you're going to see right now is the guys are going to get stretched out. The adrenaline's going through. They're going through a personal checklist. And what's happening is they're going to go down the runway. When they go down the runway, they're making sure the bikes feel good. They're going to start coming down that runway, second gear, getting a little bit of that power band. Once they hit that power band, they hit that 9-foot-tall launch. That 9-foot-tall launch is going to send them 3.5 stories in the air. From that 9-foot-tall launch, 75 feet. And we're just watching warm-up.
That's a warm-up?
Just warm-up.
We can step out here. Oh, it's another warm-up. Yeah. That's 3.5 stories they're hitting right now?
So 3.5 stories in the air. So the thing I tell the fans is when you're seeing them in the air, 3.5 stories in the air, and you feel a little light breeze on the ground, feels good to us on the ground. Yeah. But when we're in the air 3.5 stories, that that's like 10 to 15 times stronger in the air. So when they're taking the hands off, taking the feet off, doing all the multiple tricks and even the backflips, they're dealing with multiple things happening at one time. Like that, the big Indian air, Keith Sayers throwing an Indian air, and they will switch if the left side's making noise, the right side's making noise. Our athletes will switch tricks from left side to right side of the bike, depending on who's making the most noise to get the crowd amped up and working the crowd over, get them more hyped up.
You guys are fearless. These guys are fearless doing that stuff. That is nuts.
So, and you're just seeing a little bit of warm-ups right here. So, the crowd's getting into it, and there's a lot of noise. I always say, the louder you get, the bigger they go. They're fueled by the applause.
Jody, did you say that's still part of the warm-ups, what we saw right there?
Still part of the warm-ups, yeah. Still part of the warm-ups. So a lot of the times we'll work probably with the crowd just to kind of get that little interaction with the crowd. We want to get the crowd in, let them feel part of the show. And what we want to do is we want to take that energy they're given. Every time we crack that throttle, we call it brapping. Oh! They get this right here. Every time they make a noise, they get that right there.
What's the most amount of backflips they've ever done?
So the 3 backflips in a row has been done. Travis and those guys have been chasing that dream for a while. I mean, it's been accomplished. But for this, you're going to see backflips behind backflips in the train action with the guys out here.
This is watching right now. What does everyone think? This is SEMA Live at its best right now. Incredible stunts today, man.
We can't wait to see everybody out here. Like I said, 10, noon, 2, and 4. Come on over here. Get ready. Get your voices ready. Get your hands ready. It's going to be a wild ride.
If someone's watching right now, they want to see when you guys come to town. Do you know your next stop? When's the next? What's the tour?
So actually, we have the tour going on like right now with Nitro Circus. You go to nitrocircus.com. We definitely do that. You can scan QR codes right here in our actual show area. And definitely check out nitrocircus.com. Get your tickets. We'll see you guys out there on the tour.
And then let me just chat to you guys. Holy smokes! I mean, what's it like when you're up there doing those tricks? What's going through your mind?
After 20 years, not a whole lot, to be honest with you. Just kind of going through the motions, just having fun with my friends.
It looks like you guys are having fun. My mind is racing when you're doing these stunts. When you're doing backflips, do you ever lose track or sight of where you are?
We've done it so many times, just repetition and muscle memory, so not really. If you take a break from riding, yes, that will happen.
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's the level of stunts that we see right there?
Well, you're seeing backflips. It's, like one of the main tricks anymore. So it's one of the biggest tricks, I should say.
Yeah. You guys do this every single day, but to be here on the ground and watch you do it and be so close, it's mind-boggling.
Thanks, yeah. Glad you're enjoying it, but yeah, this is what we do for a living, travel all over, doing, shows like this year-round. All of us been riding for Nitro for a lot of years, so we're just stoked to be out here.
That's awesome. We're stoked that we have you guys. What does everyone think of the guys from Nitro Circus? Thank you so much for putting on a little private show for us today.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yes.
So the cool thing about this is we talk about action sports and Nitro Circus, going in and we try and jump everything we can. So not only does Willie jump freestyle moto, but also in the Winter X Games, he's a medalist and does the same thing on snowmobiles. You might want to talk to him about that. There's a huge difference.
Right here? Our guy right here?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so you're racing and jumping snowmobiles. What's the difference between jumping a bike and jumping a snowmobile? What's your mindset on that?
I've done them both quite a bit. The one machine's a lot heavier and stuff, but it's kind of the same sort of thing. Like once you're jumping the ramp and in the air and stuff, feels a little different, but overall it's pretty close, pretty similar.
And what kind of stunts are you doing on a snowmobile? Same kind of stunts that you're doing on a dirt bike?
Yeah, same thing. Same backflip tricks, all the upright tricks. So pretty much same thing.
And when's the next X Games every year? When's the next time we can see you racing and doing tricks on snowmobiles?
They haven't done X Games since COVID, for snowmobiles, like Indy Motorized and Winter X, which I do a lot of events just throughout the winter, for Keith and stuff, just different random places.
So we have you're jumping bikes, you're jumping snowmobiles. What's the craziest thing someone has jumped? Jumping cars?
Razor.
Yeah, you jumped a Razor down here? You did a backflip on a Razor?
Yeah, a couple years ago I built a ramp and we were doing backflips in Razors. Yeah, so it was all mechanical. You just had to sit in the seat and just hold it wide open, and everything else kind of did itself. Worked itself out.
That's a great lesson in life. You just kind of have to, everything is going to work itself out, right?
That's pretty much exactly how it is.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys. We appreciate it. Jody, thank you so much for having us out here.
Thanks for coming out. Like I said, 10, 12, 2, and 4. We want to see you guys out here for all the Nitro Circus high-flying action.
I might have to come back at 10, 12.
I dare you.
4 o'clock. Hey, if someone's out here, do you let someone get on a bike and kind of show them some bikes and stuff like that?
We'll leave that to us.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you for the show. Chris, this was unbelievable. I'm going to send it back to you inside in the studio.
Awesome, JC. Thanks, man. Yeah, those guys are so cool. I love it. Doing it on bikes, doing it on snowmobiles, killing it every time. Another great feature here at SEMA. There's just as much to see out in the parking lot as there is inside. All right, well, I am inside 8 hours a day, sitting down at this desk. So you know what? Comfort is key. And comfort in the garage is key too, and I would not be this comfortable if I was not sitting in my Vyper chair. And my next guests in studio are the guys responsible for these cool chairs, Dayne and Dylan Rusch. Guys, welcome, good to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for having us.
Well, thank you right back at you for these awesome chairs. You guys are sitting in them too. I know this is a family business. Your dad was involved, right? Didn't he develop the chairs initially?
He did, yeah. So he was kind of the genius behind the Vyper chair. He's actually here. He's sitting down there with us right now. Yeah, he comes and parties with us wherever we go, wherever we tour. But yeah, he was always your garage guy. And growing up, he used, I mean, as you know, like your Harbor Freight stools.
Yep.
And they were cheap, uncomfortable, unsturdy was the biggest thing. He was tipping over.
Right.
As he got older, his back pain and his knee pain started to increase. So after he sold his company, he's like, I need to end this problem. And he pieced together a Vyper chair that he had using parts that laying around in his garage. And Dylan and I went up to his house one day for Christmas. We're like, damn, this thing's cool. Like we've been as sidekicks. We know that the garage industry is huge. And we kind of took it and ran with it and used his connections to really build it into the industry and then just continued to expand it in different markets.
So what was that development like? You have your dad's prototype essentially, which he just built for himself. And being a garage guy, he knows what he wanted comfort-wise.
That's right.
What did you do with that prototype and then how did you develop that?
Well, he made it, the first prototype was just kind of made out of some scraps and stuff that he had laying around the garage. I think the casters were from a rummage sale that he found when he visited Dayne in college. And then, you know, once he had the prototype done, and it wasn't even really meant to be a prototype, he just wanted something for his garage, right? And like Dayne said, we saw it and we're like, might be an opportunity here. So we kind of looked back at it and how can we design this thing so that we can manufacture it and sell it. So a couple revisions later, a couple more prototypes, and boom, we have very similar to what you see now, a very robust, heavy-duty, comfortable chair to use in your garage.
Where's the name Vyper come from?
I'll let him tell that story. It's a great story. It's a little long, but I'll try and keep it short. So it's probably almost 10 years ago now when Yamaha Vyper came out with the snowmobile, right? And at the time, that was the premier sled to have, right? And we're being from Wisconsin, we're big into snowmobiling. And we were up in Upper Michigan snowmobiling one weekend, and we stopped at this local watering hole, and there was a bar lady outside that was very intoxicated and was loving our dad's new snowmobile. And she wanted to go for rides and just all over it, right? So for the rest of the trip, his nickname was Vyper, based off the snowmobile, right? And then fast forward a few years, we go to start a company, we're like, what should we call this? And our dad suggested, how about Vyper? I'm like, you mean like the nickname we gave you at our snowmobiling trip? And it just
come up with a different story and make it sound a little bit better than that.
Yeah, but it's
overthink the name. We're just like, Vyper, all right, cool. We got a product that's wrong with that.
We spelled it different. It's not the best story, but it's legitimate and authentic.
It works because you know you can tell it quickly. There's a little bit of humor there, and there's a meaning. You know, there's a family. It brings up a good memory for you guys every time you say the name Vyper.
And Vyper just fits that garage industry too. It's a clean, mean, kind of sexy name too. You know.
And if she could see us now.
Right, exactly.
Asking for royalties.
She only knew.
Yeah, right.
So I can imagine that you guys have probably expanded outside the garage with your chairs too, because it's so comfy. The backrest is at like the perfect height. You're seeing a picture of it on the screen right now, a lower down kind of a creeper height. But the chairs that we have up here on set are more kind of like office height.
Yeah, so we started off with our main model, which is a Robust Steel Max. Kind of fits all heights. It's like your go-to chair. And then when we brought on Alex, our head of brand and partnerships now, he started with us early. He was our first employee, and he helped us expand into many different industries. The detailing industry we weren't aware of, so that chair that you were just showing on the screen, that's the Low Pro, designed just for detailers. So we started, as we started to expand into different industries, we're like, wow, there's a different need for all these different industries. So like the elevated, we made the elevated because we kept getting customers that were calling in saying, hey, I have a elevated workstation.
Yeah.
Your chair's too short for me. Can you guys make it taller? So like, I'd say 95% of the products that we make are from customer feedback. Like the Big Boy. The Big Boy's a great story. So that is.
Yeah, tell us about that. So you've got these little kind of side
cushions.
skirts here. So you know, if you're a little larger, you're not going to be spilling over that initial round center section.
Well, that's exactly it. And so we had a lot of customers calling in, and the main seat's pretty large too. It's 14 inches. So a lot of customers were calling in saying, hey, I'm a big boy. I need a bigger seat. You know, what can you guys do? So Dylan's the engineer. He got the prototyping and made these additional side handles. And we're like, all right, what do we name this thing? And we don't, obviously, clearly with Vyper, we don't overthink the name of things. So we're like, well, people are asking for a big boy. Let's name it Big Boy.
Call it the Big Boy.
Yeah, let's not overthink this, you know?
And what's great too, so you got the locking casters, so you're not, you know, rolling off of anything. The height is great. The design, the look of the design is really cool too. It's very automotive. It's very industrial.
Yeah, it's sexy. It's a clean style. And so just recently, like in the last 6 months, we started adding in. Every chair comes with 2 locking casters and a backrest rubber. It was one of those things where we're ethical people. Like if we want to make sure that we're giving out the best product that we possibly can. And we were using those as upsells before of, hey, you know, you can buy this to make your chair better, but we're like, that's a disservice to the customer. Let's just give it to them and make sure that they have the best damn product and not increase the price for it either.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, the look is awesome, the name's cool, and yeah, we're just getting started with the chairs. We got so much more coming down the line too.
So do you guys have a booth here at SEMA?
Not this year. So the last 3 years we had a booth. This year we actually took a break from it, and we're doing just walk-arounds to meet partners and to expand our kind of presence that way.
Well, I mean, every single booth here has stools and a table, so that the representatives can talk to their potential customers. So, I mean, it's like a no-brainer for you guys to come in and go, hey, you know, we can. Are you comfortable sitting in that stool? Because we can make you a lot more comfortable.
Exactly.
And I think the main feature is the backrest. You know, because you're sitting on some of these stools that I'm out there looking at, and you know, you have to hold yourself up the whole time. Where here, I can kick back and I'm comfortable.
Well, that's the thing is we designed the Vyper chair. Instead of saying, hey, we need it to be at this price point, we looked at it as what are the main problems that customers are experiencing: knee pain, back pain, poor ergonomics, tipping, falling, all this stuff. And we designed a product that would solve all those problems, you know, so the backrest and the comfortable seat. It's one of those things where, yeah, the price it's a little bit more, but you get what you pay for. This is a product that lasts you generations. Yeah. You hand it down to your kids. This isn't a disposable product that, you know, you tip over, break, and then you have to buy a new one over and over again. So it's one of those things where it's difficult to show that quality online, but when you see it in person, you're like, now I understand why it's priced at the price that it is.
And you guys manufacture in the U.S.?
We do.
Awesome.
Yep, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Great. Oh, fantastic. I'm a Chicagoan, so I kind of shuddered when I mentioned it. So.
Sorry about the Bears this year.
Damn those Packers. They get us every year. Hopefully, maybe, please, we beat you guys at least once this year.
This might be your year.
Subject, though. I don't know. It's not looking so good.
Yeah.
But let's talk cars. Let's talk SEMA.
Yeah.
You guys are obviously car guys. If your dad was in the garage inventing this thing, what do you got in the garage? What are your drivers?
Well, I have a Camaro SS. Well, it's all done up to be a ZL1, so
nice.
that's my fun car, and looking to always add new things, right? So that's the new car. I kind of been looking around for maybe an older car to get into as well. Maybe even some of the 4-doors. Now I got some kids, and it'd be nice to throw the kids in the back. I think they can fit in the Camaro, but having those 4-doors will definitely help.
Dan, what about you? Anything cool in the garage?
I don't have anything cool in the garage. Daily driver, just a Dodge Durango.
All right.
It's got exhaust on it, though.
It does, yeah.
Got a little upgrade on there. Yeah. Good, cool. And what has stood out to you here at SEMA? You seen any cool things that really caught your eye?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's every year it's just like sensory overload, right? There's so many amazing cars every year that we come here. There's a lot of cool stuff outside this year as well, but nothing really in particular. It's just there's so much cool stuff.
Just the totality of it all.
Exactly. Yeah, it's insane.
We're in the ecosystem with like Ring Brothers and Chip Foose and stuff, and their builds are always astonishing whenever they release them. So that's been really cool. But RWB too, they do the Porsche builds.
Oh, yeah.
That's been super cool to see, and they got that kicking off today also.
For sure. I'm a Mopar guy and a Porsche guy, so I've always got my eye towards those two.
For sure.
Yeah. Awesome, man. All right. Well, Dylan and Dayne Rusch, thank you guys so much.
Thank you for having
Vyper
us.
chairs, definitely check them out. I'm very comfy, and I expect to remain that way all 4 days here at SEMA Live. Guys, thank you very much. All right, time to kick it out to Aaliyah once again. She is standing by with yet another awesome feature. Oh, and I see Mike and Craig standing by.
Thanks, Chris, and good morning, everyone. I am here at the Barrett-Jackson booth here at SEMA, and I am here with CEO and Chairman Craig
Mike
Jackson.
Rowe in
How are
the
you doing
house.
today?
Very good.
See that. Guys,
Great
thank
to
you.
hear. And then I'm also
Appreciate
here
you, man.
with
Of
Mike
course.
Rowe.
Nice
He
to
is
meet
an
you guys.
automotive
Right on. Best of
enthusiast
luck.
and television host. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm feeling very enthusiastic about all the automotives here, and glad to see you hosting instead of me.
Okay, so I want to get into how this collaboration kind of came about and what brings you guys here to SEMA.
So Colby Donaldson, he is the one that originally reached out to my wife, Carolyn Jackson, runs our philanthropy, wanted to know if we want to get involved with this project. And this project is to raise money for Mike Rowe's foundation. So Mike Rowe Works is about getting trades, getting kids into that, and helping with the education and you talk about your foundation.
I can do that.
John built this truck, which we're going to unveil from Sugar Creek. So it's a team effort.
Yeah, this is, I think it's unprecedented, actually. Colby Donaldson, who you mentioned, had an idea for a fundraiser for my foundation. That was made real by John Richardson and the guys at Sugar Creek. And then we learned that it's going to be auctioned off in Scottsdale in January, and the proceeds will come to the MicroWorks Foundation, which, as Greg said, is focused on training the next generation of skilled workers, many of whom work in your industry. So it's welders and steam fitters and pipe fitters and plumbers and electricians and mechanics. So it's a really important fundraiser for us, but even more than that, the truck is unbelievable, and I think we're going to unveil it in a couple of minutes.
We're going to unveil it at 10 o'clock, and it's also up in the Battle of the Builders. So we'll know in a little while whether it makes the top 12. It's an unbelievable build. John from Sugar Creek, John Richardson, has 27 employees here that help build this, and it is a piece of work. And it takes trades to do that, so it's full circle.
It's not just trades, it's art.
It is.
Right? I mean, there was a time, you're old enough to remember, when shop class was called the vocational arts. And what we did in this country was we took the art out of the making of things, you know, and then we took shop class out of high school, and now we got 8 million open jobs that don't require a 4-year degree. They require training. They require skill. That's what this is about. I went to Sugar Creek. I met all 27 of these guys. I watched them literally make Colby's idea a reality out of 4 or 5 older trucks cobbled together. I'm telling you, it's mind-boggling.
It's an unbelievable cause. The truck is part of it. It is selling in Scottsdale on Big Saturday, live on the History Channel. 100% of the proceeds, you write the check straight to Mike's foundation. And we couldn't be prouder to be part of this whole deal. And doing the unveil here at SEMA and having it in the Battle of the Builds. That is, they are up for one of the top awards here at SEMA. And then you get to buy the car, the truck, and 100% goes to charity. It doesn't get any better.
No, it doesn't.
And can you guys give us, I know we're about to unveil it shortly, but can you give us any physical descriptions of it yet, or has it been a complete secret?
I saw it probably in real time 6 weeks ago, maybe 7 weeks ago. The body had come together. And I can't tell you what it resembles because it's been pulled together. Like, I see a little Dodge over here. I see a little Chevy over there. I see mostly I see something I'd never seen before.
A lot of one-off craftsmanship. I can tell you it has a 1,000 horsepower Elephant engine running it, a custom chassis. The cab is all, there's certain chunks you can see they took from different bodies, but it is a one-off hand-built vehicle.
Amazing.
They let me do one thing when I was there, right? They didn't want me to see it, but they let me affix my Foundation's logo.
Okay.
And, you know, it sounds like a little thing, but it was a great moment. And Craig, it's so, like, weirdly emotional for these guys. I mean, they worked on this for, I think they've got 11,000 man-hours.
I think the amount of time they did it in, they worked late tonight. They got up early in the morning, and the effort that it took to put that many hours in, really it was a little over 6 months to build this. Yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, I feel like all those qualities really go in line with everything that you stand for, as far as hard work, grit, you know, trade work.
I hope so. You know, we award a couple $1 million every year in scholarships, and we call them work ethic scholarships, because there's a scholarship plan for virtually everything. There's academicships, there's athletic scholarships, there's artistic scholarships. We wanted to do something that really elevated hard work. And so the people who apply for our scholarships, they sign a thing called a sweat pledge. And these guys are super familiar with that. And in fact, this whole thing is called Project Sweat. And there's real sweat in this, and there's real emotion in it. That's the thing I was so struck by, you know, to see all that artistry combined with people who so deeply give a damn. You know, it's touching.
And Craig, Barrett-Jackson has evolved to one of the greatest, I mean, people consider it the greatest car auction in the world. What does that mean to you, and where do you ultimately see Barrett-Jackson going?
Well, Barrett-Jackson, when I took over, I had a great foundation. My parents and Tom Barrett really pioneered this industry. We go into our 54th year here in January. But it started as a charity car show. Charity has been a big part. We've raised $156 million so far net for charity. A lot of it by auctioning off these vehicles and letting the money flow straight to the charity. That's part of it. But Barrett-Jackson's a lifestyle. Barrett-Jackson is a place where everybody comes together from all walks of life, no matter what your socioeconomic base is, that you love cars and you come to Barrett-Jackson and you all get to have that excitement. It's almost all the cars are selling at no reserve on live TV, and it is a happening.
And I have to say, the crowd that you guys have here is probably the biggest crowd that I've seen so far at SEMA. I know it's only day 2, but you guys should be extremely proud of that. I know.
We're all here to see Mike.
So,
you know what? I think they're here to see what's under the curtain.
Yes.
And I mean, honestly, they've been teasing me, like literally for like weeks and weeks and weeks. And it's very strange to have your name on a thing that you haven't seen. You know what I mean? So this is.
We got a sneak peek 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, but this is now it's done.
I haven't seen it yet either. I didn't even look underneath. I wanted to be astonished with everyone else.
I know you mentioned you had to adjust your logo. Was there anything wrong with it, or did you just place it on there?
Oh no, they gave me the tools and they said, "Here's the logo, and where do you want to put it?" I'm like, "Oh, I want to put it where I wanted to put it." And they said, "Well, we can do that." So yeah, that's my one contribution to my truck.
Other than putting us all together.
Well, there's that too. But really, you know, this is Microworks has been around for 16 years now. We started on Labor Day back in 2008, and we've done a lot of unusual things to raise interest and raise money. Obviously, the auction is about the money, but you and I were chatting earlier, Craig. The real message for this thing is going to be an emissary for the skilled trades, I think, for years to come. And whoever winds up with the high bid, it's going to get passed on. I really believe it's going to be a legacy kind of vehicle, and that's a pretty great thing if you're in my shoes right now.
Hopefully it's the start of more things to come, because the mission doesn't end. The mission starts that we need to really rebuild this country and get our trades. As you said, 8 million jobs. This is going to fill them all, so we're in this with you, Mike.
I sure appreciate it.
Yep.
Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for your time. We're ready for the big reveal.
It's happening.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So we are here at the Barrett-Jackson booth, about to see the biggest reveal.
Where should we stand?
Making history again. Craig Jackson and his team since 1971 have been creating the world's greatest collector car auctions. And a key part of that has been raising money for charity. That has been over $156 million has been raised through the Barrett-Jackson platform for charity. And that's right. And during that time period, Craig and his team have turned car collecting into the mainstream through broadcasts internationally on television, online bidding, and we have grown this hobby along with SEMA to make it the greatest hobby in the world. We're here today to unveil a fabulous car because we have a celebrity guest that's deeply involved, because when you come to Barrett-Jackson, you're going to spend as much time looking at celebrities and rubbing shoulders with them as you are seeing these fantastic cars. Craig and Carolyn Jackson, along with their team, invite you to Scottsdale January 18th through 26th for the most unbelievable event that you will ever experience. If you are a car person, this has to be on your list. Now, let me tell you a little bit about our host before I step aside, Craig Jackson. Craig is chairman and CEO of Barrett-Jackson Company, but he is far more than a guy that loves cars. He is a guy that bloodies his knuckles. He learned how to pinstripe personally from Von Dutch. He knows how to use an English wheel and has busted more knuckles than you could count. He is a real car guy. If you cut him, it's not blood. It would be high-octane gasoline. He is a guy that is committed to helping grow this hobby and inspire the next generation of people to be part of the collector car hobby. So please welcome your host, Craig Jackson.
Thank you all for coming. Well, this is quite an honor, and this truck that has been built by Sugar Creek. First, let me introduce. John Richardson from Sugar Creek, he funded all this, and his shop of 27 men who are here built this. And Kobe Donaldson, this was a vision of his, and Colby contacted my wife Carolyn, who is back here, and this vision all came about to have this team come together with Mike Rowe, and what we are raising money for is to teach the trades of the future through Micro Works to get scholarships. We have 8 million open jobs in the trades, and as all of us that own companies, finding talent to fix stuff nowadays, to fabricate things, and to work with their hands. And I grew up I grew up in the shop, so I grew up going to Votech. I grew up working in the shop. I was not a great student, and at one point it hinders you. But when you learn to work past that, you get the vision of what it is to work and that work ethic, and you try to pass that along. And that is what this is all about. This truck also is in Battle of the Builders, so it is a charity vehicle that is going to a great cause. We're going to sell it January 25th, live on the History Channel at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale, and we couldn't be prouder. Mike? Oh, you got your mic.
They gave me one.
There we go.
I don't know if it works. You guys hear me all right? Is this thing on? Good. Hi. So great to see all of you. I'm Mike Rowe. If you know me, it's probably from a TV show called Dirty Jobs.
Yep.
If you don't,
give him a hand.
No, I wasn't looking for cheap applause, but I'll take it. I'm here because the foundation you mentioned, Micro Works, evolved out of that show. It's a love letter to the skilled trades. We formed it on Labor Day back in 2008, and every year we award a couple $1 million in work ethic scholarships to help train the next generation of skilled workers. Like Craig said, there's a huge opportunity in our country for plumbers and steam fitters and pipe fitters and welders, and of course for mechanics, electricians, heating, air conditioning, all that stuff. Those jobs are real, they're available, and every penny that's raised at the auction coming up in January goes straight into the scholarship fund. So I'm just overwhelmed by the group of people. I'm overwhelmed that you guys are here watching this right now. I'm blown away that my friend Colby Donaldson pitched this idea nearly 2 years ago. I'm humbled by the fact that John Richardson and his merry band, 27 employees here
that
from
are all
Sugar
back
Creek.
here. They all built this.
They're all here, man. They woke up early every day for months on end. They stayed late, and they created something out of thin air that didn't exist before. It's a one-of-a-kind truck. I tell you, I've never seen anything like it, but I haven't seen it myself yet. I saw it 6 weeks ago in Ohio. So we're going to reveal it in just a second or two, but I just want to belabor the point a little bit. This happened because of a team. Your team, John, Colby, your idea, Craig, the fact that you're going to shine a light on this. It's not just a truck. Whoever winds up owning this thing, it's going to be a legacy. It's going to be a love letter to the skilled trades for many years to come, and the fact that my foundation will benefit from it is just, it's pretty great. So I suppose maybe the only thing left to do is ask, would you guys like to see what's under the curtain?
Yeah, let's see it.
All right, let's do this on the count of three. I'll count you back. Jake, you ready? Chris, good? Everybody good? All right, then. Here it is for the first time in the history of the world, a one-of-a-kind truck to be auctioned off in January with my logo on it. I'm teasing this thing to death. I realize that. I'm whipping you into a frenzy, but at long last, here it comes in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah!
Holy cow.
So who wants to describe the truck?
Jake.
Come on up and explain the truck to us. And we were at the shop, as Mike was saying, about 6 weeks ago. It's come a long way since then, but you saw all the parts that were still laid out, all the customization. Start from the front and head us to the back. Here, put it close to your mic. Close as you can.
Okay.
Eat it. There you go.
So the truck started life as a 19.
You got to get it close.
Hear me?
There you go. Real
live.
close.
Okay. So the truck started 62 Dodge Power Wagon panel truck. We had 2 of them, donor trucks laying in our yard. Colby liked the style of it, so that's what he went with. So everything on the truck has been customized or touched. There's nothing really factory to it. Took 5 vehicles that we cut apart and put together. The chassis is like an 08 Dodge Ram, and it's running on like a Carly suspension off-road Big King shocks, the 37-inch Toyo tires.
It's got a Elephant under the hood.
It's got a Elephant spec, 1,000+ horsepower engine, 8-speed transmission, automatic transmission, 4-wheel drive. The bed is a one-off, custom-built flatbed with the work boxes.
Suicide doors. You missed that point in the middle, but the whole cab is custom fabricated.
Yeah, there's nothing on the cab, the fenders, the hood, anything that we didn't touch. The roof has been lowered 4 inches from what it was from the factory. The suicide doors, the back doors are, the front doors were lengthened, the back doors were shortened. The chassis was lengthened from just a short bed truck. We lengthened it, I think, 7 inches to give it a little longer wheelbase. You know, there's a lot to detail into this truck. And the great thing about being here at SEMA is a lot of the stuff that's on the truck are parts that you can find here. We just kind of modified them to fit the truck, to fit the outcome of the truck. We started on this truck in August, actually working on it. So 14 months from a 2-door Power Wagon to this is what we came up with. So there's a lot of labor, a lot of love into this truck. You know, the interior
We can pop the doors open here in a minute. The interior's custom. We tried to put as much as the Micro Works logo, branding on the truck to get that brand out there.
Very cool. Why don't we, on the other side, so everybody can see it, open the doors up. But just the amount of customization that has been done on this. When you look at the hood here, I mean, it's got a little bit of Raptor look there.
We tried to take the TRX effects from the Dodge TRX and incorporate it into the truck, the styling and the grills and stuff. But yeah, let's open the doors.
Pretty nice work truck, don't you think? The bucket seats front and rear, the console front and rear, the step. It really is a functional piece of art.
Absolutely.
I'm speechless. I got nothing. It's unbelievable.
And did you sign it, Mike?
I signed the glove box, but it wasn't in there when I signed it, but there it is. Mike Rowe was here, and he still is.
Well, what do you all think? You like it? Yeah, it's a pretty cool truck. I think all the workmanship that went into this vehicle, and good luck in Battle of the Builders here. So they'll know in a while if they're down into the top 12.
130.
Or 130
today, I believe it'll be announced.
So it's our honor to do this for a great charity. And if it wins Battle of the Builders.
Wow, what an incredible car, going to an even more incredible cause. Once again, I am Aaliyah Becerra reporting live from the Barrett-Jackson booth here at SEMA, and I'm sending it back to you, Chris.
All right, Aaliyah, thank you so much. Great to see Mike Rowe contributing to that amazing project. And that is anything but a stock Power Wagon there. Very, very cool. I'm sure it will do very well when it crosses the auction block in January. Okay, time for another in-studio guest, and joining me right now is Tony Ambroza, the CGO of RealTruck. I love that, Tony. The Chief Growth Operator.
Well, you know, our goal is growth. Our goal is to grow the industry, grow the market, and bring more and more people into what's awesome about SEMA and what we get to do.
Yeah, man. I mean, growth is something that SEMA seems to experience every year. The fact that we are in a hall that did not even exist 5 years ago, and it is bursting at the seams with products and features that are right up your alley at RealTruck Magazine.
Yes. Well, you know, everything that we're here to showcase, we've got 17 builds in our booth right now, two additional builds around the area. We had an awesome event. I mean, that, by the way, Mike Rowe. So in my past, got to do a few things with Mike. He's pretty awesome in terms of what he's doing for the trades. We had Chip Foose yesterday.
Yeah, talk about that reveal. We had it actually live here on the show. Awesome truck. Tell us about the development of that project and finally culminating in the reveal yesterday.
Yeah, well, you know, you can imagine, I mean, when the moment occurred where Lee Reiser, who's our VP of Marketing, you know, approached me and told me about the opportunity to work with Chip, it was a no-brainer from the moment that happened. I mean, we all know he doesn't work with, he hasn't done a lot with trucks in his past.
Yeah.
So it's a very special build. And what he did, when you look at, you know, the front of that truck too, and how he integrated the winch with the light system right into the front bumper, like, that's a work of art. Let's just say our product team's inspired by that work as well.
Yeah.
And no, he's been a great partner, and we're happy to work with him to help his charity and help his cause. The Barrett-Jackson team, you know, they're going to partner with us too, and we're hoping that it gets a showcase spot in one of their upcoming auctions in January.
Yeah, I mean, Chip, he's not just a designer. He is constantly innovating with his designs. The form and function, I think Chip has melded them together perfectly. And the winch you're talking about is the perfect example, because anybody could just bolt a winch on to the front of the truck, right?
Yeah.
But the way he's integrated that into the grill, as you said, is design genius.
It's incredible. And then, you know, he also used the marine foam, and he added that to our Amp Vision power steps. And the look and the feel, to be honest with you, that's something that we're working on and planning to bring to market too. And it was great to see him do that because it's beautifully well done.
So you've got 20 years of experience working in marketing, and
A few, yeah.
certainly, you
You
know,
don't get these gray hairs without it.
you've earned them. You've earned them. We both have.
Yeah.
That's what SEMA really is all about. I mean, after all, SEMA stands for Specialty Equipment Marketing Association. So this is something that is a date that's circled on your calendar every single year. It's something that you work towards, obviously with great partners like Foose and the project of the truck in your booth. So what do you look for when you come to SEMA? What opportunities do you look for? Because obviously 2024 is in the books. You've done it. So now you're looking to the future.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, one of the things we really like to do while we're here is bring it to life for everybody that can't attend too, right? So in terms of what do we look for exciting ways to bring our products to life and to bring SEMA to life for all of our followers and all of the folks across social media too that are dying to just have a bit of this experience, right? It's their dream destination.
Yeah.
You know, it's the Super Bowl for us. You know, what are we looking forward to going, you know, from this date forward? I mean, this is a place where you start to showcase new products, and we've done that, you know, but as we think about what do we do from this date go forward, it springboards us, right? It's our springboard into the holiday season and of course into next year. And the response and the reaction, I mean, we've got a brand new booth design, the whole new setup. I mean, a lot has been said about, you know, the rebranding, you know, under the RealTruck brand identity as well, and just how hard the team has had to work in order to accomplish that, with the simple goal that we want more people to know about this great industry. Ideally, that's what we're trying to do.
Yep.
Like, how do we welcome more people in? We want these halls to be packed with even more people who are enthusiasts, who are dealers, who are installers, who are avid advocates of what this great industry is all about. So that's our goal. That's what
Have you had a chance to walk around the show this year?
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
After I do this little bit of show with you, I'm going to be walking up and down this hall because I haven't had a chance to see it all, but you know, I've heard some really good things.
And your display is here in West Hall.
We are.
Yes.
We are. We're right at the entrance, you know, where we've been for a few years.
Yeah. Establishing your spot.
Yeah. So far, so good.
Because this hall is new.
It is
the newest hall here at the Las Vegas Convention Center. So to see it teaming with this much energy is fantastic. And are you going to head over to Central and South? And
yeah, I checked out Central. I checked out Central yesterday. Some really interesting stuff. Toyota's got, you know, they took over what used to be owned and operated by a slightly different, you know, a different company.
Correct. One of the anchor locations, and I guess Toyota's been there for a few years now, so they're kind of the new anchor there.
Yep. And we love to work with Toyota. They've got a really nice setup. They did a really good job, and so enjoyed being, you know, taking some time there with the team, taking it all in.
Any builders in particular that you're looking forward to going and seeing?
Oh gosh, you know, that's a good question. I haven't had time to put it on the list, but here's what I always do. I sit down with our product team and with Lee, and we slot out, okay, who are all the builders we're going to go watch and check out. That'll be this afternoon.
Yeah, because I mean, the industry of designers and builders kind of follows where the industry at large is going, right? And trucks have become so prevalent in the past 5-7 years. You know, we just saw that amazing power wagon that Mike Rowe was involved with, you know, and I remember probably it's been maybe 8 years ago or so, there was that huge power wagon surge, you know, where you saw so many of them at auction going for incredible prices. And that's tapered off a bit now, but the truck segment overall has just absolutely taken off.
Yeah, the truck segment, well, I think people see in trucks, you know what, long ago they would see maybe in SUVs as well. The truck segment is, you know, it's not just utility, right? It's form, it's function, it's style, it's luxury for some. You know, what we're able to bring to life for people, you know, you never would have imagined 5 to 10 years ago. But it's, look, I mean, trucks are the ultimate vehicle for so many people today. And they love the independence, the freedom, and everything they can do with them. And when you come to this show, you get to see so many, you know, just different, what I would say, you know, different ways to dream and think about them. I mean, as you walk to Central Hall, that's what I like spending time too with the team, going up and down the builds that are on the outside.
Yeah.
It's a damn good time.
you know, case in point, my wife, our lease is up in a few months on our SUV, you know, our mom mobile, and so she's like, I want a truck. I want a truck next. I was like, all right, so I might be hitting you up for some advice.
Let's do that, because you might be surprised to find out about 3 out of 10 trucks now, it's a woman, you know, driving that truck. So it's not just the guys that are driving trucks today.
Awesome, man. Well, I can get behind that. Tony Ambroza, CGO, that is Chief Growth Officer at RealTruck. Thank you for joining me here on SEMA Live, man.
Thank you, man.
Best of luck to you. Great to see you. All right, right now we are going to kick it out to JC, who's got another great feature here at SEMA. JC, what do you got, brother?
Chris, everyone watching at home, you're about to see some very elite builds down here on the SEMA floor. And I'm here with Marcy Yanus with SEMA. Thank you for having us. Yes. Why don't you explain to everyone watching right now what you actually do with SEMA?
Sure. So I'm the Senior Director of Member Engagement. We want our member companies to be as active and enjoying their SEMA member benefits as they can. So we have councils and networks, and councils represent companies, and networks are ways for individuals to get involved with SEMA.
Okay, so we have the SEMA umbrella. Underneath that, there's different organizations.
Yes.
And we have 2 organizations here.
Right.
Some incredible cars behind us. Which organizations are here? And we'll kind of show this Grand National as we're talking about that.
Sure. So this is this car belongs to the display of the Hot Rod Industry Alliance, which is HRIA.
Okay.
And the Hot Rod Industry Alliance really looks to promote the hot rodding industry and hobby. And it's a way for our member companies to have an opportunity to network, to learn more about the business, to grow their businesses, to learn better ways to market their products, and of course to build amazing cars.
The interior of this Grand National, it is bonkers with a capital B. Look inside there. I love the shifter there. And you've got the updated modifications too with the digital dash there and everything. It's such a neat build.
It is a spectacular build. It is really unique. The builder worked with the owner, and the owner pretty much gave them free reign to do whatever they wanted with this build. They said,
Let's slide
you
back
are
here.
the artist, so you should take free reign to make this the best build possible. And he did not see this car until it was unveiled yesterday morning here at SEMA.
And I bet you his jaw dropped when he saw it done.
He was. It was a really exciting moment to see somebody invest that much time and energy into a build, and then to watch that builder's expression when they got to see their car for the first time. It's so much fun.
It is, and I think you nailed it when you said they're artists. The men and women that build these cars are artists. Speaking of art, 69 Bronco back there. That is a beautiful build.
It is a beautiful build. This is a small family business, Vinny's Rods, and they spent a lot of time just putting so much attention to detail into this build, and we are so thrilled that they made the trek out here to be with us and to display it at our booth at SEMA.
How many cars are builders, and we'll slide over here, bidding their cars to be here in this part of SEMA? Because this is in a very elite section of SEMA.
It is. We took 57 applications for the spots that you see here just for the HRIA cars. So it's really a process that you apply for this opportunity, and there's only 3 cars that are going to make it into this booth out of all of the ones that apply to be here. HRIA has expert builders and hot rodders who evaluate each one of the applications, and then they follow the builder and the process that the car is going through. So they get to know the builder, they understand the build, and of course to make sure that the build is ready for SEMA Show. That's probably one of the most important things, is that they are going to be able to finish this car on time with the attention to detail and precision that we come to expect at SEMA Show.
The attention to detail in all of these builds. Let's walk around the side here. And I believe the builder is here of this car, right? He's back over there. Once you let's talk to the builder. Come on over here. Because this is really cool to see the cars and then to see the people behind the cars. Come on up here. I just want to swing around to the front of your vehicle. Your 1932 Ford Roadster. What is your name, first off?
Chris Clark from Ace Fabrication.
Chris is an incredible build.
Thank you.
Something like this, your build right here. How long did you work on it?
This one took right at 1.5 years.
1.5 years?
Yeah.
So you submitted your application. What was that feeling like when they said, we want your car to be out here on the SEMA show floor?
I was just so honored. This is my first time at SEMA.
Is it really?
Getting into this booth, and then also Battle of Builders, I was just blown away.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations on your success.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Cool. Amazing. Amazing builds. 57 Chevy Nomad. What a remarkable looking car, remarkable looking story. Now we kind of switched over to a different section of the SEMA builds, right?
That's right. The cars that are on this side of the booth belong to ARMO, which is the Automotive Restoration Market Organization. So they're really looking to see cars that are restored as close to back to original as possible. And that is to preserve the history of these vehicles. And they all come with beautiful stories that happen because of that restoration process. So the 57 Nomad is a part of that restoration group.
It's a gorgeous build, and Riley worked on it, right? Riley's rebuilds, and we have Riley's dad over here. Come over to me, get over here. This is Dayne, and did you work on the car, or did just your daughter do the build, or was it a family project?
It's been a family project for 20 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually we bought the car before Riley was born. I have pictures of her block sanding it at 4 years old, sitting on a little creeper. And about 4 months ago, ARMO reached out, asked if we would bring a car, and she committed us to bring in the Nomad, so it's been a thrash for 4 months. So we have 7 high school girls that work in the garage under Riley's business rebuilding carburetors. Yeah. So they would come, they would rebuild carburetors for 2 hours, and then they'd work on the Nomad for 2 hours, and they did that 2 days a week for 4 months.
That is spectacular, and she has built a name for herself in the industry too. Riley's rebuilds, and that's really cool. She has an all-female staff underneath her helping with these builds. There's something very unique in the trunk of in the back of this car.
Yeah. So the whole car is unique. This is the prototype 57 Nomad. This was built in 56 to go to all the auto shows to show what the 57 Nomad would look like.
So this is the prototype of a 57 Nomad.
Yes, it is.
This is automotive history in front of us.
Even more so. This is the #2 fuel injection unit out of the experimental division at GM.
Oh my gosh, this is auto history right here.
Yeah, it is.
Marcy, what's it like to have a build like this come out on the SEMA show floor for you?
First of all, I love this car to begin with. It is one of my daughter's favorite cars. We go back to the 50s just to see as many of these as we possibly can. But to have a build like this in our display, it's true to what our spirit is. And that is really the preservation, the history that comes along with these cars, and making sure future generations have the opportunity to hear those stories and see the vehicles in person.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you. We have some more cars to show. Marcy, let's roll around the front here. And tell me the backstory on this gorgeous Mercedes-Benz McLaren?
It is a McLaren. This is a full restoration. It is a beautiful showpiece, but this piece that you're seeing here today flew all the way from the UK to be with us in our booth. So this was produced by D-Class, and the builder ran into a little bit of some concerns with the owner of the car, and they just picked up the project themselves and purchased the car to finish it just to bring it to SEMA Show. So it is really special that it's here today, and we're so excited because it is another showpiece car. It is a one of one. There is no other car like this.
I love the carbon fiber. I love the color. I love the flow of the vehicle too. How many cars do you bring in from overseas?
ARMO just really started to focus on welcoming more of the import market into their booth, and so this is our second year that we've brought cars in from overseas. These came the farthest though for us. So this car was shipped in from the UK, and then we have one car that was shipped in from Japan.
And this is our last car we're going to show here before we wrap up. We have another Skyline. I'm keeping track of how many Skylines we feature. This is the third Skyline that I've been able to showcase because they are hard to find.
Yes, they are hard to find, which is why it was flown in from Japan just to be in our booth, which is absolutely amazing. And the attention to detail and how clean this car is just so true to what we're looking for when we're going to display a car here at SEMA in our booth for a restoration. Again, those builders are just so dedicated, so committed to the project that they just will not stop until everything is absolutely pristine.
This has been such a neat experience to see these incredible builds here. And I do have a question. Someone told me that you're a huge fan of Mario Andretti. Is that correct?
I am. My dad was a race car driver, and so I grew up on all the racetracks, going to as many races as I possibly could. My dad raced Formula V, so he worked pit crew for his friends when he wasn't racing. I did timing at the racetracks, and eventually when I was around 14 years old, he purchased a 67 Camaro convertible, and that was the car that we restored together.
No kidding. I love how cars have just amazing memories like that. Fathers and daughters, fathers and sons, moms and kids building cars. It builds it's a family history, a family legacy.
Absolutely. My family was one of those small SEMA member companies that did classic and antique car engine rebuilding. That was my dad's business when he stopped racing. So that's where I grew up, was rebuilding engines with my dad at our small family business. And the reason I'm working for SEMA today is because I recognized the SEMA logo in a job posting. And I asked my dad, I'm like, do you know this logo, Dad? He's like, oh yeah, that's SEMA. And I'm like, how do I know this? He's like, well, I had the member sticker on my shop door, Marcy.
Did he really?
And I was like, I can't even believe that. So when they interviewed me and told me that some of the groups I'd be working with were hot rods, restoration, and motorsports, I was overjoyed. I couldn't even believe it. So
that's a life happens for you, and I love your energy and passion for cars is contagious. And I know it's coming through, and everyone watching right now is picking up on your energy. You know, Mario Andretti is here. He is here at SEMA, and I get to interview him later on this afternoon.
Oh my God.
So if you could ask Mario Andretti one question, give it to me, and I'll ask Mario Andretti later on this afternoon. What will be that one question we don't ask him?
I want to know what it feels like to see that checkered flag in front of you, and when you cross that finish line, I would love to know, I'd love to hear him describe that feeling.
That moment, right?
Yeah, that moment.
And I think I have another minute here. How long have you been coming to SEMA then? SEMA, how many years?
I've only had the opportunity to come to SEMA 3 times, and that's as staff.
Okay.
So I did get the opportunity to go to PRI when I was a kid because my dad would go to that, but we never got to make it out to SEMA. So coming here for the first time 2 years ago, I was just starstruck.
Now, first, maybe someone's watching right now and they're coming down to SEMA, or they're in a hotel room and they're coming out to the show floor later on. Outside of your booth, what's one area that someone should check out? Coming to the SEMA show for the first time, what's one area that someone should check out?
I mean, I'm preferential towards Central Hall because you have racing and you have Hot Rod Alley, and I think that there's so many beautiful cars on display. But I also am an audiophile. I love music, and so the Kicker booth has a beautiful display in North Hall, so that would be someplace else that I would tell people to check out.
Well, Marcy, thank you so much for sharing these cars and sharing your time. What's so funny is that we could take like that GNX, the 87 Buick Grand National, and literally spend 2 hours talking about that car.
Yes.
There's so many vehicles here. We kind of, have to just spread our time on all these cars. But thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
You're so welcome. Thanks for coming and visiting.
All right. Chris, I think we're getting ready to... It's so funny, by the way, being on the SEMA show floor. They're watching us, and we're seeing everything behind the camera and builds after builds. Because if you've never been on the show floor, you walk from booth to booth to booth to booth and see build to build to build to build to build to build to build. Literally every single brand of car out here, correct?
Right, absolutely. Every single brand of car out here. You can walk for 10 miles and you're going to see something unique every mile.
I know. And you do get your steps in too. I think I did 7 miles yesterday.
Oh my gosh. It's so easy to log those miles. At the end of the week, I add them up and I post them, and people are like, Marcy, I can't even believe that you walked that many miles just to see cars. I'm like, it's totally worth it.
It is. And it's day 2, so you're just starting. All right, beautiful cars behind us. Incredible stuff. I'm going to wrap it up here and send it back to you upstairs in the broadcast booth. Chris Jacobs.
JC, thanks, man. Yeah, you definitely get your steps in here at SEMA. And by the way, we have our fingers on the pulse of SEMA because that Dutch Boys Grand National is the one that I was just telling you about last segment. It's a must-see here at SEMA between the Ring Brothers Grand National and the Grand Nationals by Dutch Boys. That's just great stuff there. Thank you for that feature. And also that Nomad, historical car right there, the Autorama Nomad. I just found out that car is going to be going across the auction block at Mecum Kissimmee in January. So that's going to be a huge event too. His history going across the auction block there. All right, well, here at SEMA, we try to have as many luminaries in studio as we can. If you pan out a little bit, you can see that we weren't able to get the real guy, but I did get his cardboard cutout, the one and only Wayne Carini. Whenever I'm at car shows and I see this cutout, I know that I'm amongst friends. So again, we couldn't get the real Wayne Carini, but we got his.
Wait a minute.
Whoa! Wait a second. We can get the real Wayne Carini. How you doing, brother?
Good. How are you?
I'm fantastic.
Good,
man.
good.
Great to see you as always.
Good to see you too.
Wayne and I ran into each other at dinner last night at Piero's, and I said, hey man, we got to get you on the studio on SEMA Live, and boom, here you are. Thanks for making time for us.
That's great to be with you.
How many SEMAs is this for you?
Well, I started coming to SEMA. I never could find the time before the television kicked in. But with Velocity Channel, they brought us all together every year here. So I think this is probably my 15th straight SEMA.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, you mentioned Velocity is the network that became Motor Trend. It's how we all met. Our shows were on Velocity. And I look back with such fond memories of that.
We used to have a lot of fun and hanging out with each other, all the different shows that were on the network. Everybody was such great friends and still are today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you and I always find each other at the same events because, we're in the industry, we're at the forefront, we're what's going on, but you are always kind of representing people, you're helping them out, they look to you as an expert. Most recently at a bunch of auctions, for instance, you helped sell the Hirohata Merc.
Right,
that
was probably one of the best experiences I've had helping somebody, especially sell a car at auction. Jim McNeil that owned that car caught me at Pebble Beach many years ago when he showed it at Pebble and it won the Merc class. And he said, would you sit in the car? And so I sat in the car and he sat in with me. He says, I just want to let you know you're in my will. I said, how's that? He says, I put it in my will that my family will contact you and would you help them sell this car when I pass? So it all came together eventually with our good friend Ken Gross helped me and we marketed the car. We wanted $1 million for the family on the car and everybody said it's not worth $1 million. There's no way, that's a $500,000 car. So we got a hold of Mecum and we brought the car there and the day before the auction, Dayne and Mecum walked in and I said, Dayne, I'm getting really nervous. Do you think it's going to hit that $1 million mark? And he shook his head no. I go, what do you mean? And as he's walking away, he held two fingers up like this and shrugged his shoulders. I said, you're so full of it. And day of the auction, it was an unbelievable experience. There were 4 phone bidders at the end and it sold for $1.95 million, over $2 million with the juice. So it was a great experience and the family was so thrilled.
Yeah.
The brother and sister, it's just a great moment. When you're able to help somebody out, and they didn't come from a very wealthy family, but that was the thing that their father saved for them so they could move on with their lives.
Yeah, and a piece of automotive history and the anticipation as that lot was getting ready to cross the auction block. I remember seeing it at the front of the staging lanes and you were with the family basically, holding them, saying, it's going to be okay, and it just turned out to be such a success story.
And those are the best moments that I've had in my life in the automotive world. When we restore cars for people, it's seeing that moment when they're recognized for having such a beautiful car, Pebble Beach winners, things like that. And but that's been probably the better part of my life, is helping people out.
Well, you've been involved in so many rare gems, from the Ferraris that you're probably most known for to the Stutz Bearcats.
Right.
And you were just telling me before we started that you actually are putting a Continental through, but not a Lincoln Continental, a much more rare Continental.
That's right. So in 1955, Porsche came out with a car and they named it a Continental, which is basically a 356. They made a coupe version and a cabriolet. We have a cabriolet. And Ford didn't like that. They were using the Continental name and threatened lawsuit. And so Porsche stopped making that car. It was basically made to come to the United States, though. They wanted to be a Continental.
Right.
They wanted it to be that.
To capture that market.
Right. And so it's a one-year-only car. They only made 500 and some cars. And so, yeah, we're going to be bringing it to Mecum, and hopefully it does very well for the family. Another family I'm helping out.
I can't wait to see it in person, because being a Porsche aficionado, I love those rare ones, like the handful of 901s that got out of the factory before Peugeot and their lawsuit with any 3-digit nomenclature with 1 in the middle, so they had to, or 0 in the middle, so they had to change it to 911 from 901. But a few 901s did get out there, so those are rare birds too.
That's right. That's right. Well, and Meekham's going to have a great event this year at Kissimmee. You know, it's the kickoff of the auction season and the car season, and it always is a great event.
Cool, man. Well, I can't wait to see you out there in Florida, and probably be seeing you before then. But thank you for joining us here on SEMA Live, Wayne Carini. And can I hang on to this, or does this need to go back to?
You can keep him.
Good.
He's an easy keeper.
Moral support. Wayne, thanks, my man.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, standing by out at the MagnaFlow booth with another very special guest and good friend of mine and the automotive industry, Rutledge Wood. Aaliyah, what do you got for us?
Thank you so much, Chris. I am here inside the MagnaFlow booth at SEMA. I am here with Rutledge Wood.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Okay, so obviously we're here at SEMA, but you've taken on quite a bit of ventures. You've been in cooking shows, you've been in sports commentary. So what makes the automotive industry special?
Well, you know, for me, I think cars have always been my kind of guiding light. So when you get to come to an event like SEMA, you know, for me, this was always on my calendar of like, one day I'm going to get there. And that very first year, I think, was 2005 for me when I was with the Speed Channel. I was out front, getting to be a part of it. And now you fast forward to today, I've been here for the past 15 years doing different things. I've got 2 different cars in the Toyota booth. I got to show those off on the show yesterday, and Chris keeps texting me that he wants both of those delivered to his house, so we'll see about that. But it just, to me, this group is such a special group of people, especially when you see the passion that really runs through companies like MagnaFlow, like Toyota. You see every year innovation is on the front of their list, so I'm sure even you see it too. Like, it is the mild, it's the wild, it's everything in between.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we're here with MagnaFlow. What is it about their products that makes you want to collaborate with them?
Well, MagnaFlow has always been the leader in the automotive exhaust world, and so it was a brand that I dreamed about owning an exhaust of theirs one day, and always seeing, you know, Andretti doing the commercials, and I thought, man, this is an incredible group. I bought my very first MagnaFlow cap back years ago, and now I've been a part of the family for, I think, a little over 10 years, and it truly is, it's a family of people that are in all these different walks of motorsports. I mean, just to our left here, we got Joey Logano, who's about to go fight for another championship in Phoenix. He's here. He's a MagnaFlow guy because he saw me having lunch here one day, and he wanted to come in and get some free food. Hi, Joey. What's up, buddy? Just talking about, he loves some free food. But, you know, MagnaFlow really is such a special group, and whether it's, you know, Camburg Racing, whether it's Vaughn Gittin Jr. using our stuff, you know, it's all this wonderful group of people that really, we love cars, we love performance, we love power, but we also are kind in the right side of the enthusiast side, which means we're not trying to rip cats off everything and be crazy people. So it is a wonderful group of people for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to talk a little bit about your car collection.
Oh boy.
I have a few questions for you.
Sure.
So, and you may have been asked this before, but do you have a favorite car in that collection?
Oh gosh. Well, probably my favorite now is the car that I just built, which is the GR Super that I built as a tribute to Richard Petty. His son Kyle is one of my best friends. So we built this insane car, and I unveiled it yesterday to the King. That one's way up there, but also my bright pink pickup truck. It's kind of hard to beat. I always love things that, I've got 3 daughters, so I try to use fun, loud colors, stuff that they like. They don't necessarily love to drive all of my stuff. I think I make them a little bit nervous, but it's fun for me. MagnaFlow has been a part of every single vehicle I have, and so I may have a couple, depending if my neighbors are watching this and they know what's hidden under those car covers or not. But I've always loved Toyotas. My Mark IV Supra is probably my #1 favorite, and Richard Wadis, who everybody knows from MagnaFlow, Richard made that exhaust custom for me off of our buddy TJ Hunt's car. TJ's car puts out almost 1,000 horsepower, and mine is probably at 300, so a little bit different setup we had to make for it, but I think that's the one. That's the car I always dreamed about. Target top, 6-speed. Every time I drive it, it makes me feel like I'm Chris Jacobs.
Okay, and this question actually might be a little tougher or a little easier for you, but if you had to get rid of one vehicle of yours, what would it be?
Oh, Leah, that's not a fair question. If I had to get rid of one, Well, right now I'm selling a Nissan Stagea 260 RS, which is essentially like a GTR wagon. It's got the R33 driveline on there, and I converted the front to look like an R34 Skyline, and I put it on Facebook Marketplace, and I forgot that the internet is undefeated, and I have gotten some real hate about that car. But I'm not a big Nissan guy. It's a way cool car. I've loved it, but that's the one that I would say I'm ready for it to move on to a new home.
Okay, great. And then what was your first car? And do you have any special memories with it?
Gosh, my first car was, you would not have been talking to me with a camera and a microphone for that one. It was a 1981 Volkswagen Rabbit pickup, diesel 4-speed. It had no options. The corner windows, they didn't even have vent windows. It was terrible. It looked like a barbecue, like it smoked so much. But I loved that thing, and I tried to work on it a lot. I went to the junkyard. The one thing that I really regretted is that I tried to dye the interior and change it from tan to black. So I used what was out back then, and every single time you got in that thing in the summer, you were immediately like, I don't think I should be in here. This dye is really smelly. So I wish I still had it, though. I've tried to find it. But, first cars really line up with who you are, and they give you a shot to feel like, well, who do I want to be? And I always dreamed of having a bunch of silly cars I could drive every single day. And somehow, with people like Magnaflow, I have achieved that dream. And now I probably have too many, if you ask my neighbors.
And you mentioned that you've been coming to SEMA for, over 15 years, right?
Yeah.
So how does being here kind of fuel your passion for the automotive industry?
I think what I love about it is that every single year there is innovation, whether it's trying a new technique in something that we've always seen for the same time, or if it's new wheels, it's new designs. You look at a car like what's behind us and you see the way, how could someone rethink a vehicle like this that we've known for so long? But Salvaggio did an amazing job with this. It's got the Elephant motor in there. So, of course, you're sticking 800 horsepower in an old Cuda. It's going to be a great time. But I think that's what I love, is that you see people rethinking things that we've known forever, but it's so unique, so custom, so different.
Yeah. And we know that you have your area in Georgia that you're working on your vehicles. That must be a dream come true for you. Are there any other personal projects that you're working on that you can tell us about besides the ones that you've already mentioned?
Oh gosh, that's always a good question. I definitely have a few cars in pieces. My friend Randy Allgood from the Kenwood Rod Shop, he and I traded this old Jeep that I got out of a junkyard, and I ended up with a 56 Ford F1 that's in pieces that I want to put that one together, but I need it to be like, I want it to have this sort of gritty but functional style, because every time I paint stuff with Sherwin-Williams, it looks amazing, but then I am nervous about where to park it, so I want something that's just a little bit beat up. But I also just got a 85 FJ60 Land Cruiser, and I'm really tempted to just go crazy with that and make it like a big overlanding truck, put a tent on the roof, go crazy. We'll see. It's always, I'm also trying to balance of like, what would my daughters like one day when they're old enough? My middle daughter Millie thinks that she should get my 72 K5 Blazer, which has 450 horsepower, and I don't feel that way, so we'll see. I think I'm always going to try to find cool stuff that my girls would like and they would want to drive one day.
Yeah, it seems like your car collection is extremely extensive. Is there a number, do you even know how many cars you have?
Yes, I just try not to say it because I don't want to be clear. I don't have, like, when some people are like, oh, I've got 12 cars and they're all like super nice. I just have like an accumulation.
Okay.
So I think, I probably have, let's say, 15 cars. Joey's worse than I am. He has a whole building to put them in, so I don't feel as bad. But I think, I'll say this, when they send me the tag receipts every year, they now send them in a manila envelope because it is more cost effective than putting stamps on the tags themselves.
That is hilarious. And then also, we're seeing so many trends here at SEMA. What is one automotive trend that you're excited to see, or what's your favorite?
Oh, that's a great question. I think what I'm seeing now, the PPF world is changing a lot. That's that paint protection film, and it's becoming more of what the wraps really started. And what I think for all of us on the end users, we're going to get cooler products that are more protective. Wheels keep innovating in these crazy ways where I see newer and different styles, which I really love too. But ultimately, I really love that I've not seen a lot of Cybertrucks here because I think they're stupid and I don't like them even a little bit. But I did see like 8 in a row yesterday, and I just think there's easier ways to let people know that you're a total jerk than buying one of those. I stand by that.
Okay, and then last question. I know you have a couple of cars here at SEMA. Name some challenges that you've faced getting those here.
Oh gosh, I mean, one of them, my drift truck took 5 years to complete, and it started with like, oh, we'll just do a few mods, let's do some suspension work, and then it was like, well, we could put a bigger engine in, so like, oh, let's put a 1JZ in there, which is awesome, except now the rear end was not happy, so we end up back halving it, and like, things take so much longer than you think. What I do notice is that if you build something that is newer and there are parts available for it, it is so much easier, Leah, than trying to build all the weird old stuff that I have. It is night and day. Building that new Supra, I called my buddy TJ Hunt and said, hey, can I get one of your Street Hunter kits? I want to make this car that looks like the King's 70 Superbird, but we're going to call it the Superbird. And he was like, yeah, call it HRE. They have wheels that fit. Like, everything worked easier if it's not the most insane custom. So the difference is 5 months to build that Supra versus 5 years to build my drift truck. And God bless Toyota for sticking behind me for all these ridiculous things. And the fact that they're both in the booth, like, that shouldn't happen. It's insane. What an amazing group. And I'm so happy to be here and represent them.
And you mentioned that you also have the opportunity to work with a couple of brands here at SEMA, Toyota and obviously MagnaFlow. Any other brands that you're here representing?
Absolutely. Odyssey Battery has been another big partner of mine. And I have a lot of others like Continental Tire, but they're not here. And so it's fun for me because these always feel like kind of a homecoming. You know, like annually you get to go out, you see people, we get to sort of celebrate the wins that everybody's had. And I think that's what so much of this industry feels like, one big team, because it's also incredibly small.
Right.
And that's what I think makes it so special, is that it feels like seeing friends every time you're here. And then the fans that show up, that's, let's be honest, without the people on the end user side, the people that are watching at home right now, we can't do this, you know, and that's what I think makes it so special, is that these are all the people that support when someone has a new show out or a new product. These are the people that watch.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. Automotive enthusiasts show out like no other. Once again, everyone, I am here with Rutledge Wood inside the MagnaFlow booth at SEMA. Back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks, Aaliyah. Loves me some Rut. Good buddy of mine, and I love seeing his continued success. The only thing I wish he would just take a couple steps to the left or the right so I can see that beautiful car behind him. Being a Mopar guy, I love those builds. Great job out there, Aaliyah. Thank you, guys. All right, back here in studio for another live interview, and this next guest goes way back with me. We're talking 20 years. They were a long-time sponsor of Overhauling, and man, did we rely on them. And joining me now is Al No, CMO, Chief Marketing Officer of Summit Racing Equipment. Al, great to have you here with me, man.
Chris, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you know, we were chatting a little bit before we came on, and I was remarking how the Summit brand is, it feels comfortable to me. It feels warm. When I see it, it gives me a good feeling, and I'm sure that a lot of people in the industry feel the same way.
Well, thank you, Chris. We appreciate that. Just like our customers, Chris, we love you as a partner. You've done an outstanding job for us over the years, and we really pride ourselves on that. We love our customers. We are here to serve them, take care of their needs, get them all the parts they need at a very affordable price. So thank you for saying that. We appreciate that.
This has got to be many, many SEMAs for you. Do you have a number? Have you lost track yet?
96 was my first SEMA.
Wow.
Yeah, so back then I worked for Mr. Gasket and was a young guy in the industry, and it was amazing. You know, I didn't work in the industry. I got a job working for Mr. Gasket, came to my first SEMA, was just starstruck, just blown away by everything I saw. I couldn't even take it all in. And the people here, you know, Linda Vaughn kind of took me under her wing, introduced me to some people. Grumpy Jenkins was one, who, it was really funny. I was the Excel product manager at the time, had an Excel catalog. I'm like, Grumpy, can you sign this catalog for me? And he looks at me and goes, I got nothing better to do, kid. And he grabs a marker and like scribbles on it, throws it back at me. And I look at Linda like I just found out there's no Santa Claus. And she looks at me and goes, well, that's why they call him Grumpy.
Exactly.
And she was so nice, and just the whole show really helped introduce me to people, get me acclimated, and all the folks at Mr. Gasket did. I was so lucky to work with great people back then. But it was awesome. My first SEMA show, I'll never forget it.
So this is probably a big, not only 1 week, but a couple weeks for you, because obviously the NHRA was just in Las Vegas. Were you out there for the races also?
No, unfortunately I did not make the race. I would have loved to have been there, but I just couldn't fit it into the schedule. But NHRA does a phenomenal job, and they're another great partner of ours as well.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, Summit Racing Equipment, just kind of permeates every aspect of the industry because obviously, as your name says, you're heavily into the racing, but you're also a supplier just for the guy in his garage fixing up his car.
Yeah, absolutely, Chris. And now we've got, and at the SEMA Show, it's a busy week. We've got a great team that's out here. We've got over 1,400 manufacturers now that we sell their products. So we have tons of meeting during the week. We've got a whole video team that's out here doing new product introductions, launch videos with our partners, obviously doing everything around the SEMA Show. We'll push content out from the SEMA Show for about the next year, because there's just so many things to take in when we're out here. And we sell such a variety of parts: truck, Jeep, restoration, hot rod parts, hardcore drag racing parts like you mentioned. We want to be there to serve all the needs our customers have, no matter what part of the hobby they're enjoying right now. So it's a good week, and we actually, covering the show and social, we've done that since 2012. So we've got a long history of having just a great content library. It's all available on summitracing.com now or after the show, and we pride ourselves on being a good partner with our manufacturers as well as SEMA.
So you've got the booth in the convention hall, you've got your rig outside, so you've got a big presence here at SEMA. What are some of the new products that you're featuring this year?
So new products for us, really, we are here more to serve the customers on behalf of the manufacturers that we represent. So the Summit trailer outside, we've got an awesome group of highly technical salespeople, can answer questions for customers. They see a product in the SEMA Show, they gotta have it. They can come out and buy it from us. It'll be on their doorstep when they get home. So we want to be here in that respect. We've also got ATEC, which is our wholesale division. They are in the central hall, another outstanding group of great salespeople. They've got relationships with car builders throughout the world. The car right downstairs, the Aston Martin, that's an awesome customer of ours. Beautiful build. Came up to me and said, I just want to let you know your folks have taken great care of me, and it was wonderful to meet him. It's so great to put faces, names together, and especially that build, that Aston's awesome.
It's
cool.
incredible. I was talking about the 1965 DB5 that we have downstairs that has been built to 007 specs. It has all of the features that the 007 car has on it: the ejector seat, the machine guns in the front, the cutters coming out of the centers of the wheels. Really cool. I'm glad that you mentioned that because you know, sometimes movie tribute cars can, you know, get kind of all the way there, but you know, there's some things lacking. This is as true, probably even more true than the actual movie car.
Yeah, they nailed it. It's incredible because I am a big James Bond fan. I love that car. I love the movies it's been in, and you see that and you're like, oh my gosh. And I walked around the car, and I'm pretty critical about things. I walked around that car. It's all perfect. It is absolutely amazing.
So what are some of the other things that have caught your eye here at SEMA this year?
So a couple other things. The Edelbrock booth had a really interesting LS supercharger. That's a new product they've introduced. So that is going to support, I believe they said 1,300 horsepower. So, you know, anymore, remember like 1,000 today is what 500 was 10, 15 years ago?
Exactly.
I mean, making 1,000 horsepower, traction control is your best friend.
Yep.
So the Edelbrock booth, that was pretty outstanding. Trying to think all the other stuff. I've got notes, Chris, but there are so many new products here that I got to get back and organize all my thoughts. I had a couple new vendor meetings so far with vendors that would like us to sell their product, and we'd like to sell their product. So we're getting some of that finalized as well. But the show's just, it's overwhelming. I mean, there's so many things here and so many incredible builds. It's just a great week to see. If you're a car enthusiast, you got to come to SEMA. You got to see it.
Yeah, if you've never been before, definitely got to come. If you couldn't have made it this year, we're glad you're joining us here on SEMA Live, and we're hoping that we're satisfying your SEMA itch through our broadcast. I was going to say, walking around with the SEMA logo on your shirt must fill you with so much pride, because it really is one of the anchor brands in the industry. I mean, I see the Summit logo, and like I said, it just gives me a warm feeling.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, I don't take that lightly. You know, it's a big responsibility. We've got a great team of people at Summit that do all the magic behind the scenes, like the car builder mentioned with the Aston. You know, great people taking care of them every single day, whether it's people in our call center, people in our warehouse, people in the accounting group, making sure our vendors are getting taken care of. Purchasing, merchandising, our whole team is there, geared with the same mission: take care of our customers, be the best partner we can with our vendors. Wearing the logo, I really love it, because I have customers that come up want to tell me about their project vehicles, and I can talk cars all day. So sometimes walking the SEMA show, it takes a little bit longer, but I really love doing that. I really, really do.
I mentioned at the top when I introduced you that you were one of the original partners and suppliers that we had on overhauling. And when your shipments would come in to the shop, of course, your catalogs would come along with it. And I always would take a catalog home with me, and it was just, you know, bedtime reading for me, you know. Getting ready for bed, and I'm thumbing through the Summit catalog and dreaming, basically, of all the latest and greatest parts and innovations and everything.
Well, that's awesome, Chris. And we still have the printed catalog. Yep. Even in today's digital age, we still have customers, and we believe it's very important to be that inspirational thing that you get in the mail. You get it, you open it up. Our catalog group does an amazing job. We've always got a center spread car that's a great story about somebody local that built it. Our October, November, December, big book we call it, just came out, and that's got a beautiful red Shelby Mustang on it. Great story behind it. Great Christmas theme. How do you go wrong with the red vehicle at Christmas time? But it's that group does an amazing job for us, and it's still a really valuable part of our marketing.
Santa's Mustang sleigh.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, being a car guy and having all these great products at your disposal, is there an amazing project car in your garage, whether in process or finished?
Yeah. So I've got a couple. I've got the car that's probably nearest and dearest to my heart is Old Red. So it's a '67 Camaro. My wife and I were blessed to find out she was going to have a baby, our first child. I had a Corvette at the time, and I'm like, I got to buy something with a back seat. I, at the time, was the Excel DFI product manager, the show Hot Rod TV back then with Chuck Hansen.
Yeah.
They wanted to do a digital fuel injection installation. One of my coworkers and I went down on the set to help them do this. I get on the set, and they have a '67 Camaro that is almost a mirror of my first car. Rally Sport Super Sport. Mine was a '68 Rally Sport Super Sport, red with white stripes. I'm like, oh, this is a car that I got to buy. It was a bunch of red tape to get through buying a show from a car from a TV show. Joe St. Lawrence, great friend. I pestered him relentlessly to sell me that car. Like, you got to sell it to me. He finally said, fine, I'll sell it to you. You got to sign $1 million release, all that. So I've had that car for, gosh, 96 till today.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so that car is always going to be part of the family. I've taken my kids to baseball, football, soccer, ice cream, car shows. I drag race it, I autocross it, do some Optimus type stuff with it. It is just a blast, and every year I do something to it.
Yeah.
It's built with 99.9% parts that you can get from Summit. It's got a 427 LS motor, blueprint engine with trick flow heads and camshaft, Tremec 5-speed, vintage air, Bluetooth radio, cruise control. Just put Recaro heated seats in it last winter because I'm getting old and soft, and I got to have heated seats, you know. But that car's a staple. It's never going to go anywhere. I've got a '67 Corvette that actually my brother, the one who got me into hot rodding, he let me drive it to my senior prom. I just bought that car about 1.5 years ago. Blueprint engine in it, again, trick flow heads. Just made a really fun driver out of it. Vintage air, Bluetooth radio, kind of like the '67 Camaro, but the Camaro is really a pro touring, and this one's a lot more rest-a-mod.
Yeah.
Looks like a stock '67 Vet, makes 500 horsepower. It's a blast.
Love it.
I've got a '66 Corvette that I call Krusty. That one's in the stage of building it. It is just a neat, crusty old car. It's all patina. The paint looks terrible. You can bomb that car around. You get a rock chip in it. It just adds to the character. So it's fun. And then the last one is a 2020 Corvette. So I bought a C8. I've always road raced and autocross stuff. Had a C5 Z06 before it. A good friend of mine at Chevrolet was like, you got to try a C8. Trust me, it's a great car. And he was right. It is such a fun car. I've taken my wife to dinner, road trips to the Carolinas in it and stuff to meet up with friends. It is an awesome car to go do autocross, track days, drive it there, do your thing, drive it home. Want to go to dinner in it, want to go road trip to the Carolinas, whatever you want to do, you can road trip it. It's an awesome car.
That's pretty cool. So you're into the first and the last. You've got the first year ever of the Camaro.
Yeah.
Underappreciated in my opinion. Everyone's into the 69s and 68s.
Yeah.
67 is a phenomenal year. You've got the last year of the C2, 67, and you've got the first year of the C8.
Yeah. It's funny, Chris. I never thought about that, but you're right. Cool. I'm kind of a first or last year car guy kind of thing, you know?
Well done, man. Al No, Chief Marketing Officer, Summit Racing Equipment. Thank you for joining me here in studio.
Thank you, Chris.
Appreciate you,
one last thing I want to
Yes.
mention. We got to sign you up as a great customer. Summit has a rewards program now. We wanted to do this to thank our customers for being loyal customers. You earn points on every purchase that you redeem for Summit Bucks, which spend just like gift cards on future purchases.
Love it.
So I just want to mention that. The team's been working super hard on that recently. Then we've also got extended service plans for products that you buy from us. So there's a manufacturer warranty that'll cover any problem. This extended service plan that we offer allows you to buy a product, and no matter what happens to it, if you have a problem, you get the product replaced. It's a really, you get the value of the product replaced. It is a great program. I just want to mention both of those, Chris.
Absolutely.
And I want to thank you for everything.
Oh, man.
Thank you for your time today.
It's my pleasure,
It's always
man.
great seeing you.
I'm sure you've heard of Summit Racing. If you haven't, where have you been? Get out from underneath that rock and check them out. Summit Racing Equipment. Al, no, thank you once again.
Thank you.
All right, let's kick it over to JC Fernandez, who I believe is standing by. Yep, look at that thing. Wow. What do you got there, JC? You look very comfortable in front of that.
Thank you, Chris. And here we are on the SEMA Show floor at the Kia booth, and we're seeing something for the very first time behind me. And the man to explain it all to us is James. He's the PR guy with Kia. Thanks for having us.
It's a pleasure. I mean, anytime you get to debut, something that nobody in the world has seen before, that's where the juice is. That's what's fun.
And I like the fact that we're sitting down too, because during SEMA, you walk a lot.
Your dogs bark, don't they? Yes, they do.
So tell our audience watching right now live, what's SEMA week like for you? Kind of pull the curtain back. What's it like for you?
Well, I try to get some rest beforehand because it's a lot of walking, comfortable shoes, obviously. But no, it's really energizing for us on the car company side of things because, we're dealing with, dealers and marketing campaigns and new designs of vehicles. But you come here and you feel the energy, the fuel of this industry, the passion and the enthusiasm. And so it's really, well, to use an electric vehicle term, it's a good recharge for us.
It really is, and I'm watching people walk by this booth as we're getting ready to go on. Everyone stops, and someone's like, what is that? What's it? Tapping their friends. What is that? What is that? What is that?
I've heard so many times here, and that's why we love coming to SEMA. I've heard so many times like, damn, that's a Kia. And that's one of the things. We're still evolving our brand, changing from what we once were. And we think we're 99% there, but SEMA helps us push that last percent.
Well, the brand is changing, and I see the Tellurides and so many amazing vehicles that you guys have out there on the road. But this behind me, it's not on the road yet. It's going to be out on the road. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the vehicle behind you?
Yeah, so this is called the PV5 officially, and this is a part of a line of vehicles that we introduced here in Las Vegas at CES earlier this year. Okay. And they're basically all electric vans and delivery machines for use by flower shops and delivery companies and stuff like that. But what we want to do for SEMA, again, because this is the passionate crowd, is let's say somebody got one of these and wanted to turn it into something that they could use for like their personal overlanding fun. And being all electric, you could do that sustainably. So we took one of these PV5s and, well, I think turned it into SEMA Gold.
It really is gold. Everyone watching is probably saying, let's see it. So let's get up. Get up here.
Why are we doing that?
So nice to sit down. Step over the ropes, and we want the ropes up because this is a very expensive piece of equipment here.
Yeah, just go on record, folks. He wanted to climb inside, and I had to tell him no, unfortunately. I'm not even allowed in there. Don't worry. But so we come around the front here. You can see that not only is this built on the vehicle that will be on sale soon, but we've done a lot of things to make it off-road. In fact, we have a whole Kia specially designed suspension. So while this machine won't go more than maybe 10 or 15 miles per hour as it sits now, because it's a concept, it's built to be real. Nothing about what Kia does is fake. The winch there on the front is real. The solar panels up on top are real. They're not for sale yet, but we like to do concepts that we could, if there's a lot of customer interest in it, we could light it up.
Well, something you mentioned too, because people ask what happens when we run out of energy and you can't plug in. We're outdoors. Solar panel and something neat about the wheels too.
This is super cool. Cameraman, you got to check this out. These are called what we call turbo hydro wheels. So essentially that citrus color panel you see in the side there is a fan. So as you're driving, wind is obviously coming by the car. Those things will capture energy, spin on their own, create electricity. Then let's say you get to your destination, you're up on a plateau or a hilltop, there's a breeze going by, we'll spin those fans, create electricity. And as mentioned, solar panel on top. So the idea of using an EV, not dripping oil out in nature, not worrying about fuel, being sustainable and clean, but then also not being worried about where am I going to charge when I'm surrounded by trees and no charging stations. We're trying to answer all those questions.
And you guys really are. Let's walk around the other side too. Really neat, I mean, front view of this.
Yeah.
How many, what is it, set up for passengers? How many people could we sit inside this?
Well, it's highly configurable. Right now we've got it set up for, well, 2 officially. We've got the driver's seat just behind the door here, and then we've got what's called our lounge set up on the side for the passenger. But then around the side here, you'll see what we call our gear head. That's going to allow you to get into the vehicle, to be able to keep all your supplies easily to grab. And then inside again, you'll see there are some reconfigurable chairs. So you could take probably 3 or 4 of your friends along with you.
It is an incredible setup. Looking on the inside here, it's kind of like a little dining room table, coffee table when you're out camping. The fold-down seats to give you more space in the back.
I gotta tell you about that floor.
Yeah.
That's made of recycled Nike tennis shoes. We actually bought that stuff from Nike. It's obviously water resistant, and it also gives your gear a nice, comfortable place. So when you're driving over bumpy roads, it protects it.
Talk about innovation. Oh my gosh.
This is Kia, baby. We like to move it along and be exciting.
All right, you guys do. And let's move along to this other vehicle that's back here behind us, because this is something that people can buy now.
So this is the EV9. This has been on sale in the U.S. now for about a year. Been a huge success for us. But what we decided, sir, here we go. Yeah, I'm blocking my car. What we wanted to do was show for the the SEMA enthusiast crowd, if we wanted to raise the suspension a little bit, put some nice shoes on it, and give it that overlanding look. But so in theory, I could buy this and I could make these modifications today. The other one we saw, it's a glimpse into the future. Yeah. But you can see that both of them are really ready to allow you to do sustainable, interesting things in off-road adventure space, all electric. That's the key.
And the future, looking at that vehicle, is very bright for Kia.
Yes.
And I love what you guys did with this here. So you said these are beefier tires. Is there a lift on this EV9?
Yeah, it's about a 3-inch lift altogether. Of course, because it's all electric. It's all just flat underneath, so there's no reason to worry about skid plates or anything like that. There's nothing to tear up. So yeah, and then we put this new luggage rack on the top. We've partnered with these companies for having these different components available, and so yeah, it's something we think that is just because again the EV9 has already been a good success. We wanted to show this off, so maybe people who own an EV9 or considering one will come in and go, and that's what I'm going to do to mine. That's the point.
And the color is the regular color you get from Kia, or is this custom color?
This is a custom color, but I shouldn't say this, but it'll probably be available soon. But everywhere that you see that citrus color, those are all points that are like ready to go to work. So those are obviously hook points if you need to, help pull a gasoline-powered truck out of harm's way.
I got what you just said.
You see where I'm going with that? Thank you. Yeah, I'm always on point. And then and a lot of lights. We just wanted to be noticeable, but also really usable and feasible.
And very usable, very feasible. I love the light combo and how the lights flow up top with the lights on the roof of the vehicle.
Yep.
Matches the color down bottom there as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things, this whole show is really a Kia designer show. Working with our design team, they developed these machines. They wanted us to bring them to SEMA, so that's why, look, I'm not smart enough to do all this. They did it. We got good guys.
You got great people working for you.
Guys,
and I love the crowd of people that have gathered behind you. Everyone saying, what is that? Yeah, what is that? What is that? Well, James, thank you so much for sharing your time here with Kia. And incredible builds, and we've seen the future of Kia, and it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Chris, I'm going to send it back up to you in the studio up there.
Thanks a lot, JC. Great stuff. Man, Kia is building some cool stuff these days. My next guest and I were just remarking how awesome that truck is. Good to see. Thank you, JC, for that. Okay, next guest live in studio. I mean, we go way back, as far back as I go in the automotive industry, 21 years to the invent of overhauling, and I am talking about one of the original A-Team members, Brian Fuller Moto. What's up, my brother?
OG A-Team, baby.
Good to see you, man.
A-Team.
So let me just tell you how I first met Brian. I showed up at Budnick in Orange County, Huntington Beach, and Courtney and I came in, and in the back room were Brian, Chip Foose, Alan Budnick, Jim from Mothers, Mitch Lanzini, all the original crew. And you guys, being actual builders and real car people, were probably looking at Courtney and I like, who are these yahoos?
No, we weren't. No, of course not. We were definitely not.
And here we are 21 years later, sitting up here at SEMA. No worse for the wear. Dude, it's great to see you, man.
You too. Thanks for having me.
You're killing it, bro. I mean, Fuller Moto. Let me just tell you how much Brian is killing it. Last year, I think it was last summer. There is a automotive museum in Georgia, outside of Atlanta, called Savoy, and Brian's collection was featured. And you really don't appreciate the craftsmanship and the output of a particular shop until you see a bunch of their products together, both motorcycles and cars. The stuff that's coming out of Fuller Moto, man, it's top notch. That must have been such a proud moment for you to have a display at Savoy Museum.
It was, and it was like right at 20 years. So
yeah,
you know, you look at your career and it kind of shows you, you know, what's important. It kind of gives you that retrospective of, you know, looking back and how it happened, and, you know, Wyotech where I started, SoCal Speed Shop where I apprenticed, and then I ended up at Foose Design, and, you know, I met you and we did rides, and all of a sudden this whole TV world popped out, and when I met you guys, I had no aspirations of TV. It was the craziest thing, you know, but I remember when we met that time, we were doing overhauling, I was like, dude, these guys got the job. I'm like, they come in, they make some fun, you know, they have a good time, talk about the car.
Don't have to do any of the real work.
Yeah. You go do the reveal, talk to people, have the prank, you know, I'm like, I want to go do the prank. I want to go have fun. But, you know, I'm slaving trying to finish a car in a week.
Well, and you were when we first started overhauling, you guys were coming off of Riddler builds, where you're building these priceless works of art.
6-year builds.
Yeah, literally 6-year builds.
And then Buddy goes, yeah, we're going to do this in 6 days. And I was like,
right.
Yeah, that's going to work. This is a bomb. This is not going to happen.
But
this will be 4 months.
But you know, we managed to actually do it, and that's the question that we get most about overhauling is that did you guys actually do it in a week? And you know, with the hard work of Brian and the rest of the A-team, we actually were able to get it done. You were part of one of the greatest moments on overhauling as far as pranks go and almost getting caught. We were doing a C2 Corvette, and the prank was that this woman's garage had been broken into, and we cleared out everything in the garage.
Killed a box truck.
Connie.
Yep.
And her, I want to say it was a 60, was it a 63? Was it a split window?
Yeah, I got Sam Foose.
Or was it a convertible?
I think it was convertible.
Yeah, so it might have been, I don't remember it being a split window, so it must have been a convertible.
Yeah.
Anyway, Brian and I, our prank was that we were playing investigators, investigating who could have done this to her garage. And she didn't believe that we were legit, so she actually called the Fullerton Police Department. And I remember you and I went out there to the cops, and I was able to convince them in like 30 seconds of what we were doing, because this is before the show aired, so the show wasn't known.
Right.
Thank you to the Fullerton Police Department for helping us out and vouching for us, because we were able to continue on. But I just remember you in that white like biohazard suit.
Sure, I was the scientist, so I was like,
exactly.
I've been a
Doesn't
scientist.
He look like a scientist?
Yeah.
Well,
I did have a science degree. But, you know,
yeah,
didn't really
that's
use
true.
it much.
You kind of were a
little bit
legit
of science here
scientist.
and there.
So what's going on at the shop in Atlanta? First of all, you moved from California to Atlanta.
Yep, 20 years in Atlanta. Beautiful wife, Paige, son, 14-year-old boy, and in the shop we're I feel like we're that shop where, you know, if you're like, hey, I don't really know where to get a hearse built, you know, I call Fuller, he'll figure it out. You know, I don't know how to, you know, where to get a full Tesla conversion done on a Cougar, call Fuller, he'll figure it out. So we kind of end up almost like if you don't want to try it, if it sounds like too much to do, nobody else will try. We're probably, you know, adventurous enough to give it a run.
And in addition to all that, the last couple of years too, you've been the host shop for Ride of Your Life.
Yep. Well, not in our shop, but I was the designer, so I got to. It was really, you know, scary. Like Chip can intimidate professional heads of design studios with the way he sketches. Like most people don't sketch that way, upside down, left, right. There's a lot more digital media that's going on when it comes to design these days. So I was really scared to jump into this designer role after working with Chip for so long. But it worked out, you know, like I do it on my iPad. It's It's kind of ugly, but it gets the point across. But it was really great to design 10 cars over 9 months for deserving folks. And I think they just started airing a couple of weeks ago, Motor Trend, Tuesdays, 10 o'clock. So I think the episodes are
So
going
you guys
great.
didn't build in your shop in Atlanta? I thought
No.
that you did. Okay.
No, I got to keep the doors open. That's a charity where we give cars to deserving people. I have to actually, put bread on the table.
So what do you got going at Fuller Moto right now? What's the project that you're in the middle of?
So the big one is really cool. We've got coming up in February. We're doing an advanced sheet metal technology workshop. It's going to be 1 week from February 14th to the 22nd. We're going to have a big party. And we got an old Hot Wheels design of this 19-foot long kind of Art Deco, Fagoni Falashi, Art Deco car. And we're going to have these CNC-shaped panels that we're going to put them on, scribe, fit, bead roll, weld. We're going to try to build a body in a week.
Oh, wow. Harkening back to the overhauling days.
And the team, this is what's so fun, and this was the idea. It was like, it's nice to teach new people, like, hey, let's make a sheet metal ball. But, I got a 30-year career. And, you asked, like, what Savoy did. It made me realize that I want to spend the last 20 years of my career, if I can manage to stay together, doing some stuff that really is pushing my limit and taking myself to the next place.
Yeah.
And so I got Foose and Jesse Greening and Bird and Bumpus, Will from Can Dig It, and I got a couple bike builder buddies, and man, we got a pile of solid dudes. So we're gonna have 15, 20 of us just banging for a week, kind of overhauling style.
Nice.
And then we're gonna have a party on Saturday night. So I hope you can make it in,
Awesome,
February
man.
22nd.
Invite me. I will be there if I can. Brian Fuller Moto. If you don't follow him on Instagram, you absolutely should be, because he puts out some amazing content, both of his creations and also how he creates those creations. Brian Fuller,
Thanks,
my friend.
buddy. Great to see you.
Great to see you.
Have
Thanks
fun.
for joining me in the live studio here. All right, we're going to kick it out to Aaliyah, who's got something for us out there. Aaliyah, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chris. I am here at the EMPI booth with Robert Keller. He is the president of EMPI, and we're here. He just actually unveiled at 11 a.m. this beautiful vehicle behind us that showcases some of their parts. Can you just tell us a little bit about this vehicle?
Yeah, this is a 1976 Porsche 914, and EMPI has a legacy of being in the Porsche space. We're known as a Volkswagen company, but our Porsche roots go back to the 1970s as a company, and this car has a Volkswagen-based engine, and it's a Type 4, which is a market we're growing into, so it was the perfect segue between Volkswagen and Porsche.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about this beautiful interior.
Yeah, this is a wonderful one-off interior done by a company of sponsors. We have a whole list of sponsors. This is done by SoFine Interiors in Colorado. And then we have Spirit of Le Mans Tartan that is made in Scotland, and we're a distributor for that. And this was a one-off for the EMPI show. We even had the headrest embossed and everything. So it's kind of a little over the top, but we love it. So.
No, we love over the top here. If there's any place to do it, it's SEMA.
Absolutely.
And the Porsche 914 is considered an entry-level Porsche. So what were you hoping to do with this model and the fans?
Well, you bring up a great point. The air-cooled Porsches have become very expensive, and you can still buy one of the four-cylinder cars pretty reasonable, and they're simple to work on, very well built, and it is a Porsche. Handles wonderful, and they're becoming very collectible now, and it's a real enthusiast market. So we're tapping into that, and again, the Volkswagen part of it is the engine, so it ties together with a new product line we have for the Type 4 engines.
Yeah, and you actually have a dune buggy and a Beetle here on the show floor. We'll take a look at them later if we can. But how do those vehicles come into the EMPI market?
Well, the dune buggy started out as literally a Volkswagen Pan. You can take the body off of one, and back in the 60s, and they cut it, shortened it, and made a fiberglass body, and it became a cult. And now they're coming back. And the company that we work with that built this dune buggy, he was actually an EMPI employee, amazing man, JK Buggies, and John built this car, and it's absolutely spectacular. So again, it's part Volkswagen and then something else. So Volkswagen is one of the most adaptable, simple but reliable cars ever built, and they're really fun, and there's a lot of them out there, so it's a great enthusiast car.
Yeah. And EMPI is known for building high-quality aftermarket products at a really affordable price. Let's go ahead and take a look at these right over here. Let's wait for our cameraman to come. Alrighty, so can you tell us about this product right over here?
Well, we just came out with a complete line of camshafts that MP produces themselves, and we wanted to display how it works in an engine.
Yeah.
And we did this cutaway so people can see where it lives in the engine, how it works, because a lot of people don't understand what it is, and that's what creates the power in an engine is the camshaft, essentially. So this is a complete new product line for us, always in stock. Very affordable, but very high quality for what it is, and that kind of ticks all the boxes for the Volkswagen people.
What do you think is the most exciting product you have here showcased on the SEMA floor?
Well, I think what's interesting is we have multiple new products, and Volkswagen has been around literally since World War II, and there's not a lot of new, so we're creating new things. We work with CSF coolers to build a very high performance oil cooler. These cars they say air cooled, but they're really cooled by the oil. And this is an American company that we work with locally, and we're doing these collaborations with some folks. Chip Foose, famous car designer, we have a product line of his that's coming out. He's a Volkswagen fan. So we're trying to tap into other companies and make collaborations to bring out new products in this space.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems that your company is extremely innovative. Do you have any plans for the future? Any products that you want to mention?
Well, the engines is a big thing for us. MP or Volkswagen is one of those rare instances where you can buy a completely brand new engine. In the European space, that's pretty rare. American muscle car guys are so lucky because you can get new engines, but there is no manufacturer making them. So we are now producing brand new engines, have them in stock, and so a customer can buy a project car and get an engine shipped to them, and it's on the road in a couple days.
Yeah. And you guys have, I believe, how many? 5 vehicles showcased on the floor?
We have 4 here, excuse me, and that race car over there is actually a very rare car. It's the last original inch pincher, which we found last year and purchased it in Europe and brought it here, and that's the first time that car has been in the United States, as far as we know, since the 1970s. It was actually drag raced in California in the 1970s, and now it's back at SEMA for the first time ever.
Wow, okay, yeah, we definitely have to go and check it out. This one right over here, right? Yeah. Our fans have been saying they want to see more cars. They want to see more cars. So let's go ahead and showcase this beauty.
So this is a Volkswagen Bug on steroids. It only goes a quarter mile. It's one of the fastest bugs ever. And it doesn't even have a fan. It just goes down the track, and it's extremely quick. And as I said, this is the last original inch pincher that was built by the founder of the company. Wow. This car is entirely fiberglass and weighs literally nothing, and it's extremely quick. It'll beat most big V8 muscle cars, no problem. And it drove people crazy because it has such good traction because the engine's in the back, and it was known as the giant killer. That's what they did.
And out of all the vehicles that you have here, which one has been the most of a challenge to get to SEMA?
Definitely the 914. When we bought the 914, it was in boxes. We got a body shell, and it was in boxes, and we had to find every piece of the car and put it together and build that wonderful car, and it runs and drives as well as it looks. Yeah. And to get all that done, we were working on it literally till the last day. So.
Oh, wow, okay. And I'm sure this isn't your first SEMA. How many years have you been here at SEMA?
I have been coming personally to SEMA for over 20 years. Wow. And MP is one of the original exhibitors at SEMA that go back to the first SEMA show. So we are one of the few companies that still is coming here nonstop since the SEMA show started back in the 1960s.
Oh, wow. And what has that done for the evolution of your brand?
The brand is so well known. I mean, we're kind of the Coca-Cola of the Volkswagen world, and everybody knows it, and I think it's very important for us to be here. We are trying to get a new generation of people to get involved in these cars. Young people, they need to understand that there's passion here, and the older folks are teaching that, and that's why we're here to show people, go buy one of these cars. You can drive it stock, you can modify it, you can turn it into a race car, whatever you want to do with it.
Yeah, and I can definitely tell that you're passionate and enthusiastic about the automotive industry. What was your first vehicle?
1977 Ford Granada. So nothing to talk about, but shortly after that I got into the car business and I became a passionate person. I started buying and building cars, and I've been doing that ever since. So
wow, incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and check out this vehicle over here. Seems like a lot of people have some eyes on it.
I mean, this car is absolutely spectacular. As I said, it's built by JK Buggies. John used to work for MP, fantastic guy. He started his own company a few years ago, and this is an original Myers-Manx body, and John just did the restoration on this for a customer. We're lucky to have it. MP does not own it. It was brought here by a customer. This is driven not every day, but in Southern California you can drive it quite often, and they drive it all the time, and it's just spectacular. So.
Yeah, what vehicle here do you think has generated the most traction?
I think all of them, they're different.
Yeah.
They all have the same DNA. It's Volkswagen based.
Yeah.
But they all tell a different story. The bus is utilitarian. The Porsche is a sports car. This is one of the most fun cars. And then you have a drag racing car that can beat almost anything out there. And they're all based on the same DNA, which is the Volkswagen. Yeah.
And I'm sure you had plenty of vehicles to choose from. How did you select the vehicles that are on the SEMA show floor here today?
Well, we tried to tell a story of the history. We wanted color. Back in the 70s, it was a big thing. As I said, the Porsche is really great because it ties Porsche to Volkswagen. The bus is an iconic, and that displays our engines. And then this is a fun, not everyday car. And then we have an iconic race car. So it just tells the story of the passion and the history of Volkswagen.
Yeah, and I know, being the president, you're probably here manning the Ford here at your display, but have you gotten the opportunity to walk SEMA and check out any other vendors?
I was at Apex yesterday, and I walked a little bit of SEMA today, and it's spectacular. As always, SEMA did a fantastic job. The cars outside are over the top. What's going on in here? Look at the crowd. It's just incredible. It shows you that this passion business is just stronger than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think the automotive industry, we have fans that are unmatched. How important is it for you, or how important do you think it is to maintain an automotive community?
It's extremely important. As I was saying, we have to show young people that they can get into a hobby that's more tactile, and especially in the computer world now, these are real. You can go out and work on these, whether it's a muscle car or what have you, and we're trying to groom that next generation of enthusiasts. That's what we're doing.
Awesome. Once again, everyone, this is Robert Keller at MP Products in SEMA. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, Aaliyah, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Okay, I'm having a little trouble concentrating right now because I am in the presence of greatness. There's few people in the world who are just known by their nickname. So if I say to you, the King, who immediately comes to your mind? It's got to be this guy joining me in studio right now, Richard Petty, the King. How you doing, my man?
Doing great, man. Glad to be here again.
You look fantastic. You don't seem to age. What is your secret?
I told you that. I'm like Satchel Paige. Don't look back. We're liable to be gaining, so I just keep trucking along,
I love it, man.
Big deal is, been in racing for 75 years. Our Petty family has, and we're celebrating that this year. And the deal is that when people ask you what you do, I just still going around in circles. Okay? Nobody's got me going the other way. As long as I go around in circles, I'm gonna be okay.
Yeah, centrifugal force is your friend.
Yeah.
Now, I asked you this before we came on, and it's got to be a number that you can't remember. How many times have you been to SEMA? It's so many, right?
I think the first time we came out here, they had it in one little place, okay, and we've been coming ever since. We probably missed a couple, 3 years, but every time we come, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And used to I kind of knew my way around. Right now, I have to get the map out. Okay,
right.
Where's this? Where's that? How to get there? And they keep changing the streets on me.
Yeah.
I used to go this way. That's the dead end street now, or whatever. So it's so confusing. You got to come and just wander around the day just to find out where you're at. But this thing could go on for a week and you still couldn't see everything here.
Absolutely. No, you're totally right. Even if you walked around without stopping, you wouldn't even be able to see anything.
Yeah, you couldn't get enough steps in.
Yeah.
Just to go to each hall and look, just glance at each deal they got going out. And, every time I come, it just fascinates me that regular people are still thinking. They come up with a new deal, new paint scheme, new way of working this deal, a new machinery to do this. I mean, it's progress. This is the future of progress, I guess. If people come here that show their stuff, people accept it, then next year it's just a regular deal.
Yeah.
They can show so many new things here that they've been working on for a year or two or 10 years or whatever. And you get the general public looking at it, and then they, oh, this is going to work and that's not going to work. So you go back home and get ready for next year.
Yeah, it's the ultimate in innovation and feedback to those innovations. You know, this is the ultimate audience to debut new technology.
We got Petty's Garage, so you know, we modify cars and race cars and take old cars and make new cars out of them, and old cars and keep them old. You know, anything you want done, they can do at Petty's Garage. But we come here and we see how people do things, and we see new products that we could incorporate into our garage, and you know, make our business a little bit bigger, a little bit better also. And then that way, when somebody called and said, "Have you got this or you got that?" Hey man, come on down. We're ready for you. Bring your equipment down here, and we'll shine it up for you.
Yeah, and that's great that you do that also, because that's really what everybody is here to do, is to innovate and move the industry forward overall, and learning from each other.
Right. That's what they do. You know, I got an idea and you got an idea, and we think it works, but then we see some guy in the middle that's done figured it out.
Yeah.
Okay. And then and the deal here is people bring in new ideas, but then the rest of the people take them home and improve them from that standpoint. So that's what makes it so great.
You know, it's so wonderful to have you join us here on SEMA Live. Richard, you really are a living legend, and I've been fortunate.
Here a long time, yeah.
I've been fortunate to visit your museum in Level Cross, and we were talking a little bit about that before too. And your house that you were born in is still there.
Yeah, everything is there. 75 years ago, my dad started racing in one little shop up there, and we still got the original floor, walls, and an old car sitting in there just like it was in 1949, 1950. And then you see all the other buildings around where they've improved the deal. And then, like you say, right beside of it is a house that I was born in, and 87 and a half years ago, you know. And so, like I told you, racing's given me the opportunity to go all over the world, see a lot of things, a lot of people, from like a homing pitching. You know, when I get tired of being out away from home, you go back home and sit down and say, okay, you're not such a great guy. You just, you know, just one of the guys that grew up in this community. And that's what's good about going home. When I go to church or go to a football game or baseball game, you know, hey, Richard, you know, they don't talk about racing, they don't talk about nothing. You're just a neighbor. And that puts you back on the ground where you need to be anyway.
Humbling. Yeah, that's cool.
Makes you appreciate the opportunities that the fans have given me a chance, me and my family, to be able to expand and get out of Randolph County, North Carolina. And you know, you go see all that stuff, but there's, no matter what you do and where you go, you know, they say you can't go home. I can't. I'm one of the few people maybe that's been out in the limelight and still can go home and just be a regular neighbor. And I love that part of it.
You know exactly where to go.
Yeah, right.
That's fantastic. We mentioned your dad starting, and you picked it up, and your family has furthered it. The next generation is coming up. How does that feel to you to be not just who you are, but the Petty family legacy?
You know, it's been great. That's the reason we're celebrating our 75th year. You know, my dad came along. He did his deal. I came along. I've done my deal a little while. My son came along, and then I had a grandson coming along, and he was just starting his career, and he lost his life in a racing accident. And before that, my son Kyle and him, Kyle's big on this motorcycle ride across America. We've been doing it for 30 years, I think. And so anyhow, they went to a place called Boggy Creek, which was a camp for chronically and seriously ill kids. And Adam was 19 years old, and he said, why can't we have something like that in North Carolina? And he came back, and he was looking for some land, doing some stuff, and then we lost him. And once we did that, then the family sat down and said, we can do something that he wants done. So we got a legacy that Adam started. Okay, And so, we've been open at Victory Junction Camp for 20 years, celebrating our 20th year. And with that and some outreach and stuff, we've been able to operate with 40,000 people. And these kids are chronically and seriously ill. They can't go to a YMC camp or a church camp. So everything has to be spatial. And, we've got a hospital there, dynamics, we've got everything to take care of it. So it's just great. They come for a week, and a lot of these kids have never been out of the hospital, or their mom and dad won't let them go do stuff. They come there and they see another 125 kids that's got the same affliction they have. So all of a sudden they say, oh, okay. And then they do things that their parents has told them they can't do. And they do them. And when they get back home, they say, I've done that. I want to do something else. So it brings them out of a shell, and, they join the real world. And so it's just a great place and a great deal that, we kind of helped get it started, okay. But it takes millions of people to donate monies and all that, because the kids come for nothing. I mean, the kid from California can come there, and his parents don't have to pay nothing. We ship them in and take care of them, pick them up, take them back, And when we first started, the hardest thing we had was letting the parents turn loose the kids, because they've never been out of their sight.
Yeah.
But now that we've established ourselves and stuff, it just keeps growing and growing, and it's just a great deal from the petty standpoint that we had something to do with it. So when I look at my whole career and my dad's career and the 75 years of racing and stuff, eventually some of that stuff will go away. But hopefully we look back and say, okay, the petty family helped start this thing, and it'll go on and on and on for years. So, I guess that's our destiny. Good Lord put us here for some reason, and maybe that's one of the reasons he did.
Well, it's so noble and such a wonderful charity, and you're right to give those kids some hope and some positivity, make such a difference in their lives. It really
changes them completely.
Uplifts them.
And the big deal is they get there, and then they get a buddy and stuff, and when they go home, they still talk to him on the phone, or computer-wise and stuff. So again, it just opens up a whole new world for them. And the biggest problem we have with them is getting rid of them once they get there. They're doing things they've never done. Hey man, I don't want to go. Can I stay another week?
Yeah.
So and a lot of times they come in, and there'll be 2 or 3 kids, and mother and daddy will bring them in, and the 2 kids is okay. One of them's got a little problem. The 2 kids get jealous because they can't stay and see what's going on at the camp. That's good.
Continued success with that, because it's such a wonderful organization that you guys have created there. It's truly amazing. I've been to the ranch before. I played in the charity golf tournament with Kyle.
Okay.
And, so I've experienced a little bit of that.
Yeah.
It's a really, really cool facility.
Great. Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your career, Richard. And you raced in the time where it was true stock car racing. Did you ever think that NASCAR would get to where it is today? How sophisticated it's become?
Well, it's sort of like our racing is sort of like coming to SEMA. When we first came out here, things were pretty simple. You didn't have all the computers. You didn't have all this stuff. And racing started, and it was just strictly stock. In fact, the first 2 or 3 races that my dad ran, we drove the car to the racetrack.
Yeah, right.
And then over a period of time, by the time I got there, they was using stock cars and just modifying them a little bit. And they kept modifying them and modifying them and modifying them. The last couple of years, I guess they modified them so much that NASCAR said, we're just going to start all over again.
Yeah.
So they came out with another version of the race car. And so what has happened in all that stuff is that you've had big companies and big people come in. They used to be, back when we was doing our thing, you had Holman and Moody, you had Bud Moore, Junior Johnson, the Woods Boys, Petty Enterprises. They kind of dominated stuff. But each one of them had a garage in their backyard.
Yeah.
Okay. No technology or nothing. It's just sit down and, you know, draw out. Let's try this. Let's try that. If it worked, you used it again. If it didn't, try something else. But now we go to a race shop and stuff, and you got half as many people working on with computers trying to figure out how to move this or move that to make it a little bit better.
Yeah, millimeters are making a difference.
It's down to thousands now. Used to, if we was in a half inch and meeting the rules, hey, that's good.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
right. The kind of stuff you used to do at what's now the Petty Museum.
Right, exactly right. And that's what's good about the museum. It shows the progression of where we started and how things progressed over the years. And like I say, it's so technical now that a lot of times I look at racing. When I first started, and for years and years and years, I looked at racing as a sport, okay? And now I look at it and the way they're doing things, the way NASCAR rules are, the way the sponsors and stuff do, it's showtime, okay? So we show up and put on a show. I guess we always did, but I looked at it, we was racers, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, when you get all through all that and you go through the whole 75 years of all this stuff, and then you look back and say, what have we as a Petty family really contributed to the world? I mean, you know, we didn't invent nothing, you know, we didn't build a building, we didn't do any of that stuff. We just went around in circles. And, you know, but it was entertainment. So it took people's mind off of their troubles. They could come to a race, they could enjoy the race, fight a little bit if their man didn't win, you know, from that. But so I guess overall it takes a mixture. It can't just be one way.
Yeah. I've been around a lot of cars that are tributes to some of your old race cars, the Superbirds in particular, that are so well done and so detailed. It's like down to the electrical tape that you used to put around the steering wheel. When you look at some of these cars, does it amaze you how accurate they are?
You know, I look back at these cars, and they had 4 tires, had an engine, steering wheel, and a driver. Okay. And now you look at these cars that all this technology, they got wires running everywhere, they got air conditioning seats, they got radio communications. They got these cars so much now that the pit crew could sit on the box in pit road, and they know when you're on the accelerator, they know when you're on the brake, they know how much you're turning the wheel. You know, we didn't have all that stuff.
No.
You know what I mean? But we got the job done. And I go back and I look at and think about the whole deal. And when they ask my son how things have changed, and Kyle will tell him, he said, the only thing about racing today and used to is they throw the green flag when it starts, throw the checker when it's over. Everything else is different.
That's the only consistent. Do you like the direction that NASCAR is headed?
Well, basically, some of it yes and some of it no, but in the scheme of the world, technology and stuff is taken over. For us to get new fans and stuff, we have to keep up with the technology. So NASCAR said, okay, we got to have these computers, we got to have all this stuff, because the crowd that's coming through now, they all walk around with a computer deal or telephone. So that's the trend of the world, and to stay up with it, we can't continue to run a car that was 15, 20 years ago. You know, it had a carburetor on it, you know, all this stuff. Now it's got electronic computers that tell the injection when to do, you know, all this kind of stuff. So in order to keep that up and keep the interest to the new fans, okay, a lot of the old fans don't like it, but they still keep up with it.
Yeah.
And so I'm still one of the old ones that's trying to keep up with it.
Well, one thing the fans do continue to love is looking at the old race cars and being in the presence of those historical vehicles, and that's certainly something I love. I mean, the modern racing's one thing, but always with a nod to the past, because those are the shoulders that the current guys stand on.
Yeah. Well, that was the deal, that if we hadn't come through and done what we've done, they wouldn't be where they're at today. Right. Okay, and that's one thing about NASCAR from the standpoint is they're trying to bring their history with them. You know, they're starting a new circuit now. I think it's NASCAR Classics.
Yeah.
Where they take old race cars and stuff.
Which I love, by the way. I love that. Yeah.
And we do a bunch of stuff for them and build some cars at the garage. So that's one of our businesses to help take care of that part of it. But they bring it back, and a lot of the old fans like to come and see the old paint jobs.
Yep.
You know, talk to some of the drivers. Some of the old drivers come back and drive them from time to time. But they're strictly road races, but you know, they don't really race each other, they just go around.
Right.
But it's one of the deals where they just have a big time doing it, and it brings back memories for them, and it brings back memories for fans.
Sure, and it allows modern fans to have an experience of what it was like.
To understand what these guys went through to get it to where it's at today.
Yeah. So you're so famous for your look, your hat in particular. Watkins Glen actually unveiled a statue of your hat.
Yeah.
That must have been so cool for you.
Yeah, they've got all the racetracks have taken the biggest. It's like a 6-foot big hat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And each racetrack has unveiled the thing. In fact, we won the Phoenix this coming week, and I think on Friday we're going to unveil the hat, and the fans come and they can take a picture with it and all that. But it's going to stay at all the racetracks. So it makes me feel good that no matter 10 years from now, they'll say, you know, whose hat was that? That's Richard Petty. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? So I'm putting my mark there no matter what.
Yeah, you certainly
The only thing about it is the hat's so big. I said, maybe I'm getting a big head.
Right. The hat's big, but you stay on the ground, my friend. You always remain humble. It's so great to see you, Richard. I could talk all day with you, man. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
Enjoyed it, buddy.
Thank you for joining us here on
Thank
SEMA
you,
Live.
guys.
Appreciate you, man. The king, everybody. The one and only Richard Petty. All right, we are going to take a break, but we will be right back with lots more from SEMA 2024.
At the SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at SEMAgarage.com.
Why is it so important to have data? Well, if you think about product content, like the electricity in your walls, you need it to power pretty much everything. You can't have a website without product data. You can't have a point of sale system without product data. You can't even create a product catalog without data. Contact us at semadata.org. We're here to help.
Welcome back, everybody, to SEMA Live from the Las Vegas Convention Center. I am here in West Hall. Chris Jacobs, pleased to be your host alongside JC Fernandez, Aaliyah Becerra, and AJ Adrienne Janic. We hope you're enjoying the stuff that we're doing for you so far, and a ton more to come. We're not even halfway through. Got 4 chock-full days, and I am joined by another car luminary in the studio right now. She is CEO of Cars by Constance. I'm sure you follow her on social. She's instantly recognizable. Constance Nunes, great to have you in studio with me.
Hi, thank you.
How you doing? How's SEMA going for you?
Very hectic, but I think we're all kind of used to the hustle and bustle, so just excited to be here, you know?
So I caught your Instagram video of you unloading what you brought to the show with you.
Yes, I brought something very special. I'm sure you would agree. A true 1970 Boss 429 in Calypso Coral. So she's actually one of 89.
So cool. My favorite Mustang, an amazing color.
Yes.
So if it's Calypso Coral, then it's a 70?
Yes.
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 Because that color wasn't offered in 69, I believe.
Like I said, she's very rare. I feel like most of us have never even seen one in real life. So myself and my whole team is really excited that we get to have her here and people get to experience her, you know, because it's about being an automotive enthusiast,
Yeah.
you know, and what's better than seeing a car that iconic.
Yeah, for sure. So what condition was the car in when you got it into your shop?
So this car is actually a second owner vehicle. It's been in the family since '79 with only 33,000 original miles on it. So the car was very well taken care of, very loved. It got a restoration, you know, due to age primarily, not necessarily because she was not very taken care of. So yeah, but she's a total driver. Like, don't let that fool you in any way. We do rip her around cautiously,
Nice.
but she definitely sees her road time. I mean, I have my personal theory is if I'm going to build them, they need to be drivers.
Yeah, right.
And people should enjoy them and drive them, even something as special as that.
Sure, you got to keep the fluids moving.
Yeah, well, they want to be driven.
They do.
That's the thing is I tell everybody, I said they don't want to sit in garages and showrooms. They want to be on the road, and they are functional and happiest when they are.
So the Boss 9, legendary Mustang. I mean, is Mustang kind of your focus? Because you know you have the pink Mustang as well.
I do, yeah, my rose gold baby Stang.
Yes.
I think that baby Stang might be more famous than me, actually.
Well, you've made her famous.
You know, that's just, it really is my baby. I mean, that car, not to date myself, but that car and I have been together for 20 years now. You know, so it's everything to me, and I never really thought of it being anything to anyone else. When I decided to rebuild it for SEMA last year, you know, it really was just for me, and the fact that everyone else kind of gravitated towards Baby Stang's story and, you know, what we've been through and the build itself and what that build was about is really humbling, actually. Like, even this year, so many people have come up and asked, where's Baby Stang? And it's just, it really, like, touches my heart, honestly.
Well, you're such an inspiration, not only for everybody in the industry, but for women in particular, and for young women who maybe are starting to dabble in the automotive world. You really give them the license, no pun intended, to follow their passion into automotive.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to follow your passion in life, and I don't think that you should let anything, I mean, obviously in the automotive world, generally speaking, it's always kind of been a boys' game. But I don't think that that should ever stop you from living your dreams and your passions. And if you really want to do something, you should go for it. You know, there's so much success and there's so much room in the automotive community for all of us. There's really no reason that you can't. And so when I talk to women and young girls and really just young people in general trying to get into the industry, I really stress that, you know, yeah, it can be a little intimidating, but you're not in it to compete with everyone else. You're not in it for everyone else. You're in it for you.
Yeah.
You love cars, whatever capacity, you know, whether you want to get into wrenching or painting or the corporate side, you know, you're in it because you love it. You love cars, and that's all that matters. You know, nobody else's opinions matter. Right. You know,
and that's really what unites us too, is that love of the automobile.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the intimidation factor, and I think what you were talking about was like intimidating getting into the industry. But what you do so well is that you show people, and again, not just young women, but everybody, that just get in there and start doing it. Get your hands dirty. It's not as complicated and as difficult as you might think.
Yeah, I always tell people, you know, the worst thing you're gonna do is mess it up. And we've all done it. That's the thing. If you're the best builder, the best painter, the best anything, there's been a time in your life where you did something and you completely fumbled it and messed it up. And nothing is unfixable, I guess. That's what I learned really young, is that if I messed something up, I could fix it. So it's like, just get your hands in there, try something. I tell people, pick up a carburetor, tear it down, try to get it back together. You know, just do it, because you're not gonna get that experience and learn without doing those hands-on things and without making mistakes. Like, you make mistakes, you go, okay, I correct that, and now the next time I'm better, you know?
Yeah, you know, that's a great point, because there are literally hundreds of thousands of abandoned carburetors on shelves throughout shops everywhere. Grab one, take it apart, see how it works.
You're not gonna mess it up. Like, and if you do, again, get another carburetor.
It's okay.
You
There's
know?
another
It's
one waiting
okay.
for you.
Yeah, like, it's gonna be fine. And I think that's the thing, is people, and the intimidation thing, they see that and they're like, oh, if I'm not the best right out the gate, then I can't do it. And it's like, nobody was the best. I wasn't the best, you weren't the best, nobody was the best when they first started.
Correct.
This has taken years, you know, to build up to this point, and that's okay.
All right, let's talk SEMA. First of all, how many SEMAs for you is this?
I think we were talking about that earlier, and I think it's 11 now at this point. Yeah, 11 now. Past couple years, bringing a few different cars. Obviously, last year was a big deal having my personal car here, so that was really special. But yeah, 11 now, and it just gets better and better, I think.
It really does. I love it. I'm on 20, and I look forward to it every single year. Any standouts that you've seen walking around the show?
You know, I haven't gotten to do as much walking around as I would like to, but what I have seen that I'm really enjoying this year is, I think, just generally as an industry, we're kind of diverting back to what the core of being an automotive enthusiast is about, right? Like, we're here at SEMA, it's about the products, it's about people that are picking up wrenches at home and doing the work, and I'm seeing a lot of builds that are really reflective of that. And that's kind of how I felt about building Baby Stang, is I told all my sponsors, I said, please don't send me your most expensive things. I don't want them. I want things that everyone can buy so that they can be inspired to go out there and get that project car out of the backyard and actually start working on it. And I feel like the builds that I'm seeing this year are also really reflective of, like, hey, let's get back into getting more people to start working on their project cars. So that's really cool to see.
Love that. Well, you're a leader in the industry and an inspiration to a lot of people to do that. Constance Nunes, thank you for joining us here at SEMA Live. And where is the Boss 9 located?
It is in the Central Hall in Classic Industries. She's, again, Calypso Coral, so you cannot miss her, I promise.
You can't miss the Calypso Coral. That's awesome. I'm going to go check it out, because, as I said, the Boss 9 is my favorite Mustang. Constance, thank you for joining us here on SEMA Live. All right, JC's got something for us. Where are you, my man? JC, take it away.
Thank you, Chris. We are outside in the SEMA parking lot at the Shell Performance setup area, and we're about to do some serious drifting. I want everyone watching live to meet. It's Lauren, right?
Yeah, that's right. Hi. Thanks for having me today.
Thanks for being here. Where are you from?
From the UK. We live near London. Yeah.
You came here just for SEMA.
We've come here just for SEMA. We've partnered with the Battle of the Builders as our gaming partner this year, so it's a pleasure to be here.
And you're a big fan of drifting.
Huge fan, yeah, absolutely. We've got a drag race game called CSR2. So.
And are you a fan of Vaughn's?
Absolutely, yeah. He's an incredible driver. Really looking forward to this experience.
And we're talking about Vaughn Gittin Jr., one of the best drifters in the world. And you're about to do a ride along with him. I'm going to walk you up to the car and let the crew take over and get you set up inside. So I'll see you when you're done. Enjoy the ride along. And let's come around the side here and talk to Vaughn, because we are talking to the absolute best in the business. Vaughn, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing wonderful, my man. Happy to be here.
We're so excited to be chatting with you. What's going through your mind when you're out there doing your thing?
Well, I'm obviously having a great time, but it's really just full focus, right? Like when I'm on my competitors or my teammates' tour, in this case, just watching their movements and just positioning the car where I'm at. And what's going through my mind is, Vaughn, you can do this, you can do this. Don't smash these cars right now.
And these are specialty cars that you make, right?
Correct, yeah, these are our RTR vehicles, Spec 5D, so these are drift specific. But of course here on display, we've got our production vehicles that are available at Ford dealers, frankly, all over the world. So it's amazing. I love being a part of this industry and having an opportunity to be here. Honor.
Well, the amount of people that are out there watching this, a huge crowd that builds up. Lauren, are you nervous? Are you excited? This is Lauren, by the way, your ride-along partner.
What's up, Lauren?
What's up? I am nervous and excited, but mostly excited.
But see, just read that out loud real quick.
Nervous and excited at different sides of the same emotion. Let's have some fun!
Do you normally talk to your passenger before you guys go out, or just a quick introduction?
Usually I don't have, usually not, because the car's usually running. Yeah. But I always give a high five and toss out a vibe and go have some fun.
I just think it showcases how cool you are, because here you are doing, you could have any of your teammates or someone else doing ride-alongs. You're doing ride-alongs with your fans. Such a really cool thing.
Yeah, I love it, man. This has been my passion. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I wouldn't want it any other way.
Okay, enough of me chit-chatting with the best in the business. Lauren, have some fun. I will see you when you get out. Do it to it, buddy. Woo, you guys ready to watch some drifting? Come on. We're going to get a front row seat. If you haven't seen drifting before, I'm sure many of you have, your mind's going to be blown. There's going to be smoke flying, tires flying, rocks flying. Come on over. I think we're setting up the staging right here. There we go. Look at that. Look at Vaughn go. Oh my gosh. Amazing. Coming around. They set the duck. They did give us a little bit of a warning. They said when Vaughn comes flying your way, there will be rocks coming at you, tire parts coming at you. How amazing is that? I saw her face, Lauren. I saw her. She was smiling from ear to ear. This just shows you all the different levels of SEMA. I don't know, Mark, if you're feeling that, our camera guy, the debris coming off the track when they pass us. And just like that, let's go see Lauren. Let's go see. Sliding through here. Lauren. Oh. How do you feel?
That was so cool. Yeah? Wow, yeah, what an experience.
Were you nervous at all out there?
I was nervous beforehand, but once we got going, it's just really enjoyable. It's so cool.
No motion sickness or anything?
No motion sickness. No, it's just enjoying spinning around. All of the smoke going up is really, really cool.
We saw you at one point. I don't know if you're watching and pick up on it, but I saw when you went by at one point. You were smiling from ear to ear.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was very exciting. For sure.
Well, thank you for doing for that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, thank you for that experience. It's really great.
There goes Lauren. Thank you. We'll see you. Vaughn, thank you, buddy. That was awesome. Thank you, my friend. Absolutely incredible. Maybe Vaughn, we'll chat with Vaughn hopefully later on. Hear more about drifting and what goes into drifting. Again, we're in the Shell Performance area. Hi.
Hi, I'm John.
Hey, John. How are you? Yes.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Welcome in, guys.
Well, thank you for having us. And you're one of the scientists behind Shell. Before we go inside here,
today with Vaughn. It's just the best moment in my life.
What's going through your mind when you're out there? Because we were talking to Lauren, it was really loud. She just did a ride along. What's going through your mind when you're out there?
But first of all, it's the power. So much horsepower in that car and such precise control of the drivers.
Yeah. You know you're in good hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, are we going inside to the actual, so I'll follow you.
Yeah.
Really neat setup, you guys here. Why don't you kind of describe what we have here at your booth?
Okay. So we have a few performance booths. Show you, we want to bring you the latest Shell V-Power Nitro Plus. We want the customer to understand what's the science behind it, and also our loyalty program.
Because there is a science behind all of this.
Absolutely. This lab coat is not fake, it's real. I had to do some science.
How long have you been working for Shell?
I've been working for Shell more than 4 years.
Okay.
And I spent the past 4.5 years working on the development and research.
Okay.
We spent an extensive lab, engine, and vehicle testing to make sure we have the best additive package.
Because we're talking about great stuff that we're putting inside our engines.
Exactly. All those performance racing cars, they don't want to mess up with the engine at all.
No.
So they want to put the best gasoline, best fuel.
What's the line for we walked by?
Oh, we were just walking through for the line for passports, actually.
Okay.
So what we do, we have an interactive game here where people have the chance to enter to win the RTR drift race. So what they have to do is they get two different stamps. One is this trailer that we're about to go in right now. The other is to learn a little bit more about our Shell app, how you can pay and save with the Shell app as well. Then they get to enter to win by guessing jelly beans. Whoever's the closest essentially gets a call at the end of the day, and they get to go drifting with one of our awesome drivers.
What do they win?
They get to go drifting with one of our awesome drivers. You got it.
Such an awesome experience.
It's an awesome experience.
Have you done the drifting before?
I have done the drifting before.
Yeah.
It is amazing.
It looks nuts.
It's so cool. It's like the best thing ever. It's like, it feels like you're on a roller coaster. The moment they take off, it's just like your stomach immediately drops down. And it's like the coolest thing ever, seriously.
Awesome. Let's go check out some of the stuff inside. I think you can leave comments inside. Would you do the drifting ride along with Vaughn? Let's turn around here. And so what are we going to see inside here?
So we're going to see our latest Shell V-Power performance trailer.
Okay.
We got a lot of demo tools, engine parts. We want to show you the science behind all our Shell V-Power Nitro Plus.
And like how you have on display too, all the vehicles that Shell sponsors, like this Raptor here, off-road racing, drifting, the Indy Track, NASCAR series. You guys sponsor it all.
Also the Formula One, but not NASCAR.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
But IndyCar, absolutely.
IndyCar. There's a lot going on out here. Let's head on inside.
And you guys get crazier. So thank you so much.
Heading to learn the science behind Shell.
All right.
Here we go. All right.
So first, we have a long history of partnership with Ferrari. That's probably our most important sponsor.
Okay.
Partner.
So we're looking here on the wall here. Things started back, what, 1905?
Yeah, that's when we start providing our gasoline to the Ferrari factory cars.
It's a really cool setup inside here. Where are we going on this side here?
So we got a piston, many engine parts, but I actually would like to direct our attention to this little engine cutaway. This is our GDI, gasoline direct injection engine. All the Formula One, all the Ford Mustang outside with the RTR team, they use this technology.
Okay.
Gave you very high power for small engine size.
Okay.
Everything's good except the drawback is the injector can get dirty so quickly. So this is an injector coming from BMW.
Okay.
So they're real injectors. You can see the dirty one.
We see the dirty and then new to how it is dirty after wear and tear.
Exactly. Only after several thousand miles running on low quality gasoline, you can have a lot of carbon build up. So this is actually a blow up view of the dirty injector that shown here. Just imagine what would happen if you have so much carbon build up. To help it clean up.
This is some of the science we're seeing behind here.
Absolutely.
So with the Shell gasoline, we're not going to have this kind of buildup.
Even if you have been using other low-quality gasoline for a while, now switch to Shell, you can start cleaning up to 100%.
So Shell, so if you haven't been using it and you have this buildup, once you start using Shell, we're going to start seeing a change in the way our vehicles are operating.
Absolutely.
What do we have down here?
Yeah, we have a little friction corrosion test here. Whenever we have high humidity, possibly salt that pressing your fuel tank, you can start have corrosion. Once it happens, it cannot reverse.
Okay.
That's why Shell have corrosion protection, prevent you from having to sing this low other premium fuel with a lot of rust. We don't want your engine metal parts to look like this.
We can see right here, the center one being new, the difference if you're using another premium. You can see the difference. And then this is, I mean, they look exactly the same, new to current with using Shell.
Yeah, you cannot tell the difference between you and Shell V-Power.
That's incredible. What else moving along? This is a really cool setup that anyone comes down to SEMA, they can walk through this experience, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They can also ask me a lot of questions, learn about the fuel, also our partnership with all the motorsports. For example, do you know what this is? What racing event is this from?
Formula One.
This is IndyCar Formula One here. Yeah, this is Formula.
All right.
So we also got NASCAR here, MotoGP. We partner with many racing teams.
Okay, so let's head out. We can head outside now. We head outside. This is a cool.
Yeah.
Oh, one more. Oh yeah.
So you know all the race drivers, they have crazy fast reaction. We got this little reaction game going on. All right, I think someone needs to give it a try.
What's the thought on it?
Okay, you got 30 seconds. You want to press the button as quickly as possible.
It turns red?
Yeah, it will turn red one at a time. So let's type your initial.
All right, let's see, J-C.
Okay, done.
All right.
Let's start.
All right.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Pretty fast.
All right, yeah, pretty fast. Maybe he can become the next race driver.
Yeah.
He is.
Let's go down with science. We'll go for 30 seconds. I'm just staring straight at and waiting for something to light up to hit. Right.
6, 5.
Make them faster. Come on, bring it.
Wow, Jason got 30. That's pretty impressive.
Is that good?
Yeah, it's like you got 1 every second.
That's not bad. So you're saying I could be a race car driver?
Yeah, definitely.
The fact that I'm out of breath for some reason from doing that is not a good thing?
No, that means you give it 100%.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's your time on that?
27.
27?
Yeah.
Ah! He has the brains, but I got the hand-eye coordination. Let's head outside. All right, coming outside. I love how interactive your booth is. So many things to see here. But what do we have over here?
So we have this little pump.
Yeah.
That teaches customer how to use a pump.
Okay. Just for the record, I knew what this was in case someone said, you didn't know what it was. I'm like, why is this here? Why is this here?
Yeah, we also would like to teach kids how to use a pump correctly.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. To be honest, when you fill the tank, you actually don't want to leave the pump in your vehicle unattended because sometimes you get spill, and that could be a big problem.
Yeah, okay, that's good, yeah. We heading over to the car? Let's head on over to the car. You have cars, a race simulator, I believe we're doing.
Race simulator, yeah. You would drive a NASCAR and.
Okay. And then over here we do have.
We do have the NASCAR that we sponsor with our Pennzoil oil.
Joey Logano's car.
Exactly, Joey Logano.
And oh my gosh, who is over there but Joey Logano? How are you, buddy?
I'm good.
How's it going, man?
I'm good.
Good to have you here at SEMA.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I actually just got out here. We're racing in Phoenix this weekend, so it's a pretty big weekend. We're racing for a championship. So on the way out, stopped here at SEMA because I love it, and there's a really cool race car here in the Shell display, and some really cool cars doing some burnouts out there.
So much to talk to you about. First off, let's go back to Las Vegas a couple weeks ago. How are you feeling after Las Vegas?
Well, that helped. That was good. That locked us into the championship 4, and so last time I was out here in Vegas a few weeks ago was a great day.
Yes, it was.
So we're having some fun along with that ever since. But yeah, like I said, being locked into the championship 4, being that a couple weeks early gives us time to prepare and hopefully make the most of that this weekend.
Now that's all in this weekend, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's a big weekend for you. I got a feeling because, if I'm not mistaken, it's those even years for you, right?
It's worked out pretty well in the past. I don't know why that is. I swear I try every year. I don't understand it. But
he doesn't take the odd years off, right?
I don't. I promise. It just looks like that. But yeah, I mean, it seems like our team's in good shape. You know, the guys are all they've been massaging on our race car the last 2-3 weeks, and so we think we got a good plan.
Well, we're live on SEMA Live. The world is watching us right now. Can we walk around your car and maybe point out some nuances that people, the average fan, might not know?
Well, absolutely. Well, this is the next gen car. So NASCAR introduced this version of the NASCAR race car back in 2022. So we're a couple years into it now, and it's been really fun to be able to race these cars. So what happens with the NASCAR stuff now? They're spec cars, so all the cars are the same, except the parts and pieces that you can adjust, which are your shocks, your springs, your bars, and then there's some little fine-tuning stuff. So the NASCAR racing stuff is very, very close these days. You know, we still got about 750 horsepower in them, so they're fun, they're fast, and the competition is just tighter than it's ever been.
What's top speed you're hitting this, or that you have hitting this?
Never fast enough, right?
Yeah, right.
But I'd say we're over 200 miles an hour on the bigger racetracks. We're out here in Vegas, we're right around 200 on those tracks. That's kind of the speed I like to keep us at.
Yeah.
I mean, any faster than that, they start blowing over. You know, I like keeping the tires on the ground. I'm a big fan of that.
Let's walk back around the backside of it here. You're also a car collector yourself, correct?
Yeah, I love cars. That's why I like coming out to SEMA. Like, this is the ultimate place for a car guy.
What are some of the cars that are in your collections?
Well, obviously I'm a Ford guy. I race a Mustang, so Fords are my thing.
Yeah.
I like some of the older stuff. I like customizing some things. One of my favorite cars though is I have a Ford Model T, and I love driving that car. It's so simple, but it's not about hand cranking it. It just makes you feel like a real BA. You know, that's great. Yeah, you know what I mean.
And this is actually your helmet right here?
Yeah, absolutely. They're auctioning this off. This is from the Shell Giving Pump. So it's something they do every year where it's a pump at most of your local Shell stations where a percentage of the money will go towards charity, and we wanted to donate one of the helmets that I raced. We did a special paint scheme on it and help raise some money for the Joey Logano Foundation, which helps with foster care.
That's amazing. I don't know, Mark, can we get a shot so people can see that? I don't know if it's possible for people watching to scan that, because you scan that, that's how you enter?
I believe so.
Okay,
I believe so. It says that right on there, so I'm going to go with that.
You're live, you're pointing stuff out. Yes, scan that. Do you remember the first time that you knew you wanted to do this?
It's probably the same for most people watching. Is if you're watching this, you're probably a car person, but you had Hot Wheels cars most likely as a little kid, and you may have had a Power Wheels car, may have had a little go-kart, yard cart you would drive around. That was it for me. Like, loved it. Started racing when I was 6-7 years old, and that was it. Like, I just loved driving. Every day I got home, I would just want to drive more, and just sucked at the other things I tried too. So it kind of worked out pretty well for me. I just kind of kept chasing the dream, and things worked out really, really well. I'm really blessed to be in the position that I'm in, to be able to be driving for Roger Penske of all people. Right? Roger Penske is the, when it comes to motorsports and really in business, the guy that no one really does it better. So really blessed to be in this position and driving this car here to number 22 for 12 years now, I believe, 12 or 13 years. So it's been a while. It's been a great ride.
This is a real treat here to be with you at SEMA, talking to you. We have a couple other surprises coming up here. But have you ever received any advice from other drivers? And if so, who was that driver and what was that advice they gave you?
I mean, I think you can find advice anywhere you go, right? It doesn't have to be from a driver. It doesn't have to be from somebody that's made it to a certain level. I mean, it's good to hear that advice, but everybody's really been through a lot.
Enough of this.
Okay,
we've heard enough, Joey. We want to see what you can actually do in a simulator. All right, let's go sim race.
Joseph Newgarden in Indy 500 back-to-back?
Yeah, back-to-back. I'm here to talk smack with Joey, because I want to get him ready for this championship finale. He works better with some motivation. Yeah.
Have you been practicing all day? Is that why you're talking so much trash?
No, I'm talking trash because I don't actually have to drive, so I can just critique you. Yeah, that's my strategy.
Me?
All of a sudden I feel a lot better.
Good luck to you.
By the way, what a SEMA moment right here. I'm going to step aside and Is this not a moment right here? This is absolutely incredible. Two of the best in the business.
Just a couple Joes that love to drive race cars.
That's it, right? Some guys who love racing cars. Okay, so we're gonna race? We're racing, Wes? All right. And you're going to do play-by-play.
I'm going to do the play-by-play.
I'm going to hand the stick mic over to you.
Okay, all right.
So I think you can handle it.
It's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, we're live on SEMA. I need the faster one.
Oh, Joey's already asking which is the faster console. I don't think that's how it works with sim racing. It's equal.
Why aren't you racing?
I'm not racing because it's your time to shine. That's why.
Thank you, yeah.
Do you feel confident going up against Joey?
Oh, what? Are you kidding me?
I mean, well, look, I would feel confident against him. I think you can beat him.
Okay, well, I have validation from the best in the business. So.
You can do this. I'm cheering you on. We have Joey over here getting set up in his Pennzoil machine. What's your strategy here, Joey?
High, wide, and handsome. Going to the top.
You look confused. I'm confused, to be quite honest. Do you know what the race is? How many laps you doing here?
Sometimes you just don't need to know. You just throttle it up. When in doubt, throttle out. That's what I live by. And I'm just going to hold it to the wood. We'll see if it turns, and we'll see if we pass a few cars along the way.
Just listen to your spotter, okay? He'll keep you going. He'll keep you going smooth.
5 laps.
Any tips?
Any tips? Let's keep it safe. Are we running together? Are we
against each other, right?
You're not against each other.
Oh, not against each other.
Lap time.
Oh, it's fastest lap. Okay.
What track is this?
This is Las Vegas.
This is a Joey Stronghold Las Vegas track. Why don't we keep it clean?
I live here.
Why don't we shake hands? Why don't we shake hands as good luck? Yeah, sure. That's very nice. Oh, wow. Wow.
You were going to do it. I think you did.
Yeah, what's the bet? Do we have anything on the line?
Oh, we have something on the line? I don't know. What you got? Come up with something.
I know everything on me. Helmet, dinner?
My helmet? Yeah. I'll be gone before dinner. I got to go racing. We can just do it for fun.
For fun?
Yeah.
Bragging rights.
Bragging rights.
Definitely bragging rights, 100%. I think Joey has a lot more to lose in this situation, though. Okay, so we're about to start here. Apparently they're not running together. It's just for fastest lap. There's 5 laps that they can run. I'm not an expert in this, to be quite honest. I'm just commentating and talking smack. Joey should know what he's doing. He does this professionally. I like how they got you lined up in 37th to start here, Joey. Okay, Joey's going high. Joey, can you roll the top in reality?
Oh, yeah. Not like this, though. Look at, you see this? That's 10 cars, at least.
Oh, my gosh. Are you flat? Yeah, you're holding it flat. Oh, Joey went to the top. Now he's at the bottom. He's going back high. Keep it off the wall, Joey. You're 20th, 19th. He's 30th. Yeah, he's 14th now. He's looking very strong. Oh, you got your compatriot over here wrecking people. Oh, there's your teammate. You're supposed to take care of Blaney.
He didn't go where I thought he was going to go.
Oh, no, we're all around here. Yeah. What's happening? Can we get an update on why it's going so bad?
I thought I was doing really well. So you're saying this is not good?
No, it looked okay to start, but now it's not good. You're 30th, Joey's 7th.
So I'm not in last place.
You're not last place, but you're way behind Joey, so you're letting me down is what I'm saying.
You know, Las Vegas is not my track. I'm more of a Daytona guy.
I like this one-handed style right here.
How you drive the Indy cars? One-handed style?
You definitely cannot one-hand it. There we go. 10-2. Now you're 10-2.
Now we're good. And it's just full throttle, right? That's the trick. Never take your foot off the accelerator, correct?
I think at Las Vegas here, you got a pretty high downforce package, so you should be able to go flat out. Oh, we got Joey. Oh, you're coming up on Kyle Busch. Look at that. That's the guy you want to pass.
This is definitely the one. Yeah, he's the hometown hero here in Las Vegas. We got a little more horsepower than him because we got the Shell Pennzoil.
It was a very clean pass. I like that.
It was easy, actually. Very, very easy.
We've got 4 minutes to go here. What are we on? We're on lap 4 or 5.
4 or 5.
And we're going to see who has the quickest lap. Your previous was a 32.8. You were only at 35.1, not looking good.
Hey, when you're actually doing this in real life, what's going through your mind? What are you thinking? What's your thought process?
Yeah, so for me, it's definitely driving with two hands is what's going through my mind, but I do that subconsciously. Look, you have one more lap after this, okay? I want you to put in a good one.
We need low or high? Tell me, coach me.
No, I think you need to go low, get by these guys, and then get to the bottom because you want a tighter radius here, okay?
Who's this guy? So go low. Bush. All right. Some low?
No, this is a terrible start. Yeah.
Okay. So go low now. Oh my gosh. Is that legal?
It got worse as I started coaching you, to be honest with you, so I'm just going to walk away now. Joey, last lap, looking good.
If there's anyone near me, this thing's on rails, and that's going to be the checkered flag right here.
Joey, you are the 9th quickest time of the day. Oh, James Hinchcliffe was here? He put up the 4th quickest time? Come on.
Oh, well, you know, I don't know.
Hinchcliffe got a faster time than you.
A little bit. But you know what? I won 4 times here in real life, so I feel like that's got to be worth something.
Yeah, that's true. It is nice to win in real life. And we're coming to the finish line here.
Did Joey finish?
Just can we just recap again one time why Hinchcliffe did a quicker lap than you in this?
I can't answer that right now.
I think you should just stick to the real life stuff. That's where you're clutch.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. At least we're going to say that for this weekend to give myself some confidence back.
I'm going to hand this back to the professional. You did a horrendous job.
What was my lap?
It was not good.
It's not good?
35.169.
And what was this?
Joey's was 32.7.
35's good?
That's like 3 seconds off.
That's 1, 2, 3. That's pretty fast.
1, 2, 3.
Right? I mean, you're 1, 2, 3 ahead of me.
Right, yeah. We got like 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit more when you do it right way. That's a lot on a lap.
What's it like, and thank you guys for doing this. This has been a lot of fun.
Oh, I like the low pressure of this, Only he is judged, not me. I can only talk smack.
What's it like when anytime you guys are out in public, you have your fans start to gather behind and watch you guys? What's that like?
Well, I think it's a big weekend for Joey. We're all excited for the championship finale and to have him in the fight for it with Ryan. There's a lot of interest, and I think, certainly it's a big week for him to just come out and to be here. Like, I know that I would be trying to prep and be stressed out, but he's obviously a champ. He knows what he's doing.
I've been doing that. No, I've been taking a lot of time. Then one of the great things we talked about earlier about winning here in Vegas, we've had 2 weeks of prep ahead of everybody else. So we've done a lot of our prep work, which allows us to still come out here and see some really cool cars. So it's worked out.
Before the race, do you ever walk the track?
Yeah. I mean, I walk the track. I mean, for us, depending on the track, sometimes they don't change much, sometimes they do. But, Phoenix is one of those tracks where they've sprayed down this traction compound years ago, and it still kind of lingers there. And so it's interesting to see what that's like when we get there. Well, so tomorrow afternoon, I plan on making a mile-plus lap around there and just checking it out.
Do you walk the track?
I used to. I stopped walking the track. Sometimes, to Joey's point, tracks that change a lot, road courses, they vary more often, especially street circuits. We always walk a street circuit just because there can be something new. Ovals, though, I stopped walking. I mean, we never really walked ovals, but a lot of the road courses I stopped walking because, I'm going to see it the first time out. It's a philosophy thing, though. Everyone has a different opinion on that. If there's something new on the track, though, you typically want to go out and see it, like Joey said.
And then pre-game meals, you guys eat before you race?
You just got to go safe. You got to go safe. Chicken, maybe some broccoli. Don't go the exotic foods before you strap in for 3.5 hours. It's not a good idea.
Not sushi.
Not a good idea. So you just kind of got to keep it basic. It's a long time though in the race car. These races are 3+ hours. Yeah. So you think about the calories you're burning. It's very strenuous inside the race car. So you eat a lot because you need energy. But you got to keep it. Got to play it a little smart.
Joseph, do you remember the first time you went over 200 miles per hour? Ever?
Yeah, I do. I think it was in an Indy car, actually. An Indy Lights car when I was driving at the time was just close to it. We were probably 198. It was at Indianapolis, I think, was the first time I did that. And, it's it's impressive, but you get used to it. I mean, I'm sure Joey can attest. The more you do this, the more it becomes second nature, and it's amazing how quick it feels the first time, but then it slows down, and your body, your brain adjusts to it.
It becomes routine?
Oh, yeah, very much so, yeah.
Wow.
You usually don't feel like you're going too fast until you have to stop.
Oh, yeah.
And that's when you're like, oh, I was going pretty fast. So it's usually the difference maker.
And here at SEMA, many stars like yourself come out here. I know later on this afternoon, I'm going to be interviewing Mario Andretti. What's a question you would like me to ask Mario Andretti from you?
Oh, wow, that's hard. Mario Andretti to me is like the coolest guy that you can meet. He's definitely done so much in the sport for one, but one of the coolest things is, this is a true story. When we went to Daytona 500 back in 2015, he sent me a picture of when he won the 500.
Oh, really?
And he said, finally another Italian won the Daytona 500, and he signed it, and so it sits right on top of the 500 trophy that I have, and so that's always meant a lot to me. So Mario's super cool. I don't know if I can come up with a question on the spot for him. You probably know him even better than me, being in the IndyCar stuff.
I think I know what he would talk about, but ask him what his #1 race that he wished would have gone differently.
Okay.
What? Not a regret necessarily, but what race does he look back on and wish, ended in a different way?
Well, I'm going to ask you that. Do you have that race that you wish ended in a different way?
Yeah. I think of 2020 in Phoenix, we were racing for a championship, and we were right there at the very end and almost had it won. And those ones always sit in your mind and they'll linger, right? I mean, but you got to move on eventually, right, and kind of forget about them. You hear athletes all the time say you got to have a short memory, right? You got to be able to move on and go to the next race, and especially when you're trying to do this for years and years and years, you got to keep going on. You got a great team around you, like we do here at Team Penske, like we do here at Shell, right? I mean, you want to be able to go back out there and perform. So thinking about what's going on in the past is not good. Look out the windshield.
Out the windshield. And then Joseph, before we wrap it up, you've got a children's book out, is that right?
Yeah, we did. Joey put it online for me, which was very nice. And yeah, it's Joseph's big dream. It's about chasing the Indy 500 as something that I wanted to succeed at. But it's really just about chasing your goals and staying tenacious and trying to stay focused. It could be applied to anything.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a race car driver. So yeah, you can check it out. It's Joseph's big dream.
That's awesome. Thank you guys. Joey Logano, thank you so much. Yep. Joseph Newgarden, thank you so much. We appreciate it. How amazing was that? What a SEMA moment, you guys. We're wrapping up. I don't know, it might be still be for another second, but this was a SEMA moment for me, and I think a SEMA moment for everyone watching out there. So thank you so much for watching. Where are you guys off to next?
I'm heading home. Yeah. I'm going to head home to watch Joey in this championship race.
And where are you going?
I'm going to Phoenix tonight to go win a championship.
Yeah.
So kind of a big deal.
I love it. Go get it. All right, you got it. Go do your thing.
All right. Thank you.
Go do your thing as well. Two of the absolute best in the business, Joey Logano, Joseph Newgarden. I hope that was special for everyone watching, as it was for me to race those guys. Seriously, pinch me, I'm dreaming. This is unreal. Chris, we send it back up to Chris. Chris, I'm going to send it back up to you in the studio. I don't know how we can beat that. That was awesome.
I don't know how you can beat that either. JC, you get to do the coolest stuff. Really appreciate that, man. Very, very cool. And Joey Logano, great to see him. Good luck chasing that championship. Great to see Joey also. All right, back here live in the studio with a good friend of mine, Chuck Sundstrom, General Manager, Radford Racing School. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How are you, Chris?
Welcome up to SEMA Live.
That's kind of hard to follow.
That is hard to follow.
Kind of put me on the spot with that one, but
somehow we're going to make our way through.
All right.
We're going to do it.
We'll do what we can.
So tell me about Radford. What's going on over there?
Amazing place. It really is. The history of the school from the day it started and everything we've gone through. It's just, I've been involved with that facility most of my life, being involved with the track in the area, and to be a part of that now is just incredible. It really is. We've come so far with the school and what we do there, and just a great bunch of people, and what we can do for people that come through the school. That's the best part of it for me.
You're really the right man for the job, because racing's in your blood.
It is. I mean, it's, I grew up, it's kind of interesting. I grew up in Upper Peninsula of Michigan, where there wasn't much racing, but grew up in an amazing family where my mom and dad were drag racers and were car guys, and I learned wrench sizes before I learned to read and write and do math and go to school. But racing's been in my blood one way or another, and kind of turned that many years ago. I'm getting kind of old, but kind of turned that from being a racer to putting on events and being involved in racing and being involved in that facility, that location. It's been my life. My kids have been raised there. and it's just been a part of me. So again, like you said, it's a great opportunity to be involved in it and continue it.
Yeah, the track has really gone through quite the renaissance in the past few years. I think I've been associated with Radford Racing School for about 4 years now.
Right.
And I've seen the transformation firsthand, and it's really amazing. From the resurfacing of the track to the refurbishment of the buildings,
right,
to what you guys are doing expansion-wise now, using that track that's in the front of the facility more and more.
Right.
What does the future hold for Radford Racing School?
You know, obviously we want to just increasing what we do. You know, I mean, everybody knows the economy's been really weird since COVID, and everybody's gone up and down, but I think the automotive industry, which is what we're based around, is just, it's great. It really is. We know there's new things coming, whether it's EVs or it's, different platforms, but there isn't anything that involves driving that we don't do, that we can't make you better at, that we can't teach you, that we can't be involved in, and it's really exciting for us. It really is. And the facility itself, like you said, we've put a lot of time and effort into it to make it bigger, better, nicer, cleaner, prettier, and give our students and our clients just the best experience we possibly can. We're opening up the doors to new things, a lot more corporate group events, not only the driver training aspect of it, and events, outside events, bringing stuff in. One of our themes right now is discover driving. What does driving mean to you? Whatever driving does mean to you, we have something for you. So we can make you a better driver, and we can, with that, not only make you a better driver, but you can have a really good time doing it.
Yeah, and it's really full service, because not only is it the racing, which is right in the name of the school, but the defensive driving techniques, and the skid pad, the accident avoidance. It's all skills that you can learn that can transform you into a better race car driver, and also just a better driver day to day on the street. There are things that I've learned in taking courses at Radford Racing School that I think about every day.
Right, and that's something that's very unique to our school versus any other school. Is we are a school, we train you, but we're not just a racing school. Like you said, whether you're coming to be a better race car driver, or you're coming to get your SCCA license or your NHRA license, or that's the main reason you come, you're going to walk away. Every course, every class we do, whether it's a 1-day, a 4-day, you're going to have some of that driver training that makes you a better and a safer driver in your everyday driving.
You got such a great partnership with Dodge.
We do.
As a Dodge guy, I've got a couple of Dodges, a D170 and also a Red Eye. The skills that I learned at Radford, I put to use in my daily driver.
Right. And I can't wait to get you out for the D170 class.
Yes.
It's the most incredible production car I've ever been in. And even as far as race cars, I've never raced a Dodge in my life. I haven't. I've raced Chevys and a lot of different things, and the Dodge D170 is just the most incredible car. And the ability for us to spend hours with the Dodge engineers and have that access and learn about the cars that we can transfer to the owners and the students, it's just an incredible opportunity. Dodge is an amazing partner with us.
The D170, a legit production 9-second car.
Yeah.
It's just incredible. And I know my buddy Chip Foose was the very first person to get his SCCA license at the school. Is that right?
Yeah, he was. And our NHRA street legal license, everybody that comes through that class. So Chip was the first one to do that. And we had received a couple cars from Dodge. We weren't even running our classes yet. And Chip said, I want to come out, I want to drive that car. I said, well, if you come out and drive it, we're going to teach you how to drive it and get you your NHRA license. We recently licensed Don Perdome. Talk about the most amazing experience for all of us. The opportunity to bring somebody like that, somebody that's been a well-known racer his whole life, hadn't been down a racetrack in 20 years, and he came out, we put him in a car, within a couple hours he made his 2 9-second passes, and we handed him an NHRA street legal license. So that was just an incredible thing to be able to experience and do.
I love that, yeah, and you've got such great partnerships with various racers. I know that Alex was out there. Has she been out there already? Has it happened yet?
Yeah, so we had a day at the drags 2 weeks ago with Alex Taylor. New program we put together, trying to look at the market. Like you said, traditionally we'll never give up on what we do as a driving school and a racing school, but also adapt and come up with new things to bring in new people and the excitement. And this was one of them. We said, let's do a day at the drags with Alex Taylor. It was a condensed version of our drag race class. did some skid pad car training, did some burnout launch control training in car with the students in Red Eyes, took them over to the drag strip with Alex. Alex did some personal training with them. They made a couple passes with our instructors in the cars down the track, some 10-second passes. Then they hopped in a Demon 170 with Alex and went for a ride. So it was it was an incredible time.
And Alex was there with Snake that day that he qualified for his license. I was lucky enough to be there for just a little bit and witness some of that. Don's such a great guy. We had Ron Capps on the show yesterday, and obviously Ron drove for Snake's team for a number of years, and I sent Don a little text of a picture of the two of us, and he got right back to me. It's just really cool, the associations that you guys have with the school.
It is, and it's, you know, the number of drivers that have actually been to our school. You know, you'd be amazed. Whether it's, you know, whether it's movie stars doing stunt training, or it's, you know, it's Ron Capps, it's Tony Schumacher, it's, you know, the drivers that have been through. I had Tony Schumacher walk up to me recently at the drag strip, was there, and said, "Hey, Radford Racing School, I was there, you know, such and such," and he said, "Some of the things I learned I still use today." You know, and to hear that is just incredible. It really is.
Champion top fuel pilot saying that he's using stuff that he learned at Radford Racing School.
And it's, you know, whether it's NASCAR, IndyCar, you know, it's the number of students or drivers, professional famous drivers that have been to our school at one time or another. Tony Stewart was talking to him yesterday, and he was talking about the day he was there, and he went through a shifter cart course many years ago. So it's like I said, it's an amazing place.
His wife Leah has been there many times as well.
She's there all the time.
Very
Absolutely.
Cool. Yeah, great friends of the school. And not just the Dodge program, but you also have the Formula 4, and possibly the funnest part of Radford School is the karting.
The karting, you know, we've gone through a series of different things throughout the years with karting. We had a shifter course class, shifter cart. We've done away with that. You know, we have what we call our party carts, but they're actually pretty fun, incredible carts.
Really
they
fun.
Really are. And that falls in a lot of our corporate stuff. You know, whether it's a bachelor party or it's a 100-person corporate group, they can pick from different exercises. We do team relay in Dodge Red Eyes, where they do a relay race, and slalom and autocross and hot laps and lead and follows. But our number one most popular activity is the go-karts. It really is. Really cool course, you know, elevation changes, different design layouts, and it's a lot of fun.
So much fun. Chuck Sundstrom, GM, Radford Racing School out in Chandler, Arizona. Look it up, book a class, book an event. It's an amazing place. Follow them on social at Radford Racing School. Chuck, thanks for joining me, man.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, brother. All right, Aaliyah's got something special for us now. Let's kick it out to you. Oh yeah, it's my buddy Ross with TMI. How you doing, guys?
Thanks, Chris. I am here at the TMI booth, and I am also here with the creative director, Ross Berlanga. They actually just finished their Trim Awards. Where did the origins of this competition come from?
So the Trim Awards started here with TMI, and it was just this idea of how can we give back to the industry? How can we give back to the community and do something that was different? And especially for interiors. Interiors so many times are the unsung hero. It was making sure that we could do something that was a little different. Everybody sees the amazing builds out here, and usually the outside is what everybody sees. And for so many reasons, people end up forgetting about the interior. So we're really excited about doing this contest, and we just launched our third year of the TMI Trim Awards.
Oh, wow, that's incredible. Yeah, so this is actually the creative marketing director of TMI, you guys, and it seems like you're doing great things with the marketing with this awards. I want to ask, how does it work? To my understanding, there was a few prelims that occurred all over the country?
That's right. So we ended up having 5 feeder events that led into today's award contest. And with that with the 5 wins, it was various picks from our judges. TMI does not pick any of these vehicles. This is all through our judges, an amazing panel that ends up making sure that, you know what, this is the right fit to bring to SEMA. And Jim McKay was that Road Tour winner that we brought, and he ended up winning his class today.
Amazing. So how many vehicles do you actually bring to SEMA?
Well, we physically have 2 in our booth, but we ended up judging almost 40 vehicles for the TMI Trim Awards.
Oh, wow. Incredible. Yes. Okay, so when you're judging, what exactly, because you're not a judge, correct? You have a set of judges?
6.
Okay,
judges.
6 judges. And what exactly are those judges looking for? Is it creativity? Is it uniqueness?
it's a little of everything. So one of the biggest factors that the judges really look for is how do you take elements from the inside out, outside in, playing off those ideas and colorways. Are they complementary? Is it really loud? If it's too loud, okay, maybe that's not exactly the right fit. Does it belong in that vehicle? And it's really neat that that today we ended up awarding a gentleman named Sean Smith that ended up bringing home the championship last year with the Twisted GTO, and he just did it again with the Ring Brothers K5 Blazer that's in the Gentex booth. What he did there is phenomenal. It's bringing in an element of something that's really new, but it looks like it belongs. And that was the neatest thing that the judges really appreciated, that what he designed and what was built, it truly looks like it belongs in this older vehicle.
Yeah.
And it looks almost a concept vehicle.
Oh, wow. Incredible. Yeah, we actually have the winner, Sean, here in the building. Congratulations. How's it going, Sean? I'm sure you're very happy for your second year.
Yeah, very happy to be back for a second year. Feels good to have a second vehicle to get the prestigious award. Yeah, absolutely.
Incredible. Aside from this, very stunning trophy and having your vehicle showcased here at SEMA, what else does this award mean to you?
It means that interiors are actually getting appreciated for how important they are to the vehicle. For many years, the part of the build with fabrication and paint and body was such a big thing and getting an award at SEMA. But really now, the standout polarizing vehicles stand out with the really amazing interiors. And that's what I say, it's like the inside is the most important part of the vehicle. So it's all those little details that tell the story on the inside of the vehicle that match up the concept and story on the outside of the vehicle. And that's where my job really comes in.
Amazing. And what was your story for this particular vehicle?
Well, my story was kind of dictated by the owner. He wanted a really high-end, almost conceptual interior. The exterior was very timeless and elegant, but the interior is where we really wanted to put a lot of the detail in, which is why it's nice to get this award. We looked at a lot of concept GMCs, Range Rovers, and he had some current premium SUVs from European manufacturers. So a lot of those elements went into it, but he wanted really nothing that was traditional about the car. He wanted everything to be really progressive. Having said that, we worked with Gabe's Custom Interiors, and they did an amazing job executing the owner's vision, my sketches, and they're really known for their handcrafted quality, but they really tried some new techniques, and I had them get comfortable with getting uncomfortable and doing a modern dash that we did all in 3D. We scanned the whole entire interior, and using my sketches as kind of a guide and the whole team and input, we did a really, really conceptual dash. The dash is probably the most important part and highlight of the vehicle, I think. Yeah, so. And
you're a two-time winner, which is pretty impressive. What challenges did you face this year that you didn't encounter last year?
Well, I'm known for doing premium muscle cars from the 60s. When I used to work for OEMs, I've done SUVs. This is the first SUV I've worked on in probably a long time, longer than I tell the owner. But so it was different doing an SUV. I think when you do a muscle car, you want something timeless, sporty, and very muscular feeling, very, very sexy. When you're doing a SUV, it's got to be rugged and tough, but not so rugged and tough where they don't want to get in it. And so I didn't want it to be so utilitarian where it was like very hard on you to use. So it's like that perfect balancing act of doing something that's rugged, elegant, modern, and luxurious.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to see it. Unfortunately, it is not in this booth, but can you tell us where fans can find it? You can find it sitting on the carpet in the Gentex booth. Again, built by Ring Brothers. The interior, hats off to Gabe's Custom Interiors. The whole entire Lopez family worked amazingly hard on this interior, executing my vision, their vision, working with everybody. It's just great. Yeah, we actually spoke with the Ring Brothers yesterday, and they were an absolute pleasure. What are you guys doing tonight to celebrate? I'm going to get caught up on rest because that Blazer took plenty out of me the past week. I can't speak for them, but they're from Wisconsin, so I'm sure they're going to find some trouble to get into. So. Alrighty, well, congratulations once again. Okay. And then we're actually going to take a look at some cars, Ross, if you can show me along. Yeah, let's check it out. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, so you mentioned that this is a very, very unique vehicle. Can you elaborate on it for me?
Sure. This is a 1986 Chevy Monte Carlo Aero Coupe. So this car, they only made 2,200 of these cars. Cars are absolutely phenomenal cars, and it's a great platform for the next generation of hot rodders. When I started in this industry, the really cool cars were the 32 Roadster or maybe the Chevy Bel Air. And now what's trending right now is the 70s muscles cars. But not everybody can afford those cars are getting really pricey. So the 80s cars have really picked up a lot of momentum, and this G-body is the tip of the iceberg for us. It's helping us launch some really cool stuff. And we just launched this complete interior kit yesterday. This complete interior kit goes from our own molded seats, our molded foam. We craft our own frames in-house. We end up doing rear seat upholstery. We do matching door panels, molded fiberglass door panels, as well as molded fiberglass dash pad. And all those things combined ended up making a really cool complete package that somebody could install in their leisure over a weekend. Maybe just them and a buddy and knock it out over a weekend. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys are known for creating high-quality interior components with ultimate customization. So let's take a look at what you've done to the interior on this vehicle.
Yes. So over here we just launched our new side-by-side line. So this new side-by-side line we actually brought to SEMA with brand new door skins. We used the factory door frames. However, with these new door skins, to give it a little sleeker look. And the neat thing is the suspension seats. The suspension seat that we have here is totally new to our industry. It's something different, and what's neat is because we use we're inspired by military-grade helicopter seats, and the way this webbing is set up, it truly gives it the right amount of suspension combined with our dense molded foam. It's not cut foam. A lot of other people might use cut foam, but cut foam will break down, and it never lasts. It won't stand the test of time. This seat will. It's really rugged. It was neat that Casey Curry just used them over the weekend at Camp Razor and beat up his vehicle, but our seats were able to withstand all the abuse he put it through.
Yeah, I love that. Quality, we love quality. Okay, so, and I also want to talk about some trends that you're seeing in the custom interior market.
Sure. So some of those trends actually, as an example right here. Watching this new trend of people designing really cool stuff on as far as their seat pattern. And this seat pattern, these seat patterns right here, we actually utilize, go from my sketch, it's digitized, and then it's ran on a CNC sewing machine. In order for us to achieve this look, you could try to do it by hand, and I can only imagine the crazy man hours it would take to achieve this. But running it on a CNC sewing machine allows us not only some really cool creativity, but it also helps us stay with the times and the trends that are going on today.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, very unique items. And again, you are the creative marketing director of TMI. And so obviously we're here at SEMA, one of the biggest platforms for you to showcase your product. How has SEMA changed the way people have had access to your brand?
What's been great with SEMA is SEMA's been a great proponent and a great advocate of what we're doing, not only from the Restomod standpoint, but also with our trim awards, and having their support and helping us to grow not only our brand, but help grow our industry. And what was neat was when they understood what we were doing with our trim awards, they saw that this wasn't just all about our brand. The champion, Sean Smith, as an example, doesn't have one TMI product in his vehicle, but the judges recognize the quality and craftsmanship of what he's doing is truly the best of the show. And that's what I like about what we're doing. It's truly authentic, it's real, and I'm glad that we're able to get back to the community, our industry, and SEMA recognizes that. So thank you, SEMA, for all your support.
Well, you are definitely an incredible asset to the community. Once again, everyone, Ross Berlanga with, okay, so let's continue to go. I guess we have a little bit more to talk about. Okay, so let's actually take a look at some of these seats right over here.
Sure.
Okay, so What do we have going on here?
So right here is our new SoCal series of bucket seats. These SoCal seats are really neat. That it's helping the entry-level builder. The entry-level builder may not have the biggest budget, and I'm glad that we now have a seat to help that person, because that person usually has some decent door panels and maybe a few other things that are okay, but usually their front seats are just hammered, and they need a new set of seats to help them get back to driving and enjoying, cruising.
Yeah, amazing. Okay, well, thank you so much. We really enjoyed hearing the TMI journey as well as the awards. So thank you so much for your time. Once again, everyone, Ross Berlanga with TMI. Back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot, Aaliyah. Great to see Ross there in the TMI booth. Another old friend of mine in the automotive industry. So very cool, and congratulations to Sean Smith. His designs are absolutely stellar, so well deserved there. All right, well, we're gonna take a quick break, but when we come back, another great in-studio guest right here on SEMA Live.
At the SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at SEMAgarage.com.
Everybody, welcome back to SEMA Live here at the Las Vegas Convention Center. You're getting a look inside of West Hall. It's day 2 of our coverage here on Wednesday. My name is Chris Jacobs, and I am honored to be your host for SEMA Live. I'm alongside JC Fernandez, Leah Becerra, and Adrienne Janic as we bring you all of the action from here at SEMA 2024. Got another great in-studio guest right now. You may be following him because he's got a heck of a lot of them. Over 1 million on Instagram, over 2 million on YouTube. People are loving what you're doing, man. TJ Hunt, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Good to see you, my brother.
Yeah, good to see you again.
So how's SEMA going for you so far?
You know, it's Wednesday. It's still the very beginning. It's been a very wild Tuesday, and so far it's been nothing but that. Getting here was always forget how big SEMA is. I was like,
right?
budgeted 7 minutes, took 15. I'm so sorry. So it's good. It's rowdy. It's good to see everyone. Good energy. So
yeah, you made it though.
Yeah.
And West Hall is a relatively new thing. I mean, this hall's only been open for a few years.
And we're still trying to learn it. I mean, those that have been here for a while, you're used to every hall. You know the layout like the back of your hand. And this new beautiful building. It's so
know how to get easily from central to south. And vice versa, but West Hall now is throwing a little bit of a curveball into it.
You can take the Ubers. You can take the bridge. You can take the street. We're like, which way is the fastest? So you know how it is.
All right. What is your earliest car memory?
That's a tough one. I mean, I'd probably say my first car was it was an E90 328i. Got a little can of Plasti Dip. Started painting the wheels. Like that's kind of like my first memory with cars, trying to figure it out.
Some personal customization.
Oh yeah, you know the budget-friendly modifications. Yeah,
That's cool, man. And what's in the garage these days?
So the current garage lineup right now in the United States is like 30 or so cars. So there's a lot ranging from old classics to JDM heroes to supercars, kind of like a great mix of everything.
Yeah, and okay, so let's take each category. First of all, in your old classics.
Yeah.
First of all, how old are you?
Okay, I'm 29.
All right, so you and I are considerably different from what we consider old classics. All right, so what's your old classic?
Okay, so it's kind of a cheat answer. So the classic I'm referring to is a 1965 Fastback Mustang.
Okay, so that qualifies, yeah.
But it's got an RB26 Skyline engine in it, so I kind of ripped the muscle soul out of it and crammed some JDM spirit in it. But that's cool. It's got a Roach Shop chassis underneath it. Yeah. Full custom interior. I mean, it's the works. It's really, really cool.
You know, that's a cool flipping of the script because of the wild kind of mashups I've seen is like a 200 or a 300Z or a 240 with an LS swap.
Yeah. So kind of went the other way. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it was kind of taken from the Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift they had a 67 with an RB in it. That was like the drift car in that movie, and you know, Fast and Furious had a big impression on me. So I'm like, let's get a Mustang and put an RB in it and have some fun with it.
Yeah, and was that logistically an easy swap, or did you have to?
I mean, so everything's well. So you know, Roach Shop did a really good job. So their whole undercarriage, you can pick out. You know, we want an LS, we want a T56 setup, but of course, we're not running either of those two things. So we just used their motor mount system, fabricated our own, and the same thing with the transmission mounts. Just ordered the T56 options, modified it for the RB25 trans for the back of the 26, and just made it work. So it was actually relatively easy. Still a lot of work, but definitely nothing impossible.
So you actually fabbed the mounts on the chassis?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So you know, it's everything from Roach Shop comes into great assembly. So once you like kind of put that underneath the body of the car, all the provisions are pretty much there, and you know, it's relatively simple.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move to the JDM category, which by the way is like, I do auctions, so I see a lot of kind of what's hot. And the JDMs, the true JDMs, the right-hand drives are just going for bonkers money these days.
Yeah, they're gnarly. So I got a lot of those. I have some that I keep in Japan, and then I have a lot here in the States. So I got two RX-7s here in the States, my R34 GTR, which was out front last year.
Cool.
We got Supras, Evos, kind of like a great mix, kind of like all the 4G63s, rotaries, JZs, RBs, had my fair share of 240s, so it's kind of, that's like kind of my home is the JDM scene,
Nice. All right, so you said you got classics, you got JDMs, and what was the last? And the
supercars, And
the supercars, what do you got there?
I've really turned into a Porsche fanatic.
Oh, yeah.
So I have two. I have a 991.1 RS right now, and I also have just rebuilt a 991.2 GT3. But in that GT3, we took a RS engine out of a .2, put it in the GT3, and it was originally a PDK, swapped in a manual gearbox into it, recoded the whole entire ECU, and it's a Frankenstein. It's essentially a 992 ST, but in a 991.2 option. Same thing in that car.
You created your own GT3 RS.
So it's, purists will hate it, but it's kind of like looking at what Porsche did with the ST and doing our own version of it with what we had laying around to kind of create something that was unique, but still following the Porsche, passion, I suppose.
I'm a huge Porsche fan too.
Okay.
I have an 85 Targa, totally stock.
What I would consider a classic era.
Air-cooled, absolutely. But first of all, I'm obsessed with the ST. I love the limited editions that Porsche is doing now, and especially the new Turbo 50 to pay homage to the original 74 Turbo. What's your take on, you mentioned you swapped out the PDK for the manual
gearbox, yeah.
You know, on one hand, all the purists love the manual, but the PDK shifts so effortlessly and mechanically perfectly.
Here's my take. It's very simple. Are you going to be tracking the car a lot? Not like once or twice I'll go to Laguna. It's like, do you intend to track the car often? If so, PDK. But if it's going to be on the street, PDK is so good at a certain point, I don't want to say boring. Boring is not the right word because it's perfection. But having the manual gearbox gives you that playfulness on the street when you're not going 140 miles an hour and you're keeping it within the legal limits. The manual gearbox just gives it a little bit more of an entertainment factor, which I really like. They're both great. I own a PDK and I own a manual, and they both have their different suits for each situation.
I have a great relationship with Porsche Club of America.
Yep.
I host a parade for them every year.
Cool.
And this past Porsche parade in Birmingham, the big debate was, is Porsche going to continue with the manual transmission? And then, of course, they just released the 992.2 Carrera T with the manual, and everyone was so psyched.
Here's my thing. When I was younger, I didn't ever look at Porsche. I thought, whatever. But as I've gotten older and I've owned the Lambos, the Ferraris, all those things, Porsche does something that no one else does, and that's they offer an option for everyone.
Yeah.
You want manual all-wheel drive, you want all-wheel drive PDK, you want NA manual, you want NA all-wheel drive, NA rear-wheel drive. I think Porsche will always be there for their enthusiasts. They've been very clear with filling that void, and you know, they know what they're doing. I hope they continue the manual gearbox. I think they will.
Yeah, I think that they will too. It's what the customer wants.
Yep.
And so they're going to give
the customers are loud.
Yes.
They make their demands. So
absolutely.
It's really, really awesome.
What's your favorite Porsche offshoot? And by that I mean, like, are you a Gunther guy? Are you a Singer guy? Are you a Roof guy?
I'd probably say Singer.
Yeah.
There's I was at the Win Concourse last year and saw one of Singer's debuts, and it was just the level of detail, the craftsmanship. I mean, it's the reason why they are who they are.
Yeah.
And that to me is like an inspiration to try to like chase, you know, kind of the path they've set and what they've done. So they're probably my favorite.
Yeah, it's hard to top what Singer's doing, and I think Roof has kind of put themselves in a different class because they're manufacturing their own cars.
Yes, yeah.
They're no longer really an offshoot.
Yeah, you know, they're all great. But if I had to put my eggs in one basket, it'd probably be Singer for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Chatting with TJ Hunt, let's talk SEMA.
Yep.
First of all, how many SEMAs is this for you?
It's 10 or 11 in a row.
Wow.
Yeah. I've been coming
You started early.
I started early when I was like 17. SEMA doesn't love when I say this. I got here the way I could. I didn't have representation to be here. I didn't have media passes. I was coming here when I was making ways to make it happen because I was so passionate about what they were doing. I mean, SEMA is a one-off thing that you can't really experience anywhere in the world, and I've been such a fan of what they do here. So I've been coming here every year since, and now I'm here with my partners debuting things and getting love that I never thought would happen. So
yeah, it's a can't miss event.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. People travel all over the world for good reason.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, you mentioned some things that you're debuting. Tell us what those are.
So we brought out the 1965 with the RB in it. So we just did we just brought everything down to, the cars existed, but in its like older form with the previous owner's paint job. So we stripped it all down to the bare metal, went for the GT350 inspiration with the cream, with the royal blue stripes, changed it, did the cream with Porsche Irish green stripes, and then in the interior, did the complete overhaul, did saddle brown interior with Porsche houndstooth inserts throughout the whole car with the Irish green and black checker houndstooth to kind of tie in
a little
my
heritage
love.
vibe.
Yeah, just kind of tying in all the things that I've kind of done. So yeah, it's been really cool to bring that out here and show it with everyone.
Nice. Your Mustang is giving me vibes of the Ford Rari. Remember that build?
Yep. Yeah. So just, you know, there's so many amazing people out here that push the boundaries every single year, and it's cool to like, you know, be like, I like what this guy did, I like what they did, I like what they did, and kind of find your own way to create something original from, you know, everyone else doing everything great. So it's really cool to have that out and display with everyone.
Is there a builder or a booth that's on your must-see list when you come to SEMA?
Usually it's Tread Pass. Tread Pass, you know, just from the side of the internet that I'm in, of all the people just kind of doing weird swaps and crazy fabrication work and just the most modern body kit or the craziest GTR with the carbon body, Tread Pass is usually a must. And it's right off of Central, so it's pretty easy to get to.
I like the way Tread Pass, like, it doesn't give you a break. Like, when you're going from Central to South Hall, you're like,
yeah,
okay, I can catch my breath. And the next thing you know, you're in
like,
Tread Pass,
exactly.
and you're like,
and just the layout.
20 more things to look at.
Yeah, it's clean. You know what to expect. It's the same thing every year as far as the layout, the amount of cars, and I've had my car in Tread Pass a few times, and you know, they have like a kind of rule that's like, it has to debut there. If we don't want it existing prior to this, it's like fresh stuff. So when you go there, you know you've never seen anything before. It's a cool motto. I dig it.
For sure. Yeah, Stan does a great job with that.
Yep.
And
Shout out
Troy
Stan.
overall is
Yeah.
Shout out to Stan for sure. So anything in particular that immediately stood out to you that you weren't expecting to see here at SEMA?
Oh man, there's so many. I would probably say there was a R33 in Tread Pass, all carbon, had some paint fade on it. Every year there's a usually different version of a carbon GTR, and I'm a GTR fan, so I always kind of go towards that. And just the level of detail on that build was admirable. So that was kind of like my damn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna remember that one.
Very cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the GTRs too. For me, it would be the Ring Brothers Grand National.
Yep.
I mean, I love those guys. I love everything they do. They become friends of mine, and I'm a Grand National fanatic. I was saying earlier on the show, I used to have one. I regret every day selling it.
Yeah.
Just
I
ran
hate
out of
that
room in the
feeling.
garage. That's the
Yeah.
one for me that got away. So to see what those guys did with the Grand National was phenomenal.
Yeah, Throttle also has a new build in the McGuire's. They did a Fast and Furious inspiration, R34, big drag pack, has the nice livery on it. As a GTR guy, it was cool to see that too. Big RB, 14 horsepower. That was also cool too.
Awesome, man. TJ
Yeah.
Hunt, continued
Thank you.
success, my friend.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you joining us
Of
on
course.
SEMA Live. All right, time for us to take another break, but when we come back, so much more from day 2 here at SEMA.
The government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
We'll find out. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching SEMA Live here on SEMA's Facebook page and YouTube channel. My name is Chris Jacobs. Privileged to be your host for this adventure that we are both on. And take a look at the schedule we got coming up for the rest of the day. Got a Mopar booth visit. We got a in-studio interview with my buddy Bruno Masel, Tim Walbridge. Got MagnaFlow Chip Foose special reveal. Another booth interview with Mario Andretti. Jerry Zayden of Camburg Engineering will be joining me in studio. a booth visit with Rob Ray, Honda Racing Corporation. And then finally, Nolan Sykes and Justin Freeman from Donut Media will be rounding out this Wednesday. All right, if you're a car fan and you've needed some power in your vehicle, you've most likely considered the best Optima batteries. Take a look at this video package. No video, turns out. You gotta love live broadcasting. Oh, my man, Cam Douglas, Optima Batteries. How you doing, brother?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you. Thanks for joining me on SEMA Live here. So you guys have taken over the bronze lot once again. What's happening out there?
We got a lot of fun stuff going on. So we're partnering with SEMA on a couple activities for nighttime activities. So we're kind of sharing the bronze lot on Tuesday, yesterday, and then on Friday as well for SEMA Fest. So we kind of, on Tuesday, we have a lot of drifting with Chris Forsberg, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Tanner Faust, and a group of others. Then today and tomorrow is actually our Ultimate Streetcar Invitational Championship, and we're doing the speed stop element of that. So that's going on right now. Friday will be a abbreviated event again with our drift crew, and then that'll move right into SEMA Fest.
That's amazing. Of course, you got the top guys doing the drifting out there.
Good group, very diverse
really
group.
Good group.
Bunch of, so not just drifters, but also a bunch of off-road guys. Chris Pavordy's out there in his Pro Light truck, and a couple, Lauren Healy.
Oh, I love Lauren. I was just in Crandon with Lauren about 6 weeks ago, and he crushed it out there. I think he won every race he was in out there.
He did.
Yeah.
But then so he's driving that the Funhavers Bronco. What's it called? Bronco. It's this gnarly Bronco.
Yeah.
1,000 horsepower thing.
I think that's the truck he had in Crandon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, four-wheel drift is just awesome.
It's killing it. And we had Chris Pulverdi on the show here yesterday. He was telling us about scaring the crap out of people in his truck out there on the thrill rides. Have you had a chance to jump in with him?
Oh yeah.
He knows what he's doing, right?
He does.
King of the Hammers champion. I think he left today to go pre-run down in Mexico, right?
Yep. He's their truck and team is down there, and he's heading down tonight. Yeah.
How cool is it for you, by the way, to get to participate in all these events? Because, you know, Optima really kind of is a blanket for all things motorsports.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough for us to stay focused on one element of vehicles that use a battery, right? Because we make batteries for everything.
Right.
The cool part about that is I love going fast in just about anything, right? Whether it's a boat or you know, off-road, on-road, or it's just goofing around with lowriders.
Yeah.
Right? Don't have to go fast on a lowrider. But yeah, it's a dream job, really, to get to go to, I'm at SEMA this week, I'm in Baja next week. Right after that, we're at LA Auto Show, then CES, and you know, it just keeps going.
There's no off season.
No.
In the car world, right?
There used to be.
Yeah, there used to be.
Between SEMA and you'd kind of, if you went
maybe
to
like
PRI.
between SEMA, maybe Grand National Roadster Show, but then they switched the auto show right into that section. So yeah.
Yeah. So now it's
love
it's crazy.
And I have an Optima in my 68 Fury 3 convertible.
Thank you.
So that's kind of that segment you're talking about. That's the not racing segment. It's like kind of the cruising segment. We always used Optima batteries on overhauling.
Right.
So we would rely on you guys to power our overhauling cars. So do you have a favorite event of the year? You're talking about loving the lowriders. I mean, those are always featured in the basement at the auto show.
Right.
You see those at Grand National Roadster Show.
Just had a big feature at Peterson Automotive Museum, some of the best lowriders. It was pretty cool. It's you get in a different mood for different events. I love King of Hammers. You get to kind of cut loose and do whatever you want off-road. I love the Score Series. I just don't have a favorite.
Yeah.
I don't. Every Saturday morning I'm at a Cars and Coffee, and we're talking about different cars, drive different vehicles, whether it's a truck or a new sports car or whatever. I like them all. That's my problem.
Yeah.
I'm like a hoarder of weird stuff. I mean, I drove out here from Peterson to SEMA in a Unimog. So it took a little long.
Yeah.
Right? But I love
But
Unimogs.
what unites them all are the motor and the wheels.
Right.
You know?
Right.
That's what they all have in common, and that's what we love the most.
You got it.
So what's going on at SEMA for you guys this year? What are you featuring?
So it's an elevated event from an experience standpoint. We're packing them in so the crowd's great. But from a new product introduction for us this year is extremely important and exciting for us. We have a new, what's called a DIN H6, which to a lot of people it's kind of just words, but what that is it's a new size that's really taking over the standard for automotive and truck use. Just about every vehicle now comes with this size or close to it size battery, but in a lithium product. So it's much lighter, longer lasting, much more reliable, and carries a little bit higher voltage over time, so all your electronics work much more efficiently. And if you're into car audio at all, you know that extra half volt actually makes things sound better.
Yeah.
Louder bass, all that.
I was going to say, it's all about the bass.
So that battery cures a lot of the, or solves a lot of the problems that people have, looking for lighter weight, looking for higher power, looking for longer life. So I have one in my new Raptor R, kind of showing that off out there and telling people about it.
Well, I can tell you when I'm doing Mecum auctions and I lift that hood during a preview and I see the Optima battery under the hood, I always mention that because that is a feature that people are interested in. They want to know that you've got quality products in the build that they're seeing.
Awesome, thank you.
Marketing Director, Optima Batteries, Cam Douglas, thanks for joining me on SEMA Live.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you, my friend.
Right on.
All right, we're going to send it back out now to JC Fernandez. See who he is standing by with. There he is. JC, take it away, my brother.
Hey guys, you can stay out of the shot, please. Go. Thank you, Chris. Back at one of my favorite booths here at SEMA, back at the Mopar booth. And this is Matt with the design team at Mopar. And what an amazing gig you have. Why don't you tell everyone officially what you do for Mopar?
Yeah, I'm the design manager for Mopar on the, for the design office. So
okay.
I get to handle all these cool concepts and the production accessories as well.
And what cool concepts? Behind me, you did some wild things to this truck behind me. Let's talk about this beauty back here.
Yeah, for sure. So our goal with concepts like this is to take some of our coolest and most capable vehicles, outfit it with a bunch of accessories to make them even cooler and more capable. So this is our 2500 Power Wagon concept, and then we've got a satin stealth sand that we've paired with a two-tone graphics. It's got a 3D topographic map.
Here, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so slow this down. So what did you do you change the color on the truck?
So the front end is a concept right now,
okay.
For 2025, and then since it's a Power Wagon, we already have the integrated front one winch. We've got some header orange accents on the tow hooks that we've tied in with badging and the tie down points on the roof racks and handles. So trying to coordinate all these colors and just bring the theme all together. And honestly, the theme kind of looks like it'd be an overlander for the moon.
Yeah, it really does. But so someone could buy this truck and then we could beef it up and add more to it.
Yeah, so that's kind of the goal with things like this. I mean, we don't sell it as a complete package, but we will sell you the individual parts. So we want our customers to kind of use things like this as inspiration and build their own. Like, take what we've given you and just build on it. Do what you want to do. Like, we want to encourage our customers to be creative.
You know, you ever stop and realize what a cool gig you have? I mean, as a kid, you take your Hot Wheels, you might paint it or do something different to it. You do that for a living now.
I do, and I did then, and I still do.
Yeah. Let's come over here.
Yeah,
can we see inside here?
Yeah.
See inside this beast of a truck?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Let's let me get an interior shot of the truck.
Absolutely.
Did you do any add-ons to the interior of the truck?
Yeah, so we brought some of the orange accents from the exterior into the interior. So all the AC bezels and radio speaker bezels, those are all color coordinated to the exterior. We have custom seats by Catskin, so we have the brown and black two-tone. We brought in some of the orange on the seats themselves, some of the stitching. We have our IP accessory rail on this truck. We have a similar product for Jeep, so you can mount GoPros, cameras, tablets, right on top of the dash above your radio.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
So, yeah. So just giving some cool accessibility there.
You're thinking of what people, the guys and gals that are going to buy this truck and drive it, what they're doing. We're off-roading. We want to be filming our adventure, and you make it easier to just attach your camera.
Yeah, and it's not all about the off-roading. I mean, a truck like this is a perfect blend of something you could daily drive and still confidently take on the trail or overlanding. So it's a good balance of both.
Let's slide back here and see. Yeah. And so one of your teammates mentioned to me yesterday, too, the back seats of these trucks just as comfortable as the front seats.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's so much room in these trucks. It's amazing.
What do we have up here?
So this is a Lightner design rack. This is something somebody could order from their dealership.
Okay.
So we've got these storage boxes
that's a lot of space up here.
with removable gear pods.
Okay.
There's upper rails on top, really cool. But you know, somebody may look at this and be like, yeah, but then how do I reach anything else in the bed of the truck? So
come on around.
To fix that, we've got a bed slide system. So, you know, we're solving problems.
Dude, this is nuts.
We're solving problems before somebody even realizes they have one. So, all the accessibility is still available on this truck. So you may not be able to reach over to the side, but anything that's up against the cab, you can pull out towards you. We also have our Mopar bed step. So if you need to reach something up high, you can just use that step and go right up.
This is a genius right here.
Yeah, and this is also something somebody could buy from their dealer.
Okay.
So
it slides right back in?
Yeah, you gotta pull the lever, and then it goes right.
I know we have, I don't want to run out of time, so someone just said, I know we want to see some Jeeps over here, right?
Yeah, let's
so
walk over
we're walking through the crowd. How do you feel, too, being here at SEMA and your booth always crowded? How does that make you feel?
Awesome. I haven't been here personally in 10 years, so it's a great experience. It's been a long time for me, so it's great to be back, for sure.
It's a great crowd here, and we have a bunch of Jeeps that you guys have added to, that have done some add-ons to these Jeeps over here. Huge Jeep fan myself. Oh, we going to this Rubicon?
Yeah, we're going to head over here to the Gladiator. So this is actually a build that we did for Easter Jeep Safari this spring, but we've added a few touches for SEMA this year. So kind of the same story as the Ram. You know, this is something that, you know, most of these accessories, with the exception of a couple concept pieces, somebody can buy on their own. So these flat flares we do sell for Wrangler. It's a concept for this right now, and the light bar is a new concept we've developed that's new for SEMA right now. But it's got air suspension, 40-inch tires, like you can raise and lower it.
I do like so that's new for SEMA, debut up top, the
so
3 sets?
There's a really cool feature there, so it's not just forward lighting. So if we go right here, pull this lever, you have 360 degrees of lighting. So if you're at the campsite or anything, or in a trail, you want rear lighting, you can transform it to that. You can get side lighting. It's versatile.
Yeah,
so instead of having little tiny pod lights all over the Jeep, you can have one light bar that does it all.
I love that. Is this a standard color that you can get with Jeep, or is this customized color?
No, this is custom for this, so it's actually kind of based on an old J10 Jeep color. So I think it was ginger poly, so we call this one ginger snap metallic.
It's a neat color.
Yeah, it's awesome. And then we paired it with some retro-inspired graphics, and so they're not exactly the same as what you would find on an old Jeep, but it looks like it could have been.
Yeah, I feel like it's something I'm seeing out of the 80s or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interior, can we see the interior?
Yeah, for sure. So the two-tone exterior, we pulled that to the interior, but flipped it. So we got tan on the top, black on the bottom. Really nice quilted pattern there. Super comfortable seats. Color-coordinated stitching.
And is that what we're looking at? Is that the standard pad we're seeing there, kind of iPad setup in the center of the console there, or in the far right? The
on
TV,
which part?
The screen?
That's standard on all 24 and up models. And then you'll see our IP accessory rail that we talked about on the Ram. This is our Jeep version, but this one you can actually see an accessory mounted on it, so you can kind of see how that would work. So you kind of got a phone mount up there.
Oh, that's cool. But it also, too, I can see you can move it, right?
Yeah.
You can slide it. You can move it.
Hold it down right now, but yeah, you can
adjust it and everything.
Yeah, you can slide it left and right.
And are these? You said these are custom seats?
These are custom. Yeah.
Whoa! Go around the backside here before we get ready to wrap up.
For sure.
This is an incredible Jeep, man.
Oh, thank you. But I mean, we got power side steps, and then in the back we.
And how big of a lift is this one?
It's an air suspension, so it's got roughly 8 inches of travel up or down. So you can slam this thing all the way to the ground. You can raise it all the way up.
Let's go over here.
So we had the bed slide in the Ram.
Wait. I want the reveal on this. This is going to be neat. Okay.
Yeah. So we have the bed slide in the Ram, but we have a similar item here, but it's the decked bed system. So it's all the storage drawer that's lockable. So you can throw all your gear in the bed of the truck and not have to worry about anything. It's weatherproof. It's pretty awesome.
Then you still have capabilities of being on top of it, right?
You've got all your tie-down points here, so you can strap something down to it, and these are all things you can order from your dealership.
This is an incredible, incredible Jeep. All these add-ons that you do. I absolutely love the color combo. I love the accessories. I love Jeeps. I love YJs. So you go back to the YJ Jeep. The square lights, there's something cool about those YJs.
I had one. I love it.
Did you have a YJ?
I had a 90.
Did
1990.
You let it get away?
I did. I miss it every day.
Well, Matt, thank you so much for joining us. And it's the Mopar booth here at SEMA. Always a huge crowd. Always great products. Thanks again, brother. Appreciate it. Chris, we'll send it back up to you there in the broadcast studio. How cool is that, buddy?
Appreciate you, JC. Yeah, the Mopar booth is always a can't miss for me here at SEMA. And, I've been saying since we started on air with you guys that SEMA for me is kind of like, it's an automotive party, and it's also a family reunion. And my next in-studio guest is exactly that. Joining me now is my friend and an old, I guess we feel like brothers, man. We've known each other for so long. Bruno Masel, how you doing, my man?
Good, man. Good to be here, man. Thanks for having me come in, sit down, and shoot the shit for a little while.
Of course, dude. NHRA, two-time champion, NHRA pit reporter, host of Garage Squad, and what you just told me, and I can't believe you're going into your 20th season of Truck U.
Yeah, man. We're just wrapping up our 20th season. We're shooting next week. We've got a big wrap party planned. Man, it's crazy. It's so funny how fast this stuff goes. People tell you that all the time, like the old timers, but when you're living, you're like, I didn't have kids when I started that show. I've got a 17-year-old now, so it was something that, I had the opportunity kind of fell in my lap, and I figured I'll do it for a season or two and play with some trucks and have some fun. And they can't kick me out the door now. I'm locked in. I'm staying forever. I'm buried in.
And I guess Garage Squad, probably the same kind of mindset with that too. You're like, maybe I'll do a couple seasons here. And what did it turn out to be? 8 seasons, you said?
Yeah, so it was 8 seasons. The coolest thing was it was the first time, at least that I know of, that a car show was actually shot in the Midwest.
Yeah.
You're a fellow Chicago.
Yep.
I know you claim the West Coast now, but it's so nice to be able to work in your back door. Sleep in your own bed at night.
Mm-hmm.
For us, that's a luxury we don't often get.
Right.
And I thought it was cool because we kind of represent the Midwest for once. Somebody had could plant their flag and said our show was the Midwest show, and we're something we're proud of. I think we did a lot of good for a lot of people over the years, and. We weren't doing overhauling. We weren't building $1 million cars. I didn't have Chip Foose designing it, but we got cars out and running again, and we I think left people in a better place we found them.
Yeah.
So it was something to be proud of. It was fun.
Yeah. Cool. And how is NHRA going? You just had the race in Vegas this past weekend.
Yeah. So now we're in the final race to the Countdown to the Championship. We've got all the championships are still wide open. A young guy, late 20s, rookie Austin Prock is all about to wrap up his first championship for John Forrest. I don't know if you guys follow the NHRA stuff, but John, obviously a huge legend of the sport, and our sport had a really bad crash in Richmond.
Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't know if we'd ever see him walk again. We didn't know what was going to happen. It was a bad situation. And he returned on Friday to the track, his first race back. Piston vinegar full of John Force, and his daughter won and his driver won, and it was a double up. It couldn't have been more storybook to finish.
Yeah.
So it's really exciting. So we've got the finals coming up in Pomona. It should be great, man. It's just been a great season all the way around, man. We're truly blessed.
Yeah, everybody in the automotive world was following that story very closely when John had his accident, and it looked so dire. Seeing it happen, It was crazy. And the fact that he actually got out of the car on his own power was one thing. Was in the ICU for a little while, but now has made a full recovery, which is just so great to see and amazing. And obviously his daughter's carrying on his legacy.
Well, what was crazy, Chris, is so we were, I was on the starting line when it happened, and you don't see a lot, you see a lot of smoke and stuff. And then all of a sudden we're watching the replays, and we cut away from the replays, which is never a good thing.
Right.
His daughter was still in racing, going to be in the staging lanes, raced again, and didn't know she was going to race. She was down there with him and had the courage and the force in her to go out there and compete, right? And so she went back and raced and actually got beat that round. And we sat down and did an interview on Sunday in her pit area and talked about it with her dad returning. And she said, when I left my dad, he was talking, he was coherent. When I went back to the hospital and saw him, it was all the shock had now taken over his body. She said, I should have never left him.
Yeah.
So it's you got a full sense of what that man and that family went through over the last 4 months was truly incredible. And then to see him come back and see him, be John Force on the starting line and hold his daughter's hand and stuff again was really a neat moment.
Yeah, I mean,
and then she raced Wally at the end of the day.
Legend, incredible stuff. And as you said, a storybook ending. All right, let's talk SEMA.
Yeah.
How many is this for you?
I think I stopped counting at like 18. Honestly, you know what I mean? I'm dating myself, I'm dating you, but I mean, it's an part of my year. It just goes on the calendar. You don't know how it's going to play out, but it's always something, a destination you always go to. For us, it's great because we have our event at the Strip of Las Vegas the weekend before. So many people come out. I always see Kindig out there. I brag them on the starting line between the cars. So many people in this. All of our auto enthusiast friends are there, and then everybody transitions over to SEMA here for the rest of the week. So it's just something that's been a mainstay in my life for a better part of 2 decades now.
Yeah, you cover them all, but do you have a favorite class of NHRA?
The class I competed in, it's called Pro Stock.
Yep.
It's kind of like NASCAR's version of drag racing, where it's highly restricted. Driver has a huge input into the race itself. If you miss a shift by 50 RPM, you're going to lose the race. So it's really technical, super sophisticated. Gasoline, 500 cubic inches. You have to shift, 4 times, and the first 4 seconds usually you put in high gear before you get to 1,000 foot of the half track mark. It's just fun, man. It gives me an opportunity to go out and compete, and so I'm a little biased because that's the class I run.
Sure.
You know what I mean? But man, it's fun stuff.
2-time champion, by the way, in that class. Oh, did 4? My notes are wrong?
Yeah,
It says 2-time.
I got 4. I'm the reigning champ from last year and then 21.
Can we get research on that, please? He is a 4-time champion, not a 2-time champion. Thank you very much. You were shortchanging my boy here.
Give me a little love. Come on,
Not
baby.
cool. Not
Come
cool. 4-time champion. So obviously you're biased. If we take Pro Stock out of the equation, I mean, are you a funny car guy? Are you a top fuel guy?
I've always been a funny car guy. So you're familiar with Don Snake Prudhomme?
Yep.
I was an idol growing up. I mean, he's just the king of cool. That Snake funny car, he'd come out to the Midwest for match races and stuff, and watch him and the Mongoose race each other. It was just a storyline. I had the Hot Wheels cars. I used to race down the track, and I got the opportunity over the years to meet him and spend time with him, and he lives up to the hype. So it's like I've always been a funny car guy because of Don Prudhomme.
Yeah.
Just a true legend. So it's like fire and brimstone when those things go down the racetrack. They never go straight. There's never an easy, clean run, and they're belching nitro, and you're crying watching them. You're having a good time.
Yeah. And you know what's great about Don, as well as Richard Petty, who we had up here earlier? The guy, they're so humble. Yes. I mean, it's like it's awe-inspiring to be in their presence. Snake's a buddy of mine. I'm honored to be a buddy of his. I had Ron Capps up here yesterday. Okay. We took a picture, sent it to Don. He got right back to me. Nice. I'm like, how cool is this? This is amazing.
Capps is like a rock star. Every band he's got, they're fans of him, which is super cool. You know what I mean? Capps has a certain swagger that is hard to match only by his previous, team owner down at Snake Prudhomme. So
totally.
The two, they're a perfect fit together. They're like yin and yang.
Yeah, and poor Capps, he's second in everything because of John Force. No. He's like Phil Mickelson of golf. Right. If there wasn't Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson would be the multi-time champion. I mean, he's got some, but I mean, he'd have many, many more.
For sure.
And Ron is exactly that same way. But
Ron's not hanging up anytime soon, though. I'll give you that.
No. Yeah,
that's for sure.
He's going, which is very cool to see. All right, so when you walk around the SEMA show, is there something that you gravitate towards?
Central Hall, that's like where all the whiz-bang race parts are at for the most part. I was in there yesterday. I never left Central Hall. My first day, it was like 4:30. I'm like, hell, I haven't even left this one hall yet. I've got everything else to see.
Yeah.
So it's time I need to get my butt moving and get those steps in and kind of venture out. But it's got that whole racing community in there, and you find the latest whiz-bang parts and pieces that you're looking for from a racing standpoint. And it's kind of cool because all that stuff trickles down into the aftermarket, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because why wouldn't you want, a street car that's got 1,000 horsepower?
Yeah,
it
seems practical.
And corners like an Indy car, you know what I mean? It's completely impractical, but that's what we're all about, and that's why we do what we do.
Well, you're probably talking about the LS Supercharger that Edelbrock is offering now, where it's like, it makes perfect sense. Why not have 1,000 horsepower in my grocery getter?
Just because you can.
Right, exactly. I've got that option, so I might as well take it. So any particular builds that you've seen in Central Hall? Like I keep talking about the Ring Brothers Grand National and the Dutch Boys Grand National. What cars stood out to you over there?
So the Kindig's one of, I'm a huge Kindig fan. It's money to these guys, but I just got to spend some time with guy. But it's Corvair, or I don't know with the name. It just won the Riddler Award.
It's the Corvette. It's his Air 12.
Corvette.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, is that thing beautiful?
Yeah.
Just from top to bottom, like the underside of the car is nicer than the top.
Yeah.
You know, and you can say that about the Ring Brothers and
Right.
so many of them, but the color on it just pops. Everything about it is just, I've never seen a design like that. I know he's got his own body style, but it really pops and stands out. Where any of these vehicles would stand out at any show, and that's kind of the problem with SEMA. If there's ever a downside, all of it blends together.
Yeah.
Like you walk past $1 million show car and you don't even bat an eyelash because there's so much around it, you know, that kind of soaks it in.
It's an embarrassment of riches.
It is.
Here at SEMA.
It is. It's
Yeah.
just excess, you know what I mean? So it's almost like you got to kind of pump the brakes and really look around to see what's out there, you know?
Yeah.
But that one really stood out to me yesterday. I almost tripped over it and I was like, holy cow, look at this thing. Yeah. It's like a candy, you know, burgundy color to it, just beautiful.
Yeah, no, I mean, Dave's crushing it. The materials that he's using, what he's doing, you know, he debuted his electric CF1 out here, I believe last year, either last year or the year before. But and Dave's another one who just has both feet planted on the ground. You know, he is as humble as day one. I watched him rise up through the ranks. SEMA is always his kind of, you know, feature. He brings really cool stuff, and I'm so happy for his success.
I'm going to brag on him for 1 second.
Do it.
We've been friends, but casual friends. Never really. You know, he's in Utah. I'm in Chicago. We have a beer every now and then. Have a cocktail here at SEMA. My dad's a huge Kindig fan. His favorite show is Bitch and Rides. Not Garage Squad, but Bitch and Rides. You know what I mean? Thanks, Pops, right?
Yeah.
And he's got this project that's been sitting too long that he's been working on, this 32 coupe. It's got twin turbos on it off my race car, a small block motor in it. And it's been sitting for the longest time. I need to kind of give him a kick in the pants to get it work. So I called Kindig and said, hey, would you for Christmas do a rendering, you know how he does for all his customers in this car? I said, for you? I said, it's for my dad. He did it, okay? The coolest thing ever. And what it is so on Christmas Day, he said, have your dad call me on Christmas, because there's a couple things I wanted for the other profiles. I wanted to go with his design. I said, because I wanted it to be a surprise. He called my dad on Christmas and made my dad's, he goes, Dave Kindig called me, and he sat and talked to my dad for 20 minutes and about nothing and everything, and it just made his entire year. That rendering he showed to everybody in the world and told everybody in the world that Dave called him on Christmas to wish him a happy Christmas or Merry Christmas and designed his car for him.
That's cool.
Just a great thing, and that just speaks volumes about being grounded, right?
Yep.
I mean, doesn't owe me anything, doesn't owe anybody anything, but to go out of his way like that, something I'll never forget, and my dad and every guy in Chicago will never forget, because now they heard the story about it, right?
Yeah,
So
and he's got the rendering to prove it.
Yeah, it's just, he actually, what he told me, he only does it for people when he builds cars for. So it did me a solid in doing that for him. Now I'm probably going to owe my next kid.
It's all right.
But
Worth
it. That's what it's all about. Like, you know, we've got this network of, I think, brotherhood, so to speak. You know, it's cool to see.
Bro, congratulations on 20 seasons of Truck U.
Thanks,
all your success in NHRA, 4-time champion. Let's not get that wrong. Bruno Masel, thanks for joining us on SEMA Live.
Thanks, buddy. Always good to catch up
Appreciate
with
you,
you,
man. Back at you. All right, got to kick it to a commercial break, but stick around. Tons more from Vegas on the other side.
Why is it so important to have data? Well, if you think about product content, like the electricity in your walls, you need it to power pretty much everything. You can't have a website without product data. You can't have a point of sale system without product data. You can't even create a product catalog without data. Contact us at semadata.org. We're here to help.
The government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
At the SEMA Garage, our mission is to help our member companies develop innovative products for the automotive aftermarket. We do this by providing a number of professional resources. Product development, which includes tech transfer, reverse engineering, 3D scanning and printing, and measuring sessions. Emissions testing and compliance on both our in-house four-wheel drive emissions dyno and four-wheel drive chassis dynos, as well as ADAS research and testing in both our OE and aftermarket laboratories. From air intakes to Zerk fittings, the SEMA Garage can help you bring your product to life. Learn more at semagarage.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to SEMA Live here in Las Vegas. You're checking out an interior shot of West Hall there, right by our SEMA Live studios. It's where we're camping out all week to bring you the SEMA experience. And we thank you for joining us here on SEMA's YouTube channel and also their Facebook page. Got something a little different for you right here. I'm being joined by James Hahn, who is from Natural Motion. Welcome, James.
Thank you.
How you doing, my man? Good to be here. Now this is cool. You guys were giving me a little demo here. This is the Natural Motion CSR2 racing game, and I believe you guys are going to see what I am seeing on the iPad right here. But forgive me if I get a little distracted because this is cool. Okay, there you go. You got the feed. So what I'm doing is I'm basically taking my finger and I'm swiping across the screen, and that's giving me a 3D version of this unbelievable car that we're about to take down the drag strip. And this car in real form is here at SEMA, correct?
Yes, it is, yes.
Where can people see it if they're here?
I think on the Horizon Motorsports stand where they've got a couple of cars there. This vehicle was actually here last year. I think it was in the Battle of Builders competition. We've been coming here for about 10 years now, and CSR2 came out in 2016 globally. And over the time where we're looking for new cars and new things to include, SEMA was like the destination. And year in, year out, we put more and more vehicles that have appeared at SEMA into the game. And this year we've got 5 or 6 vehicles that were in last year's Battle of the Builders competition actually live in the game now. And we're now partnering as well with the Battle of the Builders competition, such that if one of the winners this year could actually appear in the game next year when we come back.
That's cool. That's
really
good
cool.
Incentive. And by the way, I could spend like the next hour just going like this because this is super cool. It's so realistic. Now, what do? You scan the entire car and then digitize
well,
it?
It depends. It depends. We include vehicles from car manufacturers. So we work with about 70 OEM brands, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Audi, but literally everyone you've heard of. But we also include tuner cars, builder cars, film cars. And really depends how we build them, depends on what they are. If they're a production car from the likes of a brand, they'll share 3D CAD data with us and we'll rebuild the car from that. If it's a unique one-of-one car like this, it's a photo shoot, and we literally take thousands of photographs to recreate the car in this detail. This was originally cars on mobile games were just shoeboxes, they were just shells.
Yeah, right.
And we came along and we wanted to build every detail. We wanted to include the engines, the interiors, we wanted to be able to pop the hood, see every detail, see the injectors, see the writing on the cam cover. You know, literally the whole fuel injection system could be on there and you'd see every detail, including the trunk as well. And people really like that, and they like interacting. And you know,
let's give this a demo. Let's go full screen on that. On the there we go. So we're gonna go racing here in Vegas.
Yes.
At Vegas International Motor Speedway,
so
correct?
we've got this is our 4th American road trip now. We've got an event series called American Road Trip, and every year we sort of do a fictional trip across America where you can race and collect vehicles that have appeared at SEMA, but also that are sort of themed in that sort of builder sense.
So is this that's our driver there?
Yes.
We're Jess, and now we're going to go race.
Yes, that's right.
All right, cool. Now I was given a quick tutorial on how to operate this, so let's see how I do.
So you're up against
it. Looks like I'm going up against the Super Snake.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
That's right.
All right, that's not a good sign, but we're going to do our best.
Okay.
All right, so I'm supposed to kind of toggle the pedal?
Yep, you want to tap the throttle and rev match to about 4,500 RPM there. And then go, and then you want to press change shift when it tells you. And shift again.
I'm getting smoked.
You're winning.
That's me?
That's you. You're winning.
Is it 8-speed transmission? 6.
6-speed man.
I'm there.
There you go. And you won. So first time winner, easy.
I'm retiring undefeated. I'm 1-0, just took down the championship. Pretty good for a Mopar guy in a Mustang, by the way, I have to say.
Good. We include
awesome.
everybody.
Thank you for that. Now, what are there different applications of this game? Can people play with it with a handheld? Or is it just tap like that?
It's mobile first, and there's no steering. It's very accessible. It's something you can play in the queue, getting a coffee, something like that.
Yeah.
And the aim, the core loop of the game is you race. You win a race, you earn some dollars, you upgrade the car, you make it faster.
Yeah.
You do a series of ladder races. You can race other people online as well.
I just won $100 grand.
A lot of inflation.
What would I buy with that? Exactly. The car's pretty well set up. I don't know what exactly.
When you race, the cars start out approximately what they are in the real world, the sort of same sort of quarter-mile time.
Right, just stock.
Yeah,
like you get
and then you upgrade and tune. So we've got, in the game, you've got different types of upgrades. Let's have a look what we can upgrade here. You can tune the suspension, you can upgrade the transmission, so you can change the final drive, but keep the ratios that you've got.
Awesome.
You can,
by the way, I didn't even use the nitrous there. I still had the nitrous option where I could.
Well, you've retired,
yeah.
so you
exactly. I'm a consultant now, so I'm going to tell other people how to race. So, you guys are based in London?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes.
How was the trip over for you?
Long. I think the more times you fly, the less interesting it is,
right.
and you're just trying to stay focused and know why you're coming, because when you get to SEMA, it's just chaos.
Exactly. What are some of the cool things you've seen here this year?
I think that the nicest thing is just seeing everybody again. 10 years ago when we started, we were literally visiting every brand saying, will you appear in our game? Because we're trying to recreate these cars. We need to license every brand that is on these real cars. And since then, we've licensed nearly 600 brands, and they all appear in the game. And the people you meet who make those parts that appear in your game, you build friendships, you build relationships. And so you come back and you see people that previously built a car. You bump into brands like Liberty Walk, you know them personally, or you see a guy that his car was in your game 8 years ago, and what's he doing now? How is he? How are you doing? And you build up so many friendships with all these brands, and they show you then what they're then working on next, and then you're immediately there saying, when can we get it in the game? When can we put that?
Yeah.
And it's just this whole car catalogue. It's like having all your favourite die casts in your pocket. You can show everybody your favourite car because there's so many, rather than needing to have a whole massive collection. And it's such a nice thing, and I think people really like that.
And what a cool thing too, you said that the winner of this year's Battle of the Builders is going to have their car in the next iteration of the game.
Yes. There are challenges to making such a game. You need complicity of licensing. So if you're going to make a car, particularly build a car, and there's 20 brands involved, you need 20 permissions, you need 20 agreements to actually build that. So the intention is that the winner of this year's Battle of the Builders competition will appear in next year's American Road Trip in the game. And it's so nice to see the community, the people, and the cars. Same with the Toyota Tread Pass. Such amazing builds, attention to detail, the paint, the design of the body kits. that we can then recreate in this game. It's just it's such a great thing, and to be able to, it's like we're a platform, and it's all one place to experience the cars that you see physically, but you can take it away with you.
Yeah. Very cool. James Hans, thank you for joining us here on SEMA Live. The company's called Natural Motion CSR2 racing game. You just saw a demo of that. I did great, I think.
You won.
1-0, and I'm done. James, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Best of luck with the game in the future.
Thank you.
And right now we're going to kick it out to Aaliyah, who is standing by. Aaliyah, what do you got?
Tim.
Yeah.
Out of the way. There you go.
Thank you so much, Chris. What's up, guys? I am here in the Silver Lot at 503 Motoring, and I am here with the founder, Tim. Please tell us about what you have going on here today.
We're building live the first 997 GT3 RWB outside of Japan at this point, and we're super happy to be here with a bunch of our big partners and bringing it to the masses to see.
We also have Newton here, guys. He actually helped facilitate this collaboration. What was it that inspired you to do this live activation? We've never seen anything like this.
Thank you for having us. And yeah, a lot of this is just having the whole RWB family coming together and sharing the experience with everyone. Tim and I and Nakai-san, we've been great friends for a very long time, and I think just bringing all the family together and sharing the experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. There were so many different vehicles to choose from, but ultimately, why did you guys decide to choose this one?
Well, I actually started over a pizza dinner in Seattle as a joke, and I just asked Nakai if he would build me a GT3 because no one had done one yet, and he immediately was like, yes. And so on my drive, I live in Portland, so on my drive back from Seattle, I messaged Newton. I was like, hey, do you think we could do this at SEMA?
Yeah.
And he says, let's ask him. So we asked Nakai, and Nakai said, what day? And then it literally just steamrolled from there, and here we are doing this. So, yeah.
Very cool. I like how you mentioned a casual dinner with Nakai-san.
Oh, yeah. That's again, going back to the family thing. So whenever Nakai comes to town, we all kind of gravitate to the build. So like Newton and myself, we've traveled the world to go to different builds. And it's not even really about the car at the end of the day. It's about the people you meet, the relationships you make, and the fun you get to have around pizza. So it's good. I mean, cars. Yeah, so, yeah.
Amazing. And I'd imagine there are a few challenges that happened, setting this all up and getting this together.
Yeah, so this build has been extremely smooth. Tim did a lot of preparation and all the supporters out there. Normally we see little hiccups here and there and things we have to adjust to, and Nakai just makes magic whenever this happens. We find little issues here and there, and he knows ideas and he has all the experience to be able to fix everything.
Yeah. And it seems like there's been pretty steady traffic the entire time. How have the fan reception has been?
It's amazing. I mean, we do the best to try to advertise this the way we can through our social channels, and obviously SEMA's this massive environment, but from what we're hearing, because we of course can't leave this, we're tethered here, from what we're hearing, it's one of the most busy activations in here, so we're really happy to be able to bring this to the masses, let them see kind of behind the curtain at what Nakai brings to the table. So
all right, let's go ahead and check out what he is bringing to the table. I know that's what everybody wants to see, right, is the cars. Yeah,
so this is a 2007 9971 GT3. Again, the first one outside of Japan. Nakai-san owns 3 personal ones of these. This is a custom color, which unfortunately it's a little bit hard to see in here, but it's a custom color based off of macadamia metallic, and so we've changed some of the elements in the paint. So hopefully if we get over in this corner here, we can see some sunshine on it. But we've gone with our partners at Brembo Brakes, and we've got 380 millimeter brakes all the way around. We always work with Vossen wheels. We've got some Vossen wheels behind us here. I don't know if you can pan down and see those, but yeah, they're on the other side too. So.
And for Porsche enthusiasts and fans of custom work, what can they look forward to in this build?
I think it's the details. A lot of the Porsche guys, you either love this or you hate this. We got to get a lot of flack for cutting up Porsches, but at the end of the day, we're creating new versions of this, our own interpretations of this through art. And so the real Porsche guys are going to look at the brakes. They're going to look at what exhausts. We have this great system from FI exhaust on here. The interior is going to be a big focal point for this car as well. This particular car features a 991 carbon back Porsche bucket seat that we've kind of retooled a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, and Nakai-san's, of course, yeah, I know. It's a lot. It's a lot. This is a really special vehicle. Nakai-san's style is iconic and conventional. So how does this build really push boundaries, and what can people expect from RWB?
You know, I think the biggest point of this build, you know, and what makes Newton and I most excited about this is like this has never been done in history. To SEMA to allow this, to welcome this here, and to have this crowd again, to bring this in front of the masses for people to see it and really see behind the curtain again, as we mentioned before, of what it takes to put this car together.
Yeah. Did it take a lot of advocating on your end to kind of get this display to happen?
You know, we thought it was going to, but we actually just kind of hit it at the perfect time. And, you know, RJ and Tom at SEMA were absolutely amazing. They were like, absolutely, we want to do this. Let's make it happen. And so I was like, just give me the permission and we'll take care of everything else. And we pretty much pulled all of this off in about 90 days.
Oh my gosh, wow.
It's been crazy. Yeah.
Has this been the fastest you've ever worked on getting a car into SEMA?
Yeah, actually, I think it might be. Yeah, I think it would be actually. Yeah. So yeah, and actually, the work on the car itself is 62 days. So we got the car 62 days ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, what a perfect place. Oh, yeah.
And also getting just getting the kit and acquiring the kit. Normally, to get this kit, it's 2 to 5 years, and so we expedited the whole process for this.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I mean, as you can tell, the fans are very excited, and SEMA's definitely the perfect setting for a reveal like this. So how does this event really amplify the excitement around a project like this?
Having all the people here that can appreciate this, being on the largest stage in our industry with arguably one of the biggest icons in our industry, especially at this time, honestly, it's a little bit surreal. I mean, we've been busting our butts to get here, and to be sitting here right now, the car's being built, you know, and being surrounded by our friends, yeah, it's really great. And again, to be able to share this with all of these people who wouldn't maybe normally get an opportunity to see this.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I will say this is the first time I've gotten the opportunity to see something like this, so very excited. I can't imagine what the automotive enthusiasts that are attending are thinking. I wanted to ask, since I've been asking a lot of our vendors here, just a little fun question is, what was your first car and what is your favorite memory in that car?
Oh wow! Okay, my first car was a 2002 Mustang Roush, and I'm definitely from the muscle car world. And then I somehow tried all the variations of different platforms, and I ended up in Porsche, and I haven't left yet. Yeah.
Amazing. What about you?
Oh yeah. So I'm on the opposite side of the spectrum. My first car was a 1968 Volkswagen Beetle, and my favorite memory was actually getting it home because I had to push it after I bought it.
Yeah.
And I've been into Volkswagen, Porsche, Audi my entire life. I kind of strayed away, went to McLaren and Ferrari for a little bit, and then I came right back to Porsche.
Amazing. How many vehicles do you own currently?
11.
11? All right. What about you?
I'm at like 4 or 5 right now.
Okay. I like how you don't even know how many.
They come and go.
The only reason I know is because I just had to pay the insurance bill. So, yeah.
Okay. So obviously people know Nakai for his skill, but we want to know, what is he like as a person? You guys seem to have a really close relationship with him.
Yeah, definitely. Nakai-san is one of the most humble guys that I've ever met in my life. He's a workhorse. He constantly pushes the boundaries for everyone, and he just raises everyone's spirits. I think he's just very inspirational, and he's been such a great mentor to me. I've known him for like the last 10 years, and I've just traveled around the world with him, and it's been so great. He's taught me so much, and I hope to have many more years with him.
Yeah. And how did you ultimately collaborate him with your 503 motoring brand?
Actually, my very first car I built in 2017 this year, I had a client who wanted to build a car, and so I had partnered up with him, and then unfortunately we had a falling out, so I kind of inherited the build, took it to fruition, and again met an amazing group of people. Nakai's kindness literally knows no bounds when it comes to the people around him, and so again, when you come to these things, you start to feel that energy, and that's what I think keeps us doing this and keeps us traveling. Again, we've traveled the world to go see this man build a car, but it's about the energy in the group, and so once we started, now I think we've built 4 for ourselves within the company, and then we've been to like 17 different builds. So, yeah.
Awesome.
It's addictive.
No, yeah, I bet. And I mean, aside from this really cool activation that you guys have, what can we expect from 503 Motoring as far as our products in the future?
Unfortunately, we're not a product shop. We're a service shop, and so we do a lot of one-off custom things like this. And one thing that we hope that will amplify our awareness of who we are and how we build cars. And that's about it. But more importantly, it's really not about 503 Motoring. It's about the RWB community and putting them on this stage. Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. Once again, reporting live from the Silver Lot. Please stop by. We have an incredible activation going on with the Kaisan and 503 Motoring. My name is Aaliyah Becerra, and back to you, Chris.
Good stuff out there, Leah. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And back here live in the studio with another guest, I'm joined by Chad Schnitz. He is VP of Sales for Top Don, which is a diagnostic tool. And if you're into doing your own maintenance, this is pretty much required tools, right?
Absolutely. You have to have a tool now just to work on your own car at home. So we provide those tools to not only homeowners and DIYers, but all the way up to professional technicians.
So give me the basic tool that you offer all the way up to the professional grade, because we were chatting earlier before we came on. I used to work with a company that would make a product. Every car since, I think it's what, 1996 or something, has the 16-pin adapter?
And most people don't realize that that 16-pin adapter is there for everyone to use, not just a professional technician. So we make a tool called a Top Scan Pro. This is going to be a prosumer level that you can use at home to be able to plug into your car to figure out why your check engine light is on, or if you want to do your own normal maintenance like electronic parking brakes. Now you have to do a scan tool diagnostic process just to replace your brakes. And then we go all the way up to our Phoenix series of tools, which is our professional level that you would use in a shop as a technician to be able to go on and fix the car, see all the live data, do all your active tests. So we do everything in between.
You know, it's so funny because the cars that I'm used to being around, you open the hood and you actually see the engine and the carburetor if one's there, or a fuel injection system. You know, you can instantly tell if the car's got air conditioning. You see the alternator. You open a modern car and it's just a big plastic cover, right? And you're like, it's intimidation immediately. And so that's why you immediately think, oh, it's only the dealer or high-end shop who can fix this car. But with your products, you can do it yourself.
Absolutely, and it's not necessarily that we are saying that you have to be a full-on technician, have gone to school and understand all this. It's all about the information that you can get just to understand, hey, this is something beyond my means and I need to take it to a shop. But we give them that data. We give them the ability to see what the car is feeling and what the car is thinking and what the car may or may not be communicating with.
So what are you guys featuring this year at SEMA?
So we not only do the diagnostic side, but we also do thermal imaging. We've recently released a thermal imaging camera that will see long distance, like 450 yards.
Wow.
So it's weird because people ask us, well, why in the automotive field? We're automotive people, we're also outdoors people. So we want to get out into the woods and see what's going on in the backyard. But we do full thermal imaging. We do full battery testing, battery jump. So we have some new jump packs that we've recently released as well. So that's the core of what we're doing here at the SEMA Show.
So what are some of the ways that you would use that thermal imaging that has that long range? Is it for safety, trying to see if there's any intruders in your immediate vicinity, or is it for hunting perhaps? What are you using that thermal imaging for?
So you can use it for really anything that emits heat. So recently I have 30 acres around me and then nothing but cornfields. So I heard coyotes out in the field. Okay, how close are they? I can go out in the middle of the night, no moonlight out, and see, okay, what's in the field? Is it a deer? Is it a person? Is it a coyote? Is it something that I don't think should be there? But yeah, you can use it for hunting as well. If you're sitting in your tree stand just looking out, what's the rustling going on in the corner? My neighbor has a huge farm where he raises cattle. He wants to monitor his cattle. He uses it for that. So where are the cattle at night? You know, they're huddling up in the creek. They're underneath the trees trying to stay warm or cool or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
So pretty much unlimited usage for that.
It's pretty cool. And the influx of EVs into the automotive world lately too has been good for your business. You have services for them as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So ICE engines aren't the only thing that we do, and that's not the only thing a technician sees in the shop. So we have a full array of EV charging as well. We do the fast charging for EV on parking lots. We do home EV charging as well. But we're seeing more and more of the body shops that are getting EV cars in that they have to repair, and they need to charge that car so it can do all of their testing and make sure that everything's good before they give it back to the customer. So we do the EV charging side. We also do the EV diagnostics for the battery. If you need to pull the battery out of the car, we have the ability to plug into that battery and see what cells have the proper voltage or don't, or where those issues are. At an OE level, if you take your car to the dealer, they want to replace the whole battery pack. Well, in the aftermarket, we give them the ability to open that battery pack and replace that resistor or that switch or that relay.
Interesting stuff. That's pretty incredible. How many SEMAs is this for you?
I was counting earlier. I think I'm at 13.
13, nice. So
yes.
You've seen the industry change quite a bit.
Oh, absolutely. And I've seen the people that are coming to the industry change quite a bit as well. So when I first came, 13 years ago, it was an older generation. And what I've seen SEMA really change into is bringing on that car culture again, bringing in that young generation. And that's always been a passion of what I do, is bringing on that next generation, that new tech. Who's up next? And we're seeing that with the builds that we have here and with the people that are attending as well.
Yeah, and that's such a great sign for our industry, is that it is skewing younger. You're seeing people who are curious about not only new technology, which is part of what you service, but also nodding to the past and really keeping the older generations of technology alive.
Yeah, I love the resto mod era where you have the old iron, but then you can still add the new technology to it. Being able to put fuel injection on it and it starts every time. It's amazing how that works. You don't have to fiddle with the timing all the time. And I see there was a gap there where all of a sudden we had old builders and that was it. And now all of a sudden we're seeing this next generation of young builders coming on, building amazing cars and doing it just out of sheer talent. And it's great to see how it's come along.
Anything you've seen in one of the halls that if you had unlimited budget and unlimited garage space that you'd go home with?
Well, so we're sitting right next to a huge RV, and that's kind of my new thing right now, is going overlanding and being outdoors in the RV. So I love some of the stuff I've seen on the off-road RV area of it. But I'm one of those guys where I like it all. I like the two wheels, I like the side-by-sides, I like the big trucks, and I like the fast cars. So yeah, I've seen plenty of stuff that I want to go home with.
You got to go and check out these earth roamers right here. These things are crazy. You want to talk about like off-roading RVs? Those guys have got it wired.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Very cool. Chad Stitz, thanks for joining us, man. Company is called Top Don for all of your diagnostic needs. Definitely check them out. All right, going to kick it back out to JC Fernandez right now, who is standing by back at the BASF booth. JC.
There we go. Thank you. Chris, thank you so much. Everyone watching behind us, we have an incredible Aero Coupe we're going to break down here in a second, but so much to talk about before we get to that. I want you to meet Tina, and Tina is with BASF. And Tina and BASF are looking at the next generation of builders, and you have done something very special.
Yes, so we did a Text for Tomorrow scholarship and SEMA experience. So we gave 5 students the scholarship, 3 plus the experience, then 3 students just the experience. What this means is we looked at, 20 or some applications from students to really come out here, get a scholarship for the collision repair program, and then experience SEMA.
And Jocelyn is one of those scholarship winners. What about Jocelyn's story stood out to you?
So what stood out to me was her drive. She really set out to repair her car, first from the automotive, and then from body repair and paint. And I just seen this continuous drive to succeed and be successful. And it was the energy in her response that really sparked my interest.
Oh, it's amazing. The next generation. Jocelyn, how did you feel when you found out you were getting a scholarship?
I was so excited. It was just like absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is your first time at SEMA.
Yes.
How has the past day and a half been?
Very, very busy.
Yeah.
It was great, though. I'm so tired at the end of the day, but it's amazing.
We'll get used to it, because I think you'll be coming to many, many, many SEMAs in the future.
Yes.
And let's bring in Johnathan. Why don't we step back here and stay with us too, Jocelyn. Let's talk about this and have everyone, so they can see this amazing, come back here, Jocelyn, this amazing 1987 Aero Coupe.
Aero Coupe.
Tell me a little bit more about this incredible build.
So this cool little car right here we got for the company from Good Guys, and we built this Aero Coupe with all these brands that are here at SEMA to put this together to give it away next July.
Okay. So someone can win this car.
This car, so all the Good Guys shows, they get a finalist, and what we do is have a key, that they get a key, and if it cranks it in July of 2025, then they drive it home.
Let's talk about what you did with this, because the Aero Coupe was only made for 2 years, 86 and 87.
Exactly.
What did you do inside? That did not look like your standard engine that came in an Aero Coupe.
That is not. So all these great companies come together.
Stay closer. Come to Jocelyn.
So all these great companies come together, and our biggest thing is we want it to look like an Aero Coupe and still have the styling of the 87 model, but we want all the comfort creatures of a new modern car. So we have the LT4 and a 10-speed in this car to give us stupid horsepower and reliability and be able to drive it cross country if we want.
So that's the engine from a C8 Corvette?
Yeah, it's a new model one, yep.
How much horsepower do you have in here?
We're a little over 700 horsepower with it tuned, yep.
Jocelyn, what do you think of an Aero Coupe with over 700 horsepower?
That's It's a lot. It's a lot, yeah.
Let's go down the backside here. This color, I love the white color. Was it white when you started working on it?
So when we originally got this one, it was red, and once we started doing some researching on what it originally was, it was white. So we actually went back with the original white.
Okay.
Yep.
And so the Aero Coupe was only made for 2 years. That first year in '86, how many Aero Coupes did they make?
I think it was right around 200 in '86, and then in '87 there was a couple thousand of them.
And so the popularity of them grew and went more in '87, but only here for 2 years.
2 years, and the biggest thing about it was NASCAR related. So they wanted to be more aerodynamic, and they got that back glass, and that was a little cheating effort for them.
Well, let's get to the back glass in a second, but I do want to show the interior because you did some really cool work inside here. Why don't you pop it open for us, Johnathan? 1987 Aero Coupe is what we're looking at. And I feel like I'm back in the 80s, but I also still see some modernization done here.
Yeah, so what we wanted to do was kind of keep it still to the 80 feel of it, but we wanted to modernize it with the colors and the feel. So we went with a Moringal's leather on this, changed up the door panels a little bit, still have the 80s feel, so we did a good stereo system in the back with a couple subs, you know. But
crank that Def Leppard as you're driving your Aero Coupe down the road, yeah.
Flop that mullet a little bit.
And you mentioned to me, how many miles on this since the build?
So in July of this year of July, we debuted this car, and our biggest thing is to prove that for our company with Goolsby Customs, we build reliable cars. So this one right now has 6,400 miles on it.
Drive it.
Drive it. We're going to drive it to Pleasanton, California after here, and then we'll be back to Scottsdale, and then I'll take it back to Alabama, and I'll have it for the winter, and it'll be my daily driver till we have to give it away.
I love that you're driving them. You build them, you got to drive them. You mentioned this back window. Let's talk about the back window. What makes this so special and unique?
One thing is the aerodynamic part of it. So when NASCAR come up, this was a good cheating effort. Well, and they got the advantage of having this back glass. The disadvantage of building these cars now is you can't get this back glass.
Because this curve of the glass, that's not two pieces, that's one piece.
One piece of glass. The molding is actually made to the glass, so making sure we have this piece and not tear it up was very important.
Let's go up front here.
Yes,
love the build, love the color of it. The glass, as you said, you can't find that. You can't buy that anywhere.
Exactly. And there's a lot of people who don't even know about that glass, so when they see this, it kind of throws them off what it is. You know?
Let's talk about this guitar that's in front of your car.
So Guitar Builders Workshop and Advanced Plating that does our chrome work, they build these guitars for us, and we'll paint them to match the car. So this is just a bonus item that we do when we do these cars, is so that way we can give away this guitar with this car.
And for everyone, that's a really cool setup. Keep the guitar away from Chris Jacobs. I saw that episode of Overhauling. It didn't go right. I love you, Chris.
So we were trying to match up the 80s theme like the old Van Halen deal. So that's the reason we got this paint job done this way.
Let's go back, because people are probably watching this, and you mentioned we're giving this away. How can someone win this incredible build?
You can go on to Good Guys' website, and they do online registration, or you can go to a Good Guys car shows, and if you register a car there, they give you a ticket.
Okay.
You stay in the awards, you throw your ticket in a bucket, one person drives the ticket out, and if that's your lucky ticket, you automatically get a key to see if it'll crank it in July.
Such a cool following with the Aero Coupes. I know that 86 with those 200, there's registries. I think that every 200 of them are accounted for. Do you know where this stands as far as in the 87, what number it is?
I don't. I'm not one of them big gurus, but this is like one of my bucket list cars, and that's what I wanted to build for them, so this is what we got. You know?
And going back to, I think we lost, Jocelyn, go over here. So how is it for you, Jocelyn winning the scholarship, what's it like, and how important is it for you to have that next generation of builders here and coming up?
So I kind of grew up the same way she's going up through all of it, you know, working on your own car and all that, and I want to see that next generation keep this industry alive. So whatever I can do to help her or other guys or anybody to keep it alive, that's the plan.
Jocelyn, this is an incredible build. What was your initial thought when you saw the Aero Coupe?
I saw it and I was just like, wow. Like I saw the rims and I just thought how cool the detailing was with the whole color matching. So I just saw that immediately and I was like, wow.
You pick up on that color scheme. The gold trim goes to the wheels all the way along the side. As you walked around SEMA, has there been a standout vehicle that you've seen here? And there's so many vehicles to see.
Yeah, there's just so many, so not really, but they're all just gorgeous.
Yeah, it's amazing. What is standing out to you so far at SEMA?
I'd say a lot of the new debut cars that were in the HRA booth, a lot of those builders that I've grew up with around here, and they finally got them here and unveiled them. So we have a good Grand National over there. I'd say another 80 models car.
Yes, the one for the GNX over here.
Yes,
we showed that earlier.
So those are some really cool guys, and it is like a big family here in the whole industry. So all these cars, we all kind of grew up together looking at them, so all of them are my favorites.
Did you see the Ring Brothers? They had a vehicle they unveiled called Invader. It was a Grand National. Just we were there for the unveiling. Did you see that one as well?
Yes, how crazy all this 80s stuff is coming off hard.
Yes. Yeah, see, us older guys, the 80s, this was back in the 1900s, a long time ago, Pac-Man and Journey and bands like that. What's next for you? So school is happening right now?
Yes, I'm at Pennsylvania College of Technology right now, and I'm going for collision for the next 2 years, and then I'm going to do restoration for the last year.
Okay.
So after I do restoration, I'd like to get more into the interior and the upholstery side of restoration.
Let's slide back to this interior too. So if you want to get into that, what was your thoughts with this interior? Because we still have the comeback as we see the inside. We still have that classic 80s look, but the modernization of it, what are your thoughts on it? And be honest, color would you have differently? Different kind of leather? What would you have done differently?
I just really like the detail of all of the embroidering and the different type of sewn-in work of it.
The stitching, right?
Yes.
Is there a cassette player in there?
No, maybe we've got one hid somewhere, you know?
I was going to say, Johnathan, you know what a cassette player is? I know you're very young.
Yes, I do.
That's awesome. Well, it's so great to meet you, and we're so happy that you're continuing the next generation of car builders.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then, Johnathan, thank you so much. A remarkable build.
Thank you.
You know your stuff about Aero Coupes, and that was a real treat to see this. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate it.
Awesome. And Tina over there with BASF, get over here. Because you're doing great things. Thanks for doing what you do and bringing up the next generation of builders.
Thank you. It's my honor, and I've had a great week with them.
Awesome. Love it. Thank you guys so much. Chris, I'll send it back up to you in the broadcast booth.
JC, thank you so much, man. I love a good G-body, so that is very, very cool and very well done on representing the next generation of builders. Kudos to you on that Monte Carlo. What a cool ride. All right, back here in the SEMA Live studio. You know, my next guy, I think he knows a thing or two about SEMA. I don't know, let me see. SEMA Hall of Fame member, former chairman of the board of SEMA. And let me tell you this, and this is the truth. 10, 15 years ago when I was coming to SEMA, the very first thing I would do was go to Central Hall, go to the Dynamat booth that was right next to the Coker Tire booth, and see my three favorite people at SEMA, which was Scott Whitaker from Dynamat, Posey, and this man right here, Corky Coker. Good to see you, man.
Chris, it's great to be with you anytime. You're one of my favorites. I like you a lot better than all the rest of the guys.
You're only saying that because you're sitting right next to me.
Because I'm sitting right next to you, because you might elbow me or, throw me a bad line or something.
Yeah, I was giving Corky some business here because he's got his Hall of Fame inductee 2008 badge here. Yeah. He's got his SEMA
pack, big contributor.
This is that's the Mac Daddy pin. Is what he's wearing there. You don't have to wear that stuff.
You forgot to mention that I'm head knucklehead.
Yes.
And Posey and Whitaker and I drove our hot rods across America 10 times and showed them at the SEMA Show on the Driven Dirty tour.
Yeah.
Did you ever remember? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
My daughter Casey rode with me one time, and we had a blast.
Yeah.
But it's all about the passion at SEMA, showing up at SEMA and interacting with wonderful guys like you, Bud Brutzman, and Chip Foose, my man, your man, Chip Foose, and sharing this passion, selling people, everybody here selling stuff that you don't need, but you gotta have.
You don't need, but you
don't need, but you gotta have it.
But you want it.
Yeah.
I always loved coming to see you guys first thing because I had to see what crazy glasses Whitaker and Posey were going to have on that year. It was like they were having a competition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For me, it was, how long my mustache got. Yeah, but anyway.
Well, man, we were saying before we started here that you were actually chairman of the SEMA board when overhauling first came to SEMA back in 2004.
Yes, sir. I sure was. I was chairman of the board, and, I remember when Bud and Chip came to an event and said, hey, we got this cool show. We're going to steal a car from a guy, and we're going to give it back to him all completely done, and we're going to call it From Junk to Funk. He laughed because it's true. It is true. It is true.
That is,
and the name became Overhauling.
Yes.
And it was a wonderful
Luckily.
show. And, Chip is amazing craftsman. But you added so much to that show too, because, I remember some of your get-ups and acting like you were a bad guy cop and whatever. It was a lot of fun.
As
you had a
bad
blast.
of a cop I was, I always solved the case. I always got the car back.
You know what's fun about that show that you and Chip and Bud did was, you changed people's lives and they always shed a tear. This trade show, this industry is about passion, and we've got kids that come here and just love this show and love being involved in this industry. And if we get them plugged in and we teach them about shop class and they come here and they learn a trade, they get to work in this industry and it changes their lives forever. That's what all these people, all these companies are doing, changing lives, having fun, and of course it helps to make a little money.
Yeah, that's well.
When I was
fun and making money is a great combo.
It's a great combo. Having fun, making money. I sold a few tires over my time. I made some drag tires, and we had some really cool stuff. And the fun thing about the drag tires was every time you go down the strip, you'd almost wear them out, and that smoke would come. You know what that smelled like to me?
Money.
Money, baby. Money.
Of course. Someone's going to need a new set of tires.
Going to need a new set of tires. Absolutely.
So how many SEMAs is this for you?
Oh, gosh.
When did you first start coming?
Well, before I was chairman, I was on the board for 20 years. So this is, I've been coming
back
since,
early 80s?
I started coming in the 70s, early 80s.
Wow.
And then the automotive restoration market started coming together, and we started doing deals, and we attached ourselves. Don Turney and Chuck Blum said, hey, you guys need to become part of SEMA. So several of us in the restoration market, tire guys, rubber guys with steel, Jim Worth, who was a marketer at the time, we came together and said, hey, we need to be part of this. And then after that, at about the same time, they started bringing all the councils, the hot rod market, the professional restylers, the young executive network, all those guys. And all those guys became a part of SEMA, the truck industry. And it just made the industry bigger, and a rising tide raises all ships.
All boats, yeah, exactly. And did you ever think back then, late 70s, were you even filling one of these halls back then?
No.
So could you ever have imagined that you'd be filling the entire thing and the parking lot?
It was, we were selling all this stuff that nobody needed, but they had to have.
Yeah.
So, some of us smart guys, not me, had plans for that.
Yeah. Well, and amazingly, it has remained industry only. There hasn't ever been a time where SEMA has needed to welcome in the public. The public has always wanted to get in, but it's so exclusive and so successful for what it's doing, it's remained inclusive.
There's also a strategy to saying, nah, you can't come in.
Yeah.
It makes it more powerful.
Yeah.
Makes it more important to the business to business deal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where this industry started. We were as a specialty equipment marketing association, and we needed to come together because some of the customers were not paying their bills, so they came together. But now we became the specialty equipment. They were manufacturers. Now it's marketing.
Before, now it's marketing.
Now it's marketing.
Right. But originally it was speed.
Yeah, speed equipment.
Equipment.
That's right. Yeah.
Market association.
But now this business, it's a $300 billion industry, Chris. I don't know about you. You do pretty well, but for yourself. But I consider that a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money. It's a lot of commas.
A lot of commas, baby. A lot of commas.
That's what we're all chasing is the comma.
But something else that SEMA has done, which is really important, is there's been anti-legislation.
Right.
Put out by government, put out by bureaucrats that say, we're going to say, you can't do this and you can't do that, and you can't do this. Well, last I heard, this is a free country, and choice is really important for us. And to say you can't do this unless it's not safe, we want it.
Right.
We want all this stuff to be safe, and we want all of our engines to
be as efficient
clean
as possible.
and efficient as possible, so that we can drive our GNXs out on the freeway or out on the back roads of America and breathe this clean air and enjoy it. So that's one of the things that SEMA has done, and we're always getting our caucuses together. We lost a couple yesterday on the election, but we've got new ones coming on. And the only other thing I would say about the politics of that situation, we only supported those guys that supported our industry. So there were Democrats and Republicans, but I would say that we've got, a future ahead of us. Too much of politics is about division, calling people's names and hating the guy that opposes you. At SEMA, we're about bringing everybody together to oppose that which attacks SEMA and the freedoms that we have here.
Yeah, it's about division and it's about restriction. We're fighting restriction. Yeah. We don't mind that you make these EV mandates, but still allow us to have our ICE.
Yeah. I don't want you to outlaw my carbureted 32 Ford Highboy that's got a supercharger on it. I want to drive that thing. I want my grandkids to be able to drive that thing. Don't say he has to drive an electric car. Right. I'm sorry, I just don't believe that it needs to go away.
Yeah, and God forbid, do not crush them.
Oh no. You remember that cash to clunkers?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I was chairman of the board in that period of time too, and man, I spoke on that issue. It was just garbage. Yeah. There were some really cool cars that went.
Yeah. Well, luckily, our industry has guys like you who continue to go to bat for us and raise the issues with us in front of the decision makers in Washington. We've been running that promo during our broadcast of sending out some people from SEMA who spoke on the industry's behalf. So thank you for continuing to do that.
Well, that's also, this pin right here is the PAC pin. And back in the 2000s, we created a federal PAC to give money to those candidates that are either in office, incumbents running for office, that support us. Political candidates, they want votes, they want people, and they need money. Yeah. So we raise money, and there are a number of guys that got these 3 stars that give a pretty good amount of money to the SEMA PAC in order to support those legislators, state legislators, federal reps and senators that support our cause.
Yeah, well, that A is for action.
It is.
And that's what it takes.
Let's do it.
Let's do it, man.
Take action.
SEMA Hall of Famer, former chairman of the board, the man, the myth, the legend, one of my favorite guys here every year, Corky Coker.
Yes, Chris.
Thank you, my man.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Great to see you as always. All right, we're going to kick it out to JC Fernandez, who is standing by at the MagnaFlow booth with yet another luminary in the SEMA sphere. JC, what do you got, bud?
Thank you, Chris. I tell you what, a lot of action happening here on the SEMA show floor, and a lot of action about to happen here at the, oh, hey, there's Chip Foose. Hey, Chip, how are you? At the MagnaFlow booth, Chip Foose and the folks from MagnaFlow have a major announcement to make, and that's what we're going to do now. We'll let the guys take over and make that announcement, and then we'll chat with Chip and the guys from MagnaFlow.
Hello, everyone. Before we start with Chip, we're going to start in a few minutes. I just wanted to tell you some exciting news that is happening with the MagnaFlow Group. I'm Dan Pallone. I'm the president of the MagnaFlow Group, and we've got some exciting news to announce. As the MagnaFlow Group has evolved over the years, the product has changed. So we don't just do exhaust, we do suspension. And we get to collaborate with a living legend going forward. So today we'd like to announce the formation of Foose Performance, along with the legend himself, Chip Foose.
Woo! Thank you. That one's not working. Get on that one. Let me get on this side.
Yep.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here. I've been working with MagnaFlow for over 20 years now, and their family has been growing the products. They introduced Camburg suspension, and they've got other products that they're announcing here this year. But I'm proud to say that we are going to be joining forces, and I'll be developing more products with them. We're not going to tell you what they are yet because we want you to be surprised when we do release these.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, Jerry. Proud to be a partner with you.
Okay, that's good.
You want to say anything?
No,
Okay. That's it. Nothing from Jerry.
This is huge. What a huge partnership. What a huge announcement you guys just made.
I'm very excited.
How do you feel about this whole thing, Chip?
I'm extremely excited about this because I've had dreams of doing some things in this industry that I didn't have the money to be able to do, and they're going to fund it, and they're going to manufacture what I come up with. And I'm putting a team together now so that we can come out with some really, really fun stuff that I think is going to be, it's going to change the industry.
Why do I feel like when you said you're putting together a team, I just thought of the Avengers of the auto world, as which you're assembling something massive, something huge.
Not the Avengers.
Well, you're the Avengers of the car world.
A very cool team that knows what they're doing in this industry.
Well, let's talk about MagnaFlow and this partnership. The best of the best.
The best.
The top of the list. You got them. How do you feel?
It's not a new thing for us. We've been working together for the last 20 years. So it's just an extension of the partnership that we've evolved into. Greatest guy in the world.
It really is. Truly is. Heart of gold. King of the car industry as well. I know you can't get into any of the products, but I think you were telling me keychains?
Yes, we're going to be doing keychains and gloves.
Keychains and gloves. Do we still have another minute here? We have just 2 more minutes. I have to ask you this, Chip, and I think, I know your father worked for Gene Winfield, right?
Yes.
And you would be in the shop and watch him do his stuff.
I started going to Gene's shop when I was 3 years old, and then my father had left Gene's and he started his own shop when I was 7. And that's when I started going to his shop in Santa Barbara, California. I started helping him. I'd like to say I was helping him, but I think I destroyed a lot more than I actually helped. But I started learning how to paint when I was 9, and I painted my first car when I was 12.
Did you think the journey, I mean, starting at the age of 3, and to look at this now at SEMA, you always have a massive crowd, partnership with MagnaFlow, is this the dream you were manifesting all along?
This is what is going to allow me to make that dream a reality.
Yeah. And how cool is it, by the way, that you're in the SEMA Hall of Fame, and so is Gene Winfield as well?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool feat.
It was pretty exciting because I got to introduce him.
Oh, you did?
To the Hall of Fame, yes. Which was really cool because he's one of my heroes.
Well, you're one of my heroes, and thank you so much, Chip and MagnaFlow. Congratulations on this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chris, we have Mario Andretti coming up here in a couple minutes. In 2 minutes. I'm talking to Mario. Chip, you can ask Mario Andretti any question. What would you ask him?
What type of racing he had never done that he always wanted to do.
That'll be my first question. Thank you, Chip. Chris, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Thanks, JC. And yeah, congratulations, Chip, on that continuing partnership with MagnaFlow. Excited to see what you will be announcing. Right now, we got to step away for a quick break, but don't go anywhere. As JC just said, he'll have Mario Andretti in the MagnaFlow booth when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
The government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact. Cases.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, everybody, here on SEMA Live. Thanks for joining us, and we're going to kick it right back over to JC Fernandez, who is standing by to chat with Mario Andretti.
Thank you, Chris. Everyone watching, I am sitting next to, in my opinion, the greatest race car driver of all time. Do I need to say his name? I will. It's Mario Andretti. How are you, Mario?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank
you. Have a great opinion.
It's the truth. I mean, driver of the year, what, 60s, 70s, and 80s? I think he would still continue driving in the 90s. He would have been the driver of the 90s.
Yeah, well, I just never could get enough, you know, and I just, you know, extended as long as I could. I was 54 when I stepped out of open wheel, and my last professional race was in 2000 at age 60.
Okay.
You know, so, and then I drove the two-seater for about another 12 years or so forth. But I, you know, I can never get enough of what I love so much all my life. And, you know, that's been the biggest reward that I could have ever expected for my life, you know, to have the opportunity to race, you know, basically all the major disciplines.
You have. So you won the Indy 500, you won the Daytona, you competed in Le Mans. What's the standout one? You've done so many great accomplishments. You won all the biggest races. You've done it all. What's the standout one to you?
Well, it's all about winning, you know, and the challenge was always to see what was going on in the neighbor's yard, you know, and, you know, each category, each discipline has its own requirements, its own, you know, I should say, specialty. And so I was always curious, you know, just to see how would I do there. And, you know, I don't think, you know, I'll brag this a little bit, but I don't think you'll find another world champion that actually was a champion in dirt cars. You know, I was, you know, so I came through the ranks, you know, in the midgets, sprint cars, and then Indy cars, and I drove all the road racing styles, you know, so again, I have a pretty good idea what it's all about, and ultimate satisfaction along the way.
Out of all the ones you had mentioned, all the different styles of racing that you've done, which was the hardest?
They all are.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care, you know, even coming through the ranks, you figure, oh, well, this is easy, I'll go to the next level. No. None of it is easy. I always say, even to the young talents when they're coming through the ranks, I said, if you really don't think you got it totally, I said, as soon as you feel you pretty much have it control, go to the next one, because it's going to take just as long or as much effort to, you know, to do the job properly here as you do the next level, believe it or not. So it's never easy, but that's the idea, you know, that's the challenge.
We're here in Las Vegas at SEMA 2024, and F1 was here last year. F1 is coming back in a couple of weeks. That's not the first time Formula One racing was here in Las Vegas. We had it back in the early 80s on the strip around the Caesars Palace parking lot. The track, looking at the track, it was like a coiled snake. It was bonkers. You were in that race. What was that like?
Well, I wish I was in a go-kart there.
Yeah.
You know, because that was the perfect go-kart racetrack. And oh my goodness, it was really tough to be able to maneuver because you were always in the lowest gears. And but, you know, it was a show, and I didn't have a lot of life because obviously, you know, Caesars had other plans about building there. But nevertheless, you know, I raced there both years, you know, that they had a show in Indy cars too. And I have 2 trophies, a first and a second there, so.
That's remarkable. And looking at the way the vehicles are, the technology is today, and these cars that we are today, compared to maybe when you were racing 30, 40 years ago, how do you think you would fare if you were in your peak driving one of these cars that we have today?
This is my style.
Yeah.
I was born too early because I was flat out from the beginning. And the reliability of today's cars, because of the rules, is incredible. So, and it was always like sometimes, oh, you have to be a little more patient, you know, at the beginning. Now it's just 100% from the get-go. That was my style. And I wish I would have been driving today. Not that I would give up the experiences that I had in the past, because I have more appreciation of what's going on anyway, because I sort of reflected and went back into modern. I've never been out of it, if you will, so I know what's going on. I was just in a modern Formula One car, just last year, so I know what's going on, but again, going back, today's style would have been my style.
Yeah. All those races that you've been in, have you ever been scared?
Well, if you're scared, you don't belong there. And then I think you're probably a danger to yourself, because you're going to be tentative and so forth. You cannot dwell on the negative. All along, I mean, the sport was not as safe in the earlier decades, as you know. But if you dwelled on, oh yeah, this could be my last, and so on and so forth. I reflected on that more once I was out of the cockpit. And I was thinking, what was I thinking about? You know what I mean? But you had to just overlook that aspect, the potential, and otherwise you would not exist. And when you lose your best friend that's next to you, you figure, oh my God, why did it happen to him, not to me, and so forth. So, and I've lost some of my best friends, over the decades, and it's kind of I think my love and passion for the sport overcame any of the potential negative that you were facing, so and that was it. And I certainly don't regret any minute of it, but I also know and don't take for granted the fact that I've been spared, So I had a few really close ones that, as for any small situation, I could explain it. It would have been the end, but it wasn't. So, absolutely. I didn't do it alone.
Because if something bad happens, one space to the left and space to the right, it could have been a different outcome.
Well, it was a couple of situations, where it was going to be a short, and then the last second minute, like a wheel went under, and instead of going flat into the wall 160 miles an hour, I did about 4 360s on the tarmac. And I don't know, like I said, that was a divine intervention.
Yeah, it really was. Earlier today, I was talking to Joey Logano. He has a big race coming up this weekend, and I asked him if he had a question to ask you, and he didn't have a question. Instead, he shared a very special story that when he won Daytona for the first time, he received a poster, a picture signed by you, a nice little note to him as well. He still remembers that to this day, and he said that's actually underneath the trophy for winning Daytona 500. How does that make you feel when you hear that gift to Joey is still in one of his most prized possessions?
Well, it's quite a compliment, obviously, and he's a real champ. And what I said when he won, I said it's about time that another Italian wins the Daytona 500 with the Italian name, So Logano. So that was my introduction to him.
We chatted with Joseph Newgarden as well, and he wanted to know, what's the one race that you didn't get, that got away from you, that you wish you can go back and maybe redo?
About a dozen of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's some that obviously I could take back, just what might have happened earlier, but I was in 897 races in my life. So that's recorded. And actually there's some more because some of my earlier events were not sanctioned.
Okay.
So there was no record, But anyway, I was busy, as you can imagine, and it's for me. I get that answer. What was the one? Well, there was never a one. There were dozens.
What is your daily driver? What are you driving on a regular basis? What's Mario Andretti getting behind the wheel when he goes to the grocery store?
Well, I enjoy just the latest and the best. I always look forward. Today, I mean, it's a buyer's market. There's so much fun in the auto industry. wherever you go, all manufacturers have tremendous competition. So from there, the consumer benefits, obviously. And to answer your question, I always have a sedan, I have an SUV, I have a sports car, a couple of those, you know, like a Lamborghini, and always a Corvette, you know, the latest, and a Maserati, and so on and so forth.
I love it. It goes on and on and on and on. When we announced today that you're going to be here and we're going to be talking to you, as I was walking through the SEMA hall, so many people were pulling me aside and had so many questions for you. And then one that stood out, a fan of yours, just wanted to know, what was that like when you crossed the checker line and won the Indy 500? What was that moment like?
Well, you know, it's like the big weight off your shoulders. You know why? Because that almost defines your career in a sense. It's unfair to some degree because that event, you know, it's got so much tradition, rich tradition. And I know that, I'll give you for instance, 1965 was my rookie year in the Indy cars. And I won the championship my rookie year. Was the youngest ever. I'm on the Johnny Carson show. And but I was also a rookie at Indianapolis where I finished third. He never mentioned the national championship. He said, I was introduced at the Indianapolis Rookie of the Year. And that drove it home for me. I said, you know what? A championship is worth a lot more than one race, but that's what it is. So when you cluster, you know, up to that point, I've been on pole 3 times already at Indy, and so on and so forth. And I've been, you know, competitive, and I couldn't finish. You know, I always after my rookie year, I couldn't finish another race before. This was after 5 years, the second race that I finished, and I won it. And I figured it's about time, so I felt, you know, okay, I'll win a few more, you know. But I'm the third all-time lap leader in the history of Indianapolis race, but I only have one, actually 2 IndyCar wins. I had seconds, but there's so many dropouts and so forth. But the point is, you know, that race is still rules because it is what it is, Indianapolis. And like I said, big weight off your shoulders, you know, more than anything.
Did you ever get the chance to go back on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson after you won the Indy 500 and say, hey, I won it?
No.
We have to get you on with Jimmy Fallon so you can, you know, talk to the greatest race car driver of all time.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Well, Mario, this has been just an honor to chat with you
my pleasure.
And to spend some time with you, and hopefully everyone at home watching on SEMA Live enjoy this as much as I did. The best race car driver of all time is Mario Andretti. Thank you so much, my friend.
And I love SEMA.
SEMA's a blast. Thank you. All right, Chris, I'm going to send it back to you in the broadcast studio.
Thanks, JC. I guarantee you Mario does not remember this, but I had the honor of being in a 2-seater Indy car with him at Irwindale Speedway, and probably the fastest I've ever gone on the track, and possibly the slowest Mario has ever gone on the track. But it was definitely an unforgettable moment for me. So thank you, Mario. Great stuff there with JC. And I'm back here live in studio and with another great guest. Momentarily we'll be speaking with, but check this video out first to see what I'm talking about.
The first time I sat in a car with a motor was at Road Atlanta for the Panos Race Series. I mean, I'd like to go fast. As soon as I moved from Brooklyn, New York to Florida, and my neighbor had a bicycle with an engine on it, which I'd never seen in Brooklyn, and got on that, and that was my need for speed. Never stopped from that moment. I love going fast.
Awesome stuff there. Please help me welcome Joe Interante. Joe, great to have you with me, man.
Thank you, Chris.
Appreciate you, brother. Your brand new product is right here next to us, Torque Wheels. OE Wheels, of course, what you're known for, been in business a long, long time, been coming to SEMA forever, right?
Since the beginning. In fact, SEMA in California, there was a day it was there.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So I've been in the business almost 43 years.
Amazing.
Yeah, and I'm 45.
Right out of the womb and into the industry.
Yeah. I do want to say that going from Andretti to Giuseppe, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Yeah. We're into the Italian section of the show right now. But you, like you said, you're Sicilian, so
that's a different.
You're a subcategory.
I'm Sicilian from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So I never learned how to
Which
drive.
is back into the Italian category.
Yes.
So how did you get into the wheel business?
I'm from Atlanta, so I went to Georgia State University. This interesting tire company hired me, campus hire, to sell tires, and I said, well, I'll do this for now. I'll try it out. Try to make some money while I go really to find a true career 42 years ago.
Yeah,
so
right.
here I am, still doing it. It found me, and I always joke about the wheel business. It's like the mafia. You really, once you get in it, you pretty much either, only one way out. Yeah.
They pull me back in.
Yes.
But you've really cornered the market on the off-road wheel in particular, right?
Yeah. So off-roading is something we love. Again, growing up in Brooklyn, you don't even know about off-road at all until I moved to Florida and started riding dirt bikes, and then you never go on from there. I like to go fast in everything, like the video said. My family's involved. I own the company. Both of my sons work with me every day. My wife's my partner, so we're not a small company. We're not an SBA qualified business anymore. We're too big. Most of our business over 20 years has been the original equipment upfitting industry. Some of our customers are like Shelby, and that we manufacture, design, supply the wheels and the tires. From that, we've learned a lot about quality, and then my racing background, especially the Baja 1000, as you know, it's difficult. It's very difficult and tough on the wheels and tires.
Sure.
So we decided we're going to make a wheel that you can't break, that's going to perform really well, because I've broken a lot of wheels, and it's no fun.
No. And so this is your unbreakable wheel.
This is the unbreakable wheel. I tested this wheel at the Horsepower Ranch a few months ago, and I actually.
Now, when you say testing, trying to break it.
I got in it, and it was on a new tire that was very, very, very sticky on this really hard dirt, and I knew a spot that I could hit a rut that was 4 feet deep. I knew that if I hit that spot, I could break a wheel, and I had to really, really push it because the tires were so good.
Right.
And the producer would stop me in the pits and go, "Joe, you've gotten slow at your old age," and that kind of got me going. I wanted to prove
and so I
hit the rut. My thumb still hurts. The wheel survived. The tire actually survived.
Wow.
And so now this wheel is on every Baja Challenge Series vehicle. It's a spec wheel. Roger Norman, loves it. And when everybody goes down to do a wide open tour or race in any of the races, the 1000 and so forth, they're going to be on this wheel.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, very cool. And by the way, this is not the wheel that he tested. He did not break it in half. This is for display purposes only.
Yeah, and it's fully billet.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see it cut in half like this, because you really kind of understand the inner workings of a wheel when you see that.
It is. I mean, wheels are a lot more complicated than they look. I know the caveman invented the wheel, but we refine it every day.
Yeah.
So this has some features. The good thing about this wheel, being a spec wheel for racing, this wheel, you can put this, it's available through Torque for your Jeep, Toyota Tacomas, to your GM 1500, F-150. You can put this wheel on your personal vehicle, which what I like about it is if you're a weekend warrior and you like to go hunt, fish, camp, rock crawl, overlanding, you'll put this on and you'll feel comfortable that you're not going to break that wheel. You got your kids in the back, you're going to be able to go access your point, do your thing, get back home, and then clean it and go to work on Monday.
So this is a one piece that's actually CNC'd out of a single piece of billet.
Yeah. This is comes out of a forged blank. Is used 30,000 tons of pressure.
Wow.
To make the basic design and profile, and then it goes through CNC for finishing. So this is like our halo wheel. This is a wheel that a serious off-roader would want to use. We also have a full line of pressure cast aluminum wheels at a price point, mostly for lifted trucks and overlanding applications, Vans, we're very big in the van business, sprinters for overland access. Just a little background.
Yeah.
OE Wheelworks, in 06, we started this business to supply only OEMs. And our relationship directly with the original equipment manufacturers we've learned a lot about quality control, standards testing. So we use that same experience we've had for that many years for Torque, the full line.
Yeah.
So,
and what's great is you've kept it a family business, closely held for all of those years, and there's no plans to change that. Your sons are coming up with you now. Your wife, as you said, is your partner. So
she's the chairwoman.
She's the chairwoman.
Yeah, she's the chairwoman. And then my
boss.
My son is our VP of Sales and Operations, and sometimes I think I work for him now.
You may.
Which is good.
Certain days, maybe you do.
Oh yeah. So we're a family company. There aren't that many wheel companies where you can talk to the owner. You know, I have an open door policy for my employees, which we have about 50 employees. For my customers, they can call me. Most of my customers have my cell number, and I answer the phone.
Yeah.
I'm not some guy back in an office somewhere.
Right. You're not the man behind the curtain.
I'm not. Yeah. I'm not counting the beans behind the curtain. I'm in the front, face to face with our customers.
Yeah, standing proudly in front of a great product.
Yes.
Yeah. And behind it all the way.
100%.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
So what do you like to check out when you come to SEMA as a car guy? Is there a particular manufacturer or builder that is a must-see for you?
Shelby.
Yeah.
That's my boys.
Nice.
Love those guys.
Nice.
I own a Cobra. The president of Shelby is my best friend. He's a really great driver too, so we've had a lot of fun behind the wheel with each other, trying to scare each other.
We had him on the show yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Great
That's
guy.
great.
Gary's an amazing guy.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Joe and Johnathan, thank you so much for joining us here on SEMA Live.
Thank you, Chris.
Appreciate you, man. Everybody check out Torque Wheels. If you want the best, go right to the top. Torque. Right on, man. All right, Aaliyah is standing by. Who's she with now? Aaliyah, what do you got for us?
Thank you so much, Chris. I am here with CEO and owner of Magnuson, Kim Pendergast. She's also one of the newest members of the SEMA Board of Directors. Kim, thank you so much for taking the time to interview today. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going great. It's been a marvelous SEMA show so far.
Amazing. So what inspired you to be a part of the SEMA Board of Directors this year?
The most important thing for me was to protect our industry and to do what we can to make sure that it grows in the future. And I think in the past 4 or 5 years, we've done a pretty good job of that.
Awesome. And what are ultimately your plans or your biggest plans for this role?
I think it's to connect what we're doing externally in Washington and around the country with our members and making sure that we're available to our members 52 weeks a year.
Amazing. And like I mentioned, she is the CEO and owner of Magnuson. So we're here at the Magnuson display. Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on here?
Yes, this is our opportunity to show you what we make, what we do, and we've been in this supercharger business for 50 years. Hard to believe, right? And we really service General Motors, Toyota, Ford, which we have here, and we've done some other products, but those are our primary OEMs that we service. And you can see on this side we have a 2024 Roush supercharger. And on the other side, we have an in-house built 570Z Nissan. It's got a Hemi swap in it. And we have the mother of all blowers in the middle. And our director of sales, Todd Payne, is going to talk to you a little bit more about what we've done with these two vehicles and the mother of all blowers. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much. Hi, Todd. How's it going? Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm doing dandy. Welcome to SEMA 2024.
I'm like, what year are we in?
224. Here we are. Oh, wait, 2024.
Exactly.
Sorry about that.
So, as mentioned, he is the creative director?
Director of sales, but I am also very creative.
Okay, let's go ahead and see what you have to say about these vehicles right here.
So, as Kim mentioned, this is a 2024 Ford Dark Horse Mustang. It features under the hood, under bright red lid, the Rusch 2650 Supercharger Stage 2. What's unique about the 2024 Mustang is it has dual throttle bodies from the factory, and this supercharger retains those dual 80mm throttle bodies. You can see we've got some fancy inlet flutes on it for the show, but this animal makes 810 horsepower and 630 foot-pounds of torque, and is emissions legal at that power level. So we like to keep it clean and keep everybody happy, and this Mustang is being given away. So if everybody hasn't come to our booth, you should come and enter to win this Mustang.
And you can just enter, or is there a competition?
Yeah, no, it's an entry. It's right along the side there. There's a poster. You can follow the QR code, and this is going to go home, to someone new.
Wow, incredible. Okay, and out of all the vehicles that you could have showcased here, why did you use the Mustang to showcase your product?
Well, I mean, the Dark Horse is a premier vehicle from Ford, and the Supercharger takes it just to a whole nother level. It is a true American muscle car, V8, big horsepower, still a very aspirational vehicle for us. So we wanted to bring it out. Ford's not something that we do a lot of, so this is a bit of a new entry for us. So we wanted to have eyeballs on this beautiful animal.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like you guys have been getting a lot of traction here at your booth. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a look at this other vehicle over here.
Okay.
I know that Kim was saying that there was a bit of a contrast between the two. I mean, there's some apparent, but ultimately, why did you guys choose this vehicle to showcase your product?
So this is not a typical build. We as a company do not build custom cars, but this was a project that was done in-house. This is what we refer to as our 570Z. It has a Gen 3 Hemi swap, and it has our new Magnum 2650 Supercharger on it. And we wanted to build something, Aaliyah, that we usually take vehicles out that we develop on and we drive them. So if it's a Jeep, we go off-roading. If it's a race car, we go racing. And so we wanted to show that, we're real car people. We're not just some faceless manufacturer. We're going to take this out next year. We're going to build a ton of content with it. We're going to have some of our fun friends driving it and just showing people that our equipment is built to use and enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. And SEMA is probably one of the best places to showcase your product. Let's go ahead and check inside. Can you elaborate on the inside?
Well, I mean, you can see it's built for comfort.
Yes.
Right now, it's not what I would call a family vehicle, but it will have a second seat. It's pretty purpose-built, but we intend to take this not only drifting, but also concourse and just hot, fun rips around town even. So be looking for it. And, I mean, if everybody's going out, making plans for next year, I would tell them to keep an eye out for the 570Z because we plan on having it out with tires suffering beneath it.
Oh, wow. Incredible. And there's no way to win this vehicle?
This is not being given away. We're looking forward to putting miles on it. That's the intent next year.
All right. Well, it's a beautiful vehicle. What kind of challenges did you face bringing this vehicle to SEMA?
I mean, obviously, any SEMA build, whether you're building a show quality vehicle or just what we would consider a beater, you want to come out and you want to drive it in, which we did, and you're always up against the clock. You're attending to your normal business, your customers, and all the demands of running a business, but when you love the hobby and you're able to make a living doing it, then it's fun to have the two cross.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I agree. All right, let's go ahead and check out this Magnuson blower right here.
Okay, so this Kim already introduced. This is our Moab blower, and it stands for the mother of all blowers. We've had a lot of demand for blowers in a smaller, compact format, something that could fit anywhere. And we thought this was a great solution for people that are looking for something that will fit under any car without a hood.
Yeah.
So that's how the Moab came to be. The intent is a very modern performing supercharger that has a nostalgic look to it. So it emulates a 671 or an 871 supercharger, but it's our 2650 supercharger rotating group. So it gives you all the presence of a big bad beast, but those aren't real efficient, and this one is. So you can have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Out of everything that you have here going on in the booth, what has generated the most traction?
It does depend on the consumer.
Yeah.
So this is getting a lot of attention. It's hard not to because it's the height of a lot of people that walk by here.
Yeah.
But then both of these are very unique too. The 570 is definitely getting attention. We've been doing a build on that online, so some people have seen that, coming along, so they're happy to see it in person. And then, that Mustang is also gaining a lot of attention. But the Moab is hard to miss.
Yeah, and I don't know if you happen to be stationed here, kind of trapped, or have you gotten the opportunity to walk around and see the SEMA show?
Yeah, no, Kim doesn't allow us to leave our booth. She is a very nice owner, but she has made certain demands that we stay here at all time. So we sleep in the cars overnight, and we're always ready to talk. No, we've done a little walking, but it's primarily being ready to talk to our customers and future customers here.
Cool. So is there anything that you're excited to see that you haven't seen yet?
No, I'm sure there is.
You're like, we have the best product here.
But it's hard to be excited about something besides our blowers. Yeah. No, but there are. There's some new products up front, some custom cars that we'd like to go check out. And then also out back, Toyo's got some crazy builds that we're excited to look at a little closer.
Well, you seem to really know your vehicles.
It's all fake.
And your product. So I'm guessing you're a huge automotive enthusiast. How did your love for cars begin?
I grew up in the industry. I grew up building stuff, working alongside my dad, who's a mechanic. So, yeah, it's not a bad way to get by, selling and building things that you love.
Of course. And what was your first vehicle?
I still own my first car.
Really? Really? What is it?
I have a '64 Falcon. So it's the precursor to the Mustang.
Okay. Amazing. That's awesome. Do you have a favorite memory in that vehicle?
Well, yeah, but this is a family-rated show, so we're going to just go with it's a fun car.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and check out some more products to kind of change the subject here. All right, so what are we looking at right here?
So this is our Magnum series supercharger for the GM LT1 and LT4 platform. This can be found in Camaros as well as Corvettes and Cadillac CTS-Vs. This supercharger is capable of building well over 1,200 horsepower with a fully built vehicle around it, so she can go from pretty mild to very wild.
Yeah, and I know I touched a little bit on what are the challenges in the automotive industry today, but what would you say is a great opportunity?
I think the challenges actually are opportunities. I think years ago there was a lot of negativity around emissions control and working through the regulatory process there. But I think overall as a company and as well as an industry, we've matured in a way that we realize we can build horsepower, we can pursue these automotive sports and still, kind of be a good example to other industries that we do care about the environment, and there is a way to do it right, and that's what we really focus on doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, thank you so much. Once again, this is Todd Payne with Magnuson. Chris, back to you.
All right, thanks very much. Great stuff there. Love seeing it. Any engine is worth supercharging in my book. Very cool. Time for a Battle of the Builders update, and for that, we're going to kick it out to AJ.
Go. Thanks, Chris. It's been such a busy day here at the Battle of the Builders stage, powered by Mother's Polish. We just announced the top 12, also known as the Decorated Dozen. But before we meet some of the top 12, I want to give some love to my favorite category, my boys, the Young Guns. Earlier today, they spent part of the day picking the 3 that will move on to the Decorated Dozen. They got to judge. They were around the car for the first 5 minutes, then went underneath the car to look at all the detail under there as well. So 3 of the Young Guns moved on to the top 12, so I'm going to talk to one of them right now. And the first one, Connor.
Yeah, that's me.
How are you?
Oh, I'm excited. This is a good time being here.
So what was it like judging earlier? Because you're going to do that again tomorrow. So you kind of got a little taste of what's to come tomorrow. But what was the whole process like for you?
Yeah, so we all put each other's cars on the lift and got to run over everything and look at each other's cars. That part was really fun. And then the judging wasn't so fun. Just trying to pick the 3 that we liked the best was really difficult. So
That's never the fun part, because I know you guys become friends. You have such a great camaraderie. I noticed too, like occasionally you guys would be cheering each other on, so that makes it hard to narrow it down.
yeah, everybody here is kind of rooting for each other and totally making friends being out here, and it sucks to pick and choose, I guess.
So when you first came here, did you expect to make it this far in the competition?
You know, like at home, you're thinking, I want to win, and then you get here and see everybody else's car, and then it kind of just goes out the window because everything's so nice, and you understand where you are and kind of where your place is. So not really an expectation, but I'm super happy to be in the top 12.
Yeah, so when you're looking at other builders' work, are you getting ideas for yourself on how for your next build, or what you could do to improve with any current builds or any future builds?
Yeah, totally getting ideas and inspiration from everything. I'm really big into like just fit and finish, and I mean that gray truck down there had some really cool hardware on it that I just loved, and yeah, just picking out little things and trying to use it on the next project for sure.
Yeah, now you have a 1969 Datsun 2000 Roadster. So how did you like working on that, and how long did it take you to build?
Oh, it's been really fun. It's nice and small, so it makes it easier. My baby mama really likes that car, so that's kind of why I did that one for her. I got the car earlier this year, did a lot of CAD work, but it really came together. I got the car back July 22nd, so it really came together in 3 months here.
In 3 months?
Yep, 3 months.
That's unheard of, because a lot of the builders, sometimes it takes years, and you did it in 3 months. You should have been part of the other show I did, overhauling.
Yeah, well, I had it 3D scanned. I 3D scanned it before, and I was able to do a lot of CAD design. So I had a lot of the parts in the computer, and I was able to CNC machine a lot of the stuff out before actually getting the car back. So that helped too.
Now, do you think that's an advantage of being a young gun? You have all the technology than, let's say, builders that came ahead of you?
Yeah, I think that's something that everybody should be getting into now. Just outsourcing stuff and doing stuff in CAD and all the technology, 3D printing, everything just really makes stuff go faster and gives you more capabilities.
All right, well, congratulations on making the decorated dozen, and we'll see you here again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, and up next, I heard we had some brothers in the competition. Sorry, I have hair in my mouth. It's a little windy out here. Okay, so not only is it Battle of the Builders, it was Battle of the Brothers. I have the Adams brothers, Bryce and Tyler. Tyler had a 1967 Chevy C10, and Bryce has a 1960 GMC Carryall. So what was it like competing against each other in this competition?
Well, we've been fortunate. This is our second time competing against each other. I mean, it's really surreal that I get to do it with my best guys, so.
And what about you? What was it like competing against your brother?
I think it's just a lot of fun because at the end of the day, we were working together in some aspects of these trucks and building them and kind of building a business together, which has been a lot of fun.
Okay, so one of you guys made it into the competition, the other didn't. Are you still gonna root each other on?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna root for him, absolutely.
So no sibling rivalry.
He painted my truck. He painted the truck, so I cannot give him any crap. So.
Okay, so so in reality, you both kind of, helped each other out, and regardless of who made it, who didn't, you both are still winners and still cheering each other on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've kind of gotten smarter with our workload. We've gotten a little more specialized in what we do, given we each can build a truck from scratch essentially now, but we each have our specialties now in what we do to refine our product and make it a little bit nicer at the end of the day.
Now, how long did it take for your build?
I started at the beginning of this year, but January 1st really, and I finished it, I want to say at like September, but we were bouncing around between the 3 trucks, and then we actually have a 3rd truck here as well.
Wow, and how long did it take for your build?
That's kind of a hard one because I started on it and then finished up all the fab work and I guess some of the filler work on it. Then it got put in storage for I don't know how long, built a couple other ones, and then came back on it and finished it up.
Yeah, but you're here. Now, what was the judging like? Because today you guys got to judge and judge each other's, be on on the car 5 minutes, underneath in the undercarriage another 5 minutes. What was that whole process like for you?
Oh, it was good to hear from the other builders and what they truly did do. For me, I don't really like the word we, because in that aspect, there's a group of guys. I want to know what you did, what you can do, the detail you put into your truck, how much you know about your truck, and what you're able to do with your truck, and what the end product is.
And what was the judging process like for you?
It was fun just to be able to meet the other builders, because I think in years past we weren't able to like get that connection with them, so that was fun to be able to talk to them and kind of see their personalities and how they present their car and what they like to talk about, what their favorite features are, and see exactly what went into that vehicle.
Very cool. So Tyler's 1967 Chevy C10 is the one that made it into the decorated dozen. Congratulations to you both, though, for making it this far, and we will see you tomorrow for the next round.
Awesome. We'll see y'all. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move on to one of the contestants that made it into the top 12, also known as the decorated dozen. We have Kenny Fitzer. Okay, I didn't want to mess up on his name. Now, you have a 1956 Porsche Roadster. So, first of all, how does it feel making it into the top 12?
It's always great when you're out here with a bunch of people who build some of the top cars. I mean, you got to appreciate all the values out there, but being on the stage and being in the top 12, it's inspiring. It makes me feel good about what I do, and it makes me feel bad I can inspire other people.
Now, I know you have a story behind this build. Can you share it with us?
Yeah. So we started building this car about 8 months ago, and he became a friend of mine. I built several cars for him, and he ended up with stage 4 cancer. He actually went to Mexico because he thought he hurt his back and to get a stem cell program, and then the doctors ultimately up says, we cannot help you. So we kind of stopped on the build, waited for him to figure out what he's going to do, and then within 2 months he died of stage 4 cancer all of his whole body. And I was like, the biggest dream for him was to have a speedster, his Porsche, at SEMA. And I was like, you know something, I was building a bus at the time to be here at SEMA, and we had to cancel our program, and I'm like, look, I'm going to make it happen. So we finished this bus, the Porsche within like 3 to 4 months, got it here, and you know, now this is history. People appreciate it, and it's like, I never thought we'd be on the stage because it is sentimental to me, and we just built it for him. And we wanted everything to do with him to make it happen.
Well, the fact that you made good on your promise to get that car here, it's here at SEMA, and now it's in the top 12 at Battle of the Builders, which I think is incredible. He's definitely looking down, smiling. Yeah, he is so. Yeah, he's so proud.
Yeah, and it's a great honor because, like I said, he is a genuine person. It's like to do that for somebody. I just hope when I get older and something happens to me, it happens to somebody. So I'm like paying it forward.
Yeah.
You know, anybody can give a chance to pay it forward to somebody. You know, the family appreciated it. Like, it's been a great blessing for everybody. And it's like, I know he's looking down. It's like, we did it, Kenny. And it's a blessing just to have him in my life. Yeah. So, but now he's up there looking down.
Yeah, you definitely did it. Top 12. Congratulations. Thank you for sharing this story, because it's, you know, that's what I love a lot about a lot of these builds and cars and rides and trucks. There's always a story behind it, and that's what makes it extra special.
It is, especially, you know, have a lot of time to build something like this, and especially with the quality that I put into it to actually make it here. Yeah. We don't have a lot of time, but I wanted to make it perfect for him, and that's what we did. It's just, like I said, it's a blessing. I'm so grateful to be here in this position, and like I say, he's looking down saying thank you.
Yeah, and tomorrow is judging, where you become the judge and you get to go see the car from the top, underneath. So are you ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, because like I said, I appreciate building. I've been building my whole life, and I appreciate what these guys do each and every day. It's hard. The details are everything. And when I see big builds, I appreciate their value. Win or lose, these guys, everybody builds badass cars, so it's nice to be out here.
And everyone's a winner.
Everybody's a winner, and we all are so different. Like I said, every single truck, every single build, everybody has their own opinion of what a car should look like. And that's the great part about what we do. Now we hope we can teach the young guns like we do and inspire them about what we do. So I want to thank you.
Well, thank you, Kenny, and I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I've got a bunch of hair in my mouth. So next up from the decorated dozen, we have Chris Stafford, and with your amazing Chevy 30. I am just having a little I blanked out a little Chevy 3100. I could read, I swear. So I understand you just recently transitioned to building full-time, and you were serving our country for the last 20 years. So first, thank you for your service. And tell me a little bit more about your story.
Obviously, I've been in the military for 20 years. And through that, we go through a lot of different things as service members, and working on old cars and stuff is kind of the way I choose to deal with the anxiety and stress and things that we incur from all the things that we go through there. So that's kind of been my therapy, and I decided that that's what I would want to do full time, and it gives me the best opportunity to be close to home and spend time with the family, with my wife and my kids after being, all over the place for the last 20 years. So that's kind of my reason behind doing it. Yep.
So tell me a little bit more about your build. Is this your first SEMA?
No, I've actually been out here 6 or 7 times. We've had several trucks that we've built, been on the cover of magazines, just doing it part-time, in conjunction with my service. And but this is our first one where we spent the majority of the year full-time working on these projects. So this is our first one being full-time in the shop.
Now, did you think you would make it this far?
No. No. There's a stiff competition out here, a lot of really talented builders. So for us to make it here is a really big deal. Yeah.
So are you ready for tomorrow's judging? Because now you guys are going to be the judges, and the only thing is you can't vote for yourself.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the other 2 builds up close and personal, and I'm ready.
All right, Kenny. Well, congratulations on making the top 12, and thank you again for your service. All right. Another top 12 contender. We have Bruce Yarnell with his Aston Martin DB5. Now, this is the James Bond 007 Goldfinger car. Again, am I your good luck charm?
You are definitely my good luck charm, sitting in that car.
I mean, yesterday, I decided to just kind of peruse the grounds a little, and I see this Aston Martin. I thought, what a cool James Bond car. Maybe I could one day be a Bond girl. I sat in it, and here you are.
Definitely, here I am. I never thought we'd make it this far. It's our first time at SEMA with the car, and it's awesome.
So tell me a little bit more about your build.
So it's a 3.5-year build. We have over 15,000 hours into this car. It's a full rotisserie restoration, concourse level, and replaced every nut and bolt, all the wiring, everything. Then, had to fit all the gadgets in the car to actually make it function, drivable. You could daily drive this car if you wanted. It's an awesome car.
Minus the car jacks falling out, right?
Yes, minus the car jacks falling out. 30 seconds. Yeah.
All right, so are you ready for judging tomorrow for the top 12 to make it into the top 4?
I'm ready, but nervous.
Yeah. All right, so what's it been like so far?
It's been an amazing adventure so far. There's so much stuff, so many cars, awesome builds.
Well, very cool. Well, I'm looking forward to it. If you want me to sit in it again for more luck, I'm more than happy to. All right, guys, so as you can see, it's been an exciting day today here on the Battle of the Builder stage, powered by Mother's Polish. So tomorrow, the competition continues, and let the battle begin. Back to you, Chris.
AJ, great stuff. Battle of the Builders continues to be such an amazing feature here at SEMA. Now, we are in Las Vegas at the Las Vegas Convention Center, and what would a car-related show be without one of the luminaries, local luminaries from Las Vegas? I'm talking about, of course, Corky Coker, the Count himself, counting cars. Welcome, my brother.
Chris, thank you so much. I'm luminary.
Yes.
I've got to go home and write that one down.
You have been bestowed with luminescence. You're officially glowing.
Thank you, brother. I feel it. I feel it right now. How are you?
I'm good, man. You got to love SEMA because this is your hometown show.
Yep. Yeah, SEMA is, it's our Super Bowl, and what's really cool for me is the fact that it's in my backyard. So, Count's Customs is right here in Vegas. I live right here in Vegas. So every year when this insane circus of automotive pleasure arrives in this amazing city, all I got to do is go down the street.
Yeah.
And I get, you're living in a hotel. I'm sorry.
Yes.
But I'm at home, and then I come down here and I get to hang out with some of the most incredible people in the industry like yourself and have a good time.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
Yeah, bro.
So I know from my research that you built your first car at 17.
I did.
So you've been doing this forever. Have you been coming to SEMA for that long too?
No, I haven't. I don't know where you got that, but that's great.
We dug deep. We have a crack research team here at SEMA Live. They're amazing.
I'll tell you something about that first build. So it was a 79 Z28 Camaro. My first car. I got it when I was 15, and I cut it up when I was 17. Did insane amount of full body custom, engine custom, everything, and I still have it. I still have that car. God has blessed me with being able to hold on to that car my entire life, and I've got her. She could use a lot of freshening up. She's been sitting in storage for 175 years now, and one of these days I'm going to pull it out and I'm going to freshen up and make it all happy. But I still got her. Yeah, man. And so the car thing comes very honest with me. I've been doing it forever. It's a passion. My family on my father's side, everybody in Detroit. I spent a lot of my youth growing up in Detroit. Everybody worked at Ford Motor Company. My uncle was an exec at Ford. My other uncle was an insane biker. My grandmother, he used to have to go bail him out on a regular basis. And so, motorcycles and cars have been in my blood and in my family for my entire life. And so to be able to be a part of this industry and work with amazing people, it's just a blessing.
Yeah, man. Well, a 79 Z28, trying to find one of those today, you'd be spending a little money. What did you just have a sense when you were 15 years old that this is the cool car, or was that just what happened to be available in front of you at the time?
It was a cool car. I wanted a cool car, but it was also something that happened to be in the right place at the right time, and so I'm really happy that I scored that. And it is interesting how. That generation now is coming around, and they've come into their own, and they're starting to get more and more valuable all the time.
T-tops?
No, it wasn't a T-top car. It was small block 350, 350. It was that burgundy with the gold stripes.
Oh yeah.
Now it's a big block 454 punched out to 468 on nitrous, huge fender flares front and rear. Whale-tailed, and it's
still got that original corded plastic steering wheel.
No, I
got rid of that one too.
Yeah. I've got an all nice leather wrapped wheel in it now. It's like a pearl white car. It's pretty insane, and I'm proud that I did that when I was 17. The car was quite an eye catcher back in the day. It still is.
It's so cool that you still have that car. And you're right. It deserves to be pulled out, dusted off, and refreshed.
I'm going to.
So what's the latest and greatest at Counts Customs? What do you got going in the shop right now?
Man, we just revealed, as a matter of fact, yesterday here at SEMA, we just revealed a customer's 65 Mustang Fastback. And this gentleman just really pulled out all the stops. And the car is amazing. I mean, it's a full chassis car. It's a full crazy suspension. This car is technically it's a road race car with a license plate and a really nice interior and air conditioning and stereo, But we just finished that, and sure, I'm biased, but it's gorgeous. And the client is beyond happy. The reveal here at SEMA went wonderful. And it's on display over.
What are you running under there? Is it a Coyote?
No. He wanted old school, man. He wanted old school. So it's a Boss 302 under the hood, and that's what he wanted with a T5, backing it up, 5-speed behind it, 9-inch posi, blah blah blah. All the goodies. Everything is coil over. Everything is billet 4-link, and it's an amazing car. But he's an old school guy, so he wanted to make sure he was stirring the gears, and he wanted that old school Ford.
For sure.
Car's wicked.
And I love that too, because that's still modern enough to qualify as a custom, but it's not the brand new stuff.
Right.
And it's user friendly.
Absolutely. But when you come to my place, you never know what you're going to see. We're finishing customizing a a Rolls Phantom for a gentleman named Michael Goddard. He's the oil painting artist, all the olives and martini glasses, oil paintings.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
Michael Goddard's a wonderful gentleman. He bought this Rolls, brought it to me. I'm doing crazy stuff on it right now. So, you know, you can see that over here. Man, you'll see, you know, late model Challengers that we're doing stuff on. You'll see.
And what are you doing to the Rolls? You doing something crazy under the hood, like an LS swap or something? Or?
Lord, no. I don't want to get under the hood of that car. I don't even want to lift it.
It's English after all.
Exactly. Right. No, thank you. It's all cosmetics on that one. So it's all custom paint, custom interior stuff, things like that. But you know, we do, man, full builds on turning muscle cars into modern cars, be it, you know, chassis, drivetrain, all that kind of stuff. So when you come to my place, you'll really see a bizarre variety of, Lord only knows what they're working on.
Awesome, man. Well, I'm looking forward to getting out there.
Yeah. I got a great team. I cannot say enough nice things about the team. You know, I'm the face of Counts Customs. I am the Count of Counts Customs, you know, and I've been doing this forever. But I tell people all the time, through the years, I collect cars. I'm a collector. But not only do I collect cars, I collect people. And I've collected some amazing people over the years. And I cannot give enough credit to my team at Counts Customs, man. My boys are phenomenal. So, and we all have been together for ages. We work together forever. Ryan, my painter, there are times a car will come in and we'll look at the car, look at each other, look at the car, just kind of nod. It's not even words spoken, and we're on the same page. We know what we're doing, and we walk off. It's like so. It's a blessing.
It's a mind meld.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Corky Coker, the Count. Thank you so much for joining me,
Chris,
man.
Thank you, man. This is
Las Angeles. Las Vegas is finest.
I've heard that. I've heard that.
The luminescent.
I'm luminescent.
Corky Coker. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks for joining us on SEMA Live. All right, JC Fernandez is standing by out at Edelbrock. What do you got, JC?
Thank you, Chris. And it has been an exciting day. We've had reveals today. We've talked to celebrities in the car world. Now we're about to get into the nuts and bolts of this, and I'm really excited. We're at Edelbrock with Chris Mays. How's SEMA treating you so far, buddy?
Man, it's been great.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wonderful. Today's a big day, too.
It's a big day, and you have some big things to show us. And let's start behind here. You got some cylinder heads you're going to talk about.
Yes, sir. All new Gen 3 Hemi cylinder heads. Also, we brought in our new LS3 cylinder head, E-Street cylinder head. A couple of different packages that we offer with this particular head Inconel exhaust valve for the marine and the boosted guys.
Okay.
So that's a cool feature coming in this year too as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Many products to show. We're sliding over down here.
Let's slide on over to our new supercharger.
Okay. And this is kind of a first look, right, at this supercharger?
Man, I tell you, you know, we started off doing a lot of EO superchargers, 50 state legal superchargers, you know. All the guys said, hey, what do you got for us guys that race? So,
what about us guys that want more?
That's right. We always want more, right? So, new Victor LSXR supercharger.
Okay.
First platform is going to be an LS3, 16 injector profile, new, really cool feature, electronic vacuum, you know, no vacuum operated valve. So boost valves, all electronic, plug and play. App on your phone.
Oh, okay.
Scramble button, you beat your buddy, right?
What we're looking at here?
This is an actual demo of how much boost. So you can ramp that boost in wherever you need it.
Yeah.
Wherever you need it. That's right.
I got a 2017 Dodge Challenger. When would something like this be available for my car?
2024.
Okay.
2024.
This year.
Right.
This year.
2025.
All right, I love it.
Product already doing dyno testing on them right now.
That's so cool. How much do you love your job and the company that you work for?
Gosh, everybody goes, poor pitiful you know? You got to go to work today. I said, man, I love it. You know?
Right? Yeah, I feel the passion.
That's right. That's right.
Where are we going here?
All right, so new and improved ProFlow 4 EFI units. Customer already has intake manifold and fuel rails. We're going to make it easy for him to upgrade his EFI.
Okay.
ECU, harnesses, distributors where needed. We got a brand new EFI kit for him.
How would you explain everything you explained to me to a third grader?
Okay, so, you know, your old stuff, not going to work, okay? We're going to make it state-of-the-art, new, better pieces.
Perfect.
Easy enough, right?
Yeah.
Easy enough, right?
I just spent an hour with you, man. This is great.
That's right.
Where are we going over here?
All right, carburetors.
Yeah.
VRS carburetors. Introduced last year, 650, 750, 850.
Okay.
I said, hey, we want more. Always do, right? New and improved, E85. So now we got the flex fuel option for those guys, 30% more fuel delivery volume. I said, hey, that ain't enough, right? I need another carburetor.
Come on over here.
All the big cubic inch guys say, hey, we need something bigger. 950 CFM. Okay.
How often do you get that we introduce something they're like, that's great, we want more. We want more power.
It's every single year.
Yeah.
You know, every single year. So we're always looking to improve what we did the year previously. You know, 950 CFM, you can't buy a carburetor under $1,000 like this carburetor right here.
That's beautiful.
All right. Let's go take a look at this Pat Musey 555.
Oh, the racing team, right?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
You know, everybody always wants big cubic inch, you know, lots of horsepower. So we got together. Pat Musey's been a big part of the Edelbrock family for years, right? He does 5 crate motor for us, 720-ish horsepower, fuel injected, about 650 foot-pounds of torque. I mean, it's a nice little street rod. You know, trans from TCI, 4X transmission, brand new trans controller from TCI, TCUs. Easy peasy.
I'm sure, like me, I watch so many of these car build shows, and I love these car build shows. When you watch them, how does it make you feel when you see your product in so many builds?
Oh, it's awesome, you know, because our desire is to build the best product for the end user, you know, and it's a continual, you know, strive to make a better product for them. You know, each and every year, that's what we try to do next, you know.
How long have you been coming to SEMA?
25 years.
What have you seen the changes? And it was so cool as people watching right now live here on the stream. They see the background, they see the crowds walking by. What's the biggest change you've seen here at SEMA over the years?
I tell you, you know, it just keeps getting better and better and better. You know, we started off with one hall. We've moved to so many halls, it takes, you know, the whole week to get through them all. You
It's
know,
outside too.
Outside too.
The Las Vegas convention space, all the halls are taken. Outside, other hotels are hosting events as well.
Absolutely.
There's dinners, there's concerts, there's breakfast.
That's correct. Yeah, it's, you know, last night we were out listening to the Goo Goo Dolls and having a big time. You know, but and today in here introducing all the new products for all of our vendors coming in.
What's next for you guys? Where do you see 2025, 2026? Can you give us a peek to what's coming up next for you guys?
You know, we're just going to continue with you know, new and in creative products coming forward. You know, new superchargers, new camshafts from the comp side, you know, new cylinder heads. You know, the sky's the limit for us.
You know, I just thought about this. You know, you might have a friend that's a doctor, and you reach out to your friend to help some medical advice, or a friend that's an attorney. How many of your people, your car buddies, reach out to you to hook them up with stuff?
You can't imagine how many times it happens. You know, probably got a text right now coming from one of them. I see you. Can you call me?
I love it. Chris, thank you so much for
appreciate it,
for taking some time here, and this has been a treat for you showing us our products. Is there any booth that you want to go see, or any car celebrities that you want to go see?
You know, I'm interested in all of them. You know, I just like to look at the creative juices that everybody's bringing to the table at SEMA.
I chatted with Mario Andretti. I did stuff with Chip Foose. I did stuff with the Ring Brothers, Dave Kindig. I mean, just the list of people that are here. It's the Mount Rushmore of car builders here at SEMA.
It's unbelievable every year, and it just keeps getting better, you know.
Oh, but before that, they're getting ready to wrap me up, but before I toss it back to the studio, what is your daily? What do you have in your garage?
My daily right now is a late model Chevy Camaro.
All right.
So, you know, sold all my hot rods, but, you know, I went to the late model world.
I love it. Well, Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
You got a busy day ahead of you, so you do your thing. And I'll send it back to you, Chris, up there in the SEMA Live studios.
Thanks, JC. Very cool. Get one of those for me, too. My 2019 Red Eye needs one of those. Put in a good word with Edelbrock for me. So we are going to kick it from JC over to Aaliyah. Aaliyah, who are you standing there with?
Thank you, Chris. I am here with Andrew Murnone. Murnone, does he say it?
That's it.
Okay.
You got it.
Murnone, he is the COO of HP Tuners. Tell us a little bit about your products.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us. So HP Tuners, a very well-known brand, obviously, here at SEMA. We've been here for 20 years, and this is our 20-year anniversary, so it's very exciting for us. We're known in the industry for our calibration, diagnostic, and scanning tools and services, right? So
awesome.
Yeah, that's our primary product.
Awesome. And are you guys doing anything special to celebrate the 20th anniversary?
We've been doing a lot of things this year, but this year specifically, and we'll kind of get to that as we walk backwards, right? We've got a new product that we unveiled here today, yesterday actually, at SEMA. Very exciting for us, and it's that Porsche in the background, which we'll get to, but it's an EV controller, our core EV, which is very exciting for us.
Wow, that is really cool. Alrighty, well, we cannot wait to go back there and check it out. For now, let's go ahead and check out this first vehicle right here to our left.
Yeah, look, this is a favorite of mine. I've been drilling over for Camaros for a very long time, and this split bumper is just spectacular. I was actually talking to the owners just a little earlier about it. This, and the way that this product ties in with us, right, this vehicle, is that it's running a factory controller, which is what, again, people know us for, where you can drop a crate motor in, or you can replace a motor, or you can I guess install an LSX or an LS3, and you run the factory control module, and you can tune it with HB tuners and VCM Suite. So that's what's happened here, and this car is a truly spectacular example of it. It's just one of my favorites. I can't stop staring at it. Yeah.
What is your favorite thing about this vehicle?
Honestly, when you look at the build quality that these guys have been able to put together, and we will always do this at SEMA. SEMA is one of our favorite events. We always want to unveil these types of vehicles. It's just so amazingly clean. This is such a great example of how you can upgrade an engine, get the daily drivability of a vehicle from 60s and 70s, and have it as, not that you would daily drive this, I would love to, but you could, because it is just so perfect.
Right. All right, let's go ahead and check out this one right over here. What do you have to say about it?
Okay, right. So we were touching on Core a little earlier. Now that's the EV back there, but this is actually running our standalone, which is our Core ICE product. So rather than using the factory controller, we've replaced it with our own standalone unit, which is called Core, and you can then calibrate this engine directly, right? So you replace the whole control module.
Right. Oh my gosh, incredible. Yeah.
And it's twin turbo. It doesn't get any more crazy than that, right? Like, it's just beautiful.
And how do you guys ultimately decide on which vehicles will make it to the SEMA show floor?
Honestly, we work really closely with a lot of different builders. They'll come to us. A lot of people will come to us and say, look, we're working on this. So the vehicle not only has to meet some, I guess, the product range that we have. So for this, they were going to use the Core ECU in this car. So we wanted to showcase the Core ECU, but along with a beautiful build as well, right? And again, just like the Camaro, this is a truly spectacular build. It's just amazing.
Yeah, you guys have definitely made some incredible choices. Let's go ahead and make our way finally to the star of the show. This is what you guys unveiled yesterday, right, in honor of your 20th anniversary?
Yeah, look, we did, and we say I appreciate you saying star of the show compared to these two amazing cars, right? This, and again, I love Porsches, but this is, I guess, a technology demonstrator, right? You can see it is an engineering vehicle on purpose. We're developing this platform, so we've taken Core ECU and we've adapted it to run EV. And so the point of this is so that people want to do these types of conversions, change the car to EV, they need to be able to calibrate the batteries and the electric motor, whether they want fast charging, and our new Core ECU accommodates all of that, right? It makes it very simple for people to be able to do it themselves. Now, again, we're talking a 700-volt system here, so if you want to do this yourself at home, you're going to need to do some training there. I don't recommend that. It's, again, high voltage, but it's amazing.
Yeah, and SEMA, of course, is all about innovation and showcasing new products. Do you guys have anything that is in the works that we can look forward to in the future?
Wow, showcasing new products. Okay, I mean, Core EV is our new product, which we unveiled, right? This is an ongoing development. There's a lot of things that will be added to this, features and functions. Core is our big thing right now, and it's why we have this engine here right now, because again, run by Core. For us, it's breaking into this market segment, which is different. We've always been in the space of recalibrating factory control modules, which is what we've really been known for.
Right.
So I think last SEMA we shocked, I guess, the crowd a little bit when we came out with our own standalone. People were like, why would you enter a market that's so saturated? Because people know our product, they know our software, and it just made sense for us.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much once again, everyone. The COO of. Okay, we're going to continue. I have one last question for you, and this is something that I've been actually.
A little bit more, yeah.
Okay, this is yeah. Okay, so what was your first vehicle, and what is your favorite memory with that vehicle?
Oh my God, my first vehicle? Oh wow. Okay, so we're going to go to Japanese vehicles. I had a WRX.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and so I modified that. I don't know if I fit that stigma or not, but then moved straight onto an Audi and big V8 twin turbo Audis, and that's my thing right now.
Oh wow, so you've been a big car guy your entire life.
Yeah, I love my Porsches and my Audis, and they're fantastic. But muscle car, I might have to steal one of these. Yeah. It's on the agenda.
Okay, well, you're a great representative. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. Once again, everyone, this is Andrew Murnone from HP Tuners. I'm going to send it back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks a lot, Aaliyah. Awesome stuff there and awesome builds. Beautiful, beautiful cars in the HP Tuners booth there. And I think right now it is time to get back out to the Battle of the Builders lot and check in with AJ. AJ, what do you got going out there?
Thanks, Chris. In case you missed the announcement earlier for SEMA's Battle of the Builders presented by Mother's Polish, the top 12 decorated dozen. I'm going to read them now. So in the hot rod truck division, we have Noah Alexander and his 1968 Dodge Charger, Chris Clark and his 1932 Ford Roadster, and Tony Army with his 1959 Chrysler 300E. Now in the Sport Compact Import Division, we have Bruce Yarnell and his 1965 Aston Martin DB5, Brian C. Dilley and his 1973 Ferrari Dino, and Kenny Fitzer and his 1956 Porsche Speedster. And now, my favorite division, the Young Guns division. We have Connor McElvain and his 1969 Datsun 2000. Tyler Adams in his 1967 Chevrolet C10, and Austin Phipps with his 1964 GMC C25. And last but definitely not least, in the off-road division, we have Rob Lindsay in his 1949 Willys pickup, Jacob Moore in his 1962 Dodge Power Wagon, and Chris Stafford with his 1957 Chevrolet 3100. So that is the list of the top 12 and decorated dozen. Tomorrow, the judging continues where they become the judges, and they will pick one. There'll be one winner for each category to make the top 4. So the competition continues tomorrow, and it's definitely heating up. I don't know who's going to make it to the top 4. I have some favorites, but I can never narrow it down. So I always say the competition gets bigger and better every year. Everybody brings it. The Young Guns have really brought some cool rides, and I think there's some pretty stiff competition out there. So it's basically anybody's game, anybody's competition. But the great thing about these guys, everybody's a winner, and they're all cheering each other on. Earlier today, when the Young Guns were judging each other, I could hear them cheering, and they were so enthusiastic and asking each other questions. And that's what I love about this competition, because if you don't know each other, these guys become friends and become friends for life because they have that bond and camaraderie, and it's really amazing to watch. So the 11th annual SEMA Battle of the Builders, powered by Mother's Polish. The battle is continuing tomorrow, and have you guys picked a favorite? Because I haven't. I don't know who's going to win, but I'm going to go take another look at the top 12 and start narrowing down my personal choices. But it's been such a great competition. I cannot wait to watch the top 12 judge tomorrow, and also my favorite part, when they go underneath the car and they look at all the details and the nuts and bolts of these cars. So the competition's been great. The heat has been turned up. Back to you in the studio, Chris.
All right, AJ, Battle of the Builders is always so cool to check out every year here at SEMA. You're doing a great job out there, AJ. Thank you very much. And back here live in studio with another guest. And to find out who this is, check out this video package.
It's very important for us to test this in the real world. We are an engineering company and we want to make the best. So we're going to put it through its paces. We know the recipe, so we know what to check and what to check for in the shop. And then we got to take it out here and find the weaknesses of the factory vehicle. We need to find the weaknesses if there are any in our suspension or things we can improve upon. Is there a clunk? Is there a rattle? Is there something going on? So when we release the suspension, we put out A+ perfect product.
Oh yeah, right at home in his element. Jerry Zayden, Camburg Engineering, and of course VP of Operations at MagnaFlow. Welcome to the set, my man.
How you doing?
It's good to see you.
Absolutely. Been a lot of years hanging out.
Right, it has.
Stuff.
I mean, we go way back to the overhauling days back in Huntington Beach.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a great road for you guys, and talk a little bit about your relatively new association with MagnaFlow.
Yeah, so Jason Campbell and I started Camburg. We're a couple of young dudes into trucks and had this bright idea to go lease a building and start welding metal together. And we just lived this passion of off-road, and we never really thought someone would want to buy our company, and it's a bunch of people wanting to buy it, and naturally, MagnaFlow is one of them, and we've been partnered with them for close to 20 years, right? So naturally, it just made sense. A really solid family business, huge here at SEMA. They're like a staple here.
Yeah.
And, for growth, we hit a wall. COVID happened. We're in Huntington Beach, California. We love where we live. And there's just no more real estate. MagnaFlow was really able to help with all that. So, Jason and I really got rewarded with what we invested in our company. And we got to sell our business at the right time. And now we get to work for such an awesome company that the world out there knows as MagnaFlow, right? So I'm having so much fun right now. I'm working with all our ambassadors, and we're marketing and making some great new products. I mean, we have new off-road shocks here at the event for our race truck, brake calipers, Post Malone's Bronco out in the parking lot right now. We're throwing taco parties, and the whole industry's there. It's just so much fun.
Yeah, what's cool is that you really have been allowed to remain who you have always been, and just had the backup and the partnership with MagnaFlow.
Yeah, absolutely. And the best part is now I get to do the exciting part of the business, right? The part you get into it because you're so passionate about it. And now I get to do it and help. I have some younger ambassadors now who are kind of up and coming. They got their trucks out here with Weston and Anthony West, Team West. I watched this kid grow up. I've been friends with his dad. I met the kid when he was like 8 years old. I call him my nephew, right? And he's got a badass truck. He's out there drifting stuff and having fun. And then I'm working with Mario Andretti and Chip Foose today, the top dogs of the deal, right?
Yeah, I mean, MagnaFlow is definitely one of the so-called anchor tenants here at SEMA. You always know where their booth is in Central Hall. They always have amazing accommodations there. Richard puts on such a great show. You mentioned Mario and Chip. You got Rutledge. You got Courtney. They're in with all the great people in the industry, yourself included. And it's really just kind of the perfect combination, Camburg and MagnaFlow.
It really is, right? It's you really see it, here at SEMA, and then obviously there's an Apex show. But in the SEMA booth, we have this just badass CUDA up front, and we have this Jeep in the back. It's like the yin and yang of SEMA, right? And all around the booth is sprinkled exhaust and mufflers and off-road racing shocks, brake calipers, long travel suspension, our new Jeep suspension. It really encompasses everything automotive now, right? So when you look at what MagnaFlow did before, they just did the one component called exhaust.
Yeah.
Well, now it's shocks, it's brakes, and some of the news that got leaked out today, a little partnership with Chip Foose, right? So Foose Performance. So what's that going to mean for the hot rod world, right?
Yep.
We have the #1 guy in that world, and that's what I think really shows what MagnaFlow is all about. Is Jerry Pallone's 80 years old. He's so passionate to just have the very best products, and he realizes hey, if I'm going to have the best off-road or the best hot rod parts, we need the best people in the industry. And Jason and I always strive to make the best product. We want to race prove it. We want to go take it from the tip of Baja all the way up to the top of the United States, right?
Yeah.
And so we do these overland trips and off-roading and racing and really prove it. Well, that's what MagnaFlow is about.
Yeah, you know, we had the preview from the MagnaFlow booth of Chip making that announcement of his partnership, really a tease more than an announcement because he didn't quite say what it's going to be, but we know it's going to be something cool. And Jerry was standing there like a proud papa, just so happy, as you said, having all these fantastic people associated with his business. So what have you and Jason brought this year to SEMA? What are you featuring?
So this year at SEMA, we have a race truck here. It's all dirty. It's out right in front of, I guess, South Hall at the semi-truck. That truck has 2 trophies sitting on it right now. So first place at King of the Hammers, first place at the Mint 400, and we're in a spec unlimited class here. And what's really cool about it is we actually finished 3rd and 2nd overall. In our last race, we didn't make it to the finish line because that's off-road racing sometimes, but we did qualify 1st overall against people with twice our horsepower, and we were testing our off-road racing shocks. And that is a big improvement on that truck. We're getting a lot more traction. We're moving forward a lot better. We have our brake calipers on the truck, which we've tested and won at King of the Hammers and Mint 400. But to qualify first place with the stock LS3 engine against guys that have Joe Gibbs racing engines, I'm talking $150,000 full tilt, 800-900 horsepower engines. There was a Mason Motorsports all-wheel drive truck out there with over 1,000 horsepower. There's no way we should be beating these guys in qualifying. And these are big dog names. We have Hardens, we have Potts, we have Householder. And to out-qualify those guys with a spec truck with that kind of product is amazing. So go check out that truck. It's the Beast Unleashed by Monster. It's sitting out there. We have our new collaboration with Ivan Stewart. So we have our Ivan the Iron Man kit on a brand new Toyota Tacoma sitting next to that race truck. For all you guys out there that are fans of really good music, we have Post Malone's Ford Bronco, and that's sitting on our new air bumps. That's got BF Goodrich tires and KMC wheels, Camburg long travel with MagnaFlow exhaust. And inside the booth, we have this badass CUDA. It's got all this carbon fiber detail in and out, just done perfectly. The thing is beautiful. I'm not a hot rod guy, so I don't remember who the builder is.
Yeah.
But man, it's like this beautiful blue color.
Yeah, I believe it's Salvaggio, isn't it?
It might be.
Yeah, it's Dave Salvaggio, I believe. Yeah.
It's gorgeous. Like it's like, you know, Mercedes S-Class meets 70s CUDA.
Yeah.
I think it's a 70s CUDA.
It is. I believe it's a 70.
70,
yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so that's like kind of cool that the ugliest vehicles ever are becoming the coolest thing right now, right? It used to be the 50s. My dad used to love the 50s, and then it was the 60s. Now we're hitting the 70s and getting a little later in the 70s. And it's just all so badass.
Yeah.
And then I did bring my C10 out here. I tried drifting. I'm not a drifter, I'm an off-roader. But I have this Roadster Shop chassis, 68 C10, my old trophy truck engine in it. And it's out by Optima Battery at the other MagnaFlow Semi. And I went drifting. The guy goes, "Don't hit the dinosaur, they're big decoration." So the first thing I do is I take off and then I just start drifting around the thing. It was so much fun.
Did you manage to miss the dinosaur?
Yeah, I didn't hit it.
Okay, good, good. Well, let's talk for a second about the Iron Man, Ivan Stewart, because how amazing is that guy? Just timeless. He just doesn't seem to age. He's incredible.
Yeah, it's so cool because, you know, growing up, I had a Toyota truck, was my first truck, and the first thing you learn about with the Toyota truck when you want to do off-roading is Ivan Stewart, right?
Yeah,
and then how many quarters did we blow in that machine? Our parents are like, "Stop wasting your money." No, I'm
this is I want to spend it on this.
Yeah, so he's just such a legend, right? Like everyone recognizes him. He's just such a badass person, loves talking to everyone and getting pictures. People, like he's doing an autograph session, they're bringing like little pieces of like collectible. They used to make these die-cast model trucks of his. People are bringing pieces of the video game for him to sign. We made some limited edition hats that we gave out at our taco party, is signing them all. We did a helmet giveaway and someone won the helmet and he signed it. And he's just such an awesome dude, and he absolutely loves being here. He loves SEMA. We brought him out to the Mint 400. He signed autographs. He's scheduled to be there for so much time, but he stays longer, loves talking to the fans. He's just a legend.
Yeah, he really is. So incredible that you got to do all that stuff with him. Jerry Zayden, Camburg Racing, of course, VP of Operations at MagnaFlow. Congratulations once again on that partnership with them, and thanks for joining us here at SEMA Live.
Thank you.
Right on, my man. Okay, we are going to throw it out to JC again. Ooh, standing by with a Formula One car. Looks like one of the Red Bull vehicles. Is that Verstappen's
Thank you,
car?
Chris, and everyone watching right now. I'm not sure where you're watching the SEMA live stream, but you want to sit down because you don't want to miss a minute of what we're about to show you. Well, behind me is wild, and I got Rob here with the Honda Racing Corporation.
That's right.
How is SEMA treating you so far?
SEMA's great. I mean, these are all of our friends, all of our fans. It's our family. This is why we're here, is for the people and the car culture.
And you guys are making some big moves with the Honda Racing Corporation.
We are. Right now, what we've done is we've taken the two-wheel motorcycle. It's how most people know us as HRC, and we've put that umbrella over all of the four-wheel as well. So what you see here is our four-wheel racing. We're in every level of racing worldwide. The top level of racing right here is F1.
Let's slide over here so everyone watching, come over here, Rob, so everyone looking right now can see this piece of machinery right here. Tell me more. Tell me more.
This is the RB20. This is the Red Bull 20. This is a car that we will have here in Vegas racing in about 2 weeks. For the F1 race that's coming to town.
Las Vegas Boulevard.
That's right. Exactly right. We raced this last week in Brazil.
Okay.
And so in the rain, I think everybody knows about this one. If you don't, it's amazing. We started 17th on the grid out of 20.
All right.
Won the race in the rain.
Did you really? Yes, that's awesome.
So we're winning at every single level.
Yeah, you certainly are. Yeah. We could stare at this car.
Yeah.
For hours, and they're very light too, right?
Light, big, but light. You know, but it's the people that drive these cars handle it so well. They're the best drivers in all of the world, and we're lucky to have the ones that we do.
Yes, I was at the F1 race last year, and to see those cars racing down Las Vegas Boulevard.
Yeah.
20 seconds. They go racing by.
The noise is great.
The noise is amazing.
It's fantastic.
Over here, Integra.
So one of the reasons we're here is we're announcing a new business.
Right.
I'm actually the general manager of the performance parts division that we're making. It's a new business. We're going to be taking parts from our engineers that do the racing cars for all of us, and we're going to be designing parts for the street. So you're going to be able to take a piece of this culture, a piece of these race cars, we're going to be able to put it on your car. So this is a prototype that we made.
Yes.
We introduced this at the Monterey Car Week, and you can see we've done a lot of things to it, but everything we do to a car is going to be authentic performance. So we've got cooling, we've got lightweight, we've got double dual oil coolers on here. The interior's been stripped out. We've got 200 pounds out of this car. And everything we do is going to get you a little more time on the track. So if you're taking your car to the track weekend or something, we're going to help you.
Also, the color of this car, the paint, the way the light's hitting it. I mean, there's so many layers to this paint color.
This is a beautiful paint. It's actually from PMC, Performance Manufacturing Center, which is where they built the NSX. So this is literally the NSX paint.
Is it really?
That's right.
There's another car. Let's go over here. Okay. How amazing is this? What do we have here? The next.
Here we have our top level of IMSA racing. So what we've done is we've been racing this hybrid car. It's a new hybrid. The last couple of years now we're into this, and this is our endurance racing. This is sports car, closed wheel. So we went from open wheel to closed wheel. And this has won 24 Hours of Daytona a couple of times. And we're getting ready to start up a team with our friends Mike Shank and at the Meyer Shank Racing. And here it is, right here in all its glory. The guys will sit in there. They change drivers in and out. 24 hours race. You're going to change tires. You're going to fill it with gas. The parts have to be they have to endure the race.
Yeah. It's grueling too. 24 hours of racing.
It's 24 hours of racing, and you can't have a part fail. So the same kind of parts you're going to be seeing on these race cars are going to be put into our street cars. And that's exactly why we're here, is to announce that and to make sure that when you get an HRC authentic part on your car, that you are getting a Honda OEM level part.
That's a cool thing to know, that the part I'm getting for my car is the part they're using in these cars right here.
Designed by the same engineers from across the globe, the best engineers in the world.
Absolutely. This
is our Indy Pace car. So when we sponsor a race, which we do, of course, all over the United States and Canada, this is the car that we use as the Pace car. So a Civic Type R. You can actually buy this car. You
can buy the Pace Car Edition?
You can't buy the Pace Car Edition, no, but you can get a Civic Type R, and this is it.
That's neat. Let's walk over for here. It is really neat to see everything that Honda, everything that you guys are doing in the racing world and accomplishing so much. How does it feel to be a part of such a cool company?
I had the luckiest job, the greatest job in the world. I work with our friends in Japan, in Sakura and Osaka.
Let's keep on.
work with our engineers in Santa Clarita and in Ohio.
Okay.
And so what we're going to be doing is here now we have this truck. So we've got this other prototype that we're talking about. A lot of our guys in Ohio worked on this. This is our overlanding prototype. So we've taken a lot of clues from what we'll see in a little bit is the ridgeline, the Baja ridgeline up there.
Well, let's walk down and tell me what we have here. Let's go on this side and we'll kind of walk through the features of this package
here. So what we've done is we've raised this thing up. Of course, you can see.
Come over here so everyone can see. Come
okay, come on over here. Yeah, thank you.
Looking just right. Okay.
There we go. All right, we've got rock sliders along the side, authentic rock sliders. We've got wheels and tires. We've lifted this thing up. We've got our roof rack, which is our own, designed by our engineers. And this is just made for overlanding, taking your family out. You can't put it in the Ridgeline Baja truck because there's only one seat. But you can get your whole family in here and take them off road, and it's authentically going to be able to handle that beating that you take when you're off road.
I love the way it looks. I love the stance. I love the bigger tires. I love the lift you put on it.
That's right. That's exactly right.
And talk about the front end on the grill side here. We have our winch. What do we do in the front?
We do have a winch, and you can see we've even cleaned this thing out so you can access your winch through here. It's hard to even tell, but there you go.
That's right. You guys think of everything.
That's right. Steel bumpers. You got clearance. You're going to be able to get up over your rocks, and it's going to be durable enough. And we got skid plates.
Yeah,
and everything there.
Nice skid plates down there protect the bottom carriage of your car.
Authentic performance. Performance for off is different than on the track. So HRC, we get to play in the dirt, and we get to play on the asphalt.
It's like a kid. It's like to play in the sandbox and then go in the street and go playing around here.
One of the greatest jobs in the world.
This is endless. This is endless. Tell me more.
This here is our Civic Hybrid. We call it the Beast internally. This has an IndyCar engine. So here's our IndyCar, which we race again all over America in the IndyCar series. So we've won that. We won the Drivers' Championship this year. That engine is in this CRV.
Let's walk back here to show everyone.
Yeah, get a picture down inside the back. You can see the engine back here in the rear.
Oh, wow.
And there it is. So we're looking at a lot of horsepower with a lot of aero. Keep this thing on the track. We've had the F1 drivers drive it as well.
Do you know how much horsepower roughly we're putting out inside this?
I think we're like, don't quote me on this, but I think we're talking upwards of 1,000, so we're getting pretty close to 1,000 on this.
And how fast are we going?
Well, it's about speed, but it's about drifting. It's about having fun. It's about having fun. There's not a race series. This is what we did, a little test bed on hybrid systems because we now race in IndyCar. And the hybrid started last year. So the first year of hybrid.
Let's walk over it.
In our race cars was last year, and now all year it'll be a hybrid. So that was our test bed for it, and here's the result.
This is really a great experience to be sitting here walking around this booth with you. Because thousands, I think 160,000 people are here at SEMA. How many people are coming through your booth? But to sit here and have your expertise and break everything down with us and show us these builds and the racing machines that you have is spectacular.
It's fun. It's unbelievably fun, and we love what we do. The engineers and all of the places that we go to are the best engineers in the world.
Ridgeline, what do we got?
Ridgeline, well, here we go. We got Jeff Proctor takes this one out and races this one. This is our Baja Honda Racing Ridgeline. One-off, we do the Baja racing with this, and he's won with this, and we're doing a fun. He'll be doing it again next year with his trucks.
Okay. This is the actual truck that he races?
The actual truck that he races, that's correct, yeah. This has 600 horsepower in it. It's got our V6 twin-turbo engine inside of it as well.
That's right here. All right, come on over here. How many horsepower again?
About 600 horsepower.
600 horsepower. How fast is this going then? Listen to this. So how fast do you think this is going top speed?
Well, top speed, you can get it up over 100. You really can. You can go high up in there. But the key is you want to go fast, and it has to be durable. You're moving and you're shaking, and you have to have the compliance all around the car. Keep this thing flat and fast at the same time.
Here in Las Vegas, we have the classic race, the Mint 400.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's right.
And would we see this in the Mint 400?
We won't see this one in the Mint 400, but we have things coming out. Stay tuned for that. That we'll be putting something in the Mint, I would predict.
Iconic race, but you go back to the two, you're out there, and you're hitting top speeds, but at the same time, you're off-road, you're bouncing, and you want a truck that's going to hold up and last through that race.
That's right. And that Ridgeline's the truck for that.
Yeah.
So we've got it right here.
Okay, before we send it back to the studio, what is your daily driver?
My daily driver, I have an NSX.
Do you?
Yeah, I have a 2021 NSX and I have a 2002 NSX.
Do you know how cool you are, Rob?
Yeah. Like I say, I have the best job and the best life. It's been a great career. I thank Honda for it. But now working for the Racing Corporation, it's great.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Rob, thank you so much, man, for sharing us everything. We appreciate it. Chris, aren't these just bonkers? Everyone watching, isn't this just nuts what's happening down here? But for now, we'll send it back up to you, Chris, in the SEMA Live studio.
JC, I'm loving that. And I'm loving the fact that he's got both generation NSXs. That is very cool. What can you expect from a Honda guy? You got to love that. Amazing, amazing. All right, well, I'm back here live in studio with the new chairman of the board of SEMA. Please welcome Kyle Fickler to the studio. Good to see you, my man.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it very much.
Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
The chairmanship. That's fantastic.
Congratulations or condolences?
Well, I guess we'll have to ask you Friday afternoon what that's all about. But no, long-time SEMA board member, correct?
Yeah. You know, and honestly, I really do enjoy it. And it's, you know, I guess this is like year 12 now between board and treasurer, you know, 2 terms on the board and treasurer. And the chairmanship is actually a 6-year commitment. 2 years as chair-elect, 2 years as chairman. That's where I'm at now. And then 2 years as immediate past chair, IPC. So
gotcha.
It's a commitment.
And then 2 years of therapy after that, right? So it's an 8-year commitment.
I'm hoping it's just 2, you know. But no, it's first of all, it's an honor, and I really do enjoy it. It's, you know, it serves as a nice balance between your day-to-day work, and although sometimes you find you're using the same hour of the day for both SEMA and my job at Pro Chargers.
So when was your first year coming to SEMA? It predated your being on the board, probably.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah. First SEMA would have been 94, 1994, and I think I've missed
30
one
years
since then. Yeah, and I was young when I started. You know, I wasn't, but. Yeah, no, and it's, you know, for me, honestly, and SEMA knows this, I'm more of a PRI guy than a SEMA guy, but one of the things that has made the SEMA show so much fun for me is just the level of engagement my volunteerism has brought to me, you know, kind of the added responsibilities, the added time commitment, stuff like that. For me, that really makes the SEMA show just, and it's so unique anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there's no show like the SEMA show.
There's really not, and it's a bucket list for everybody who's never been before, and it's a must go to for everybody in the industry. Yeah. This is my 20th year coming to SEMA. Yeah. I love it more every year. It's, as I keep saying, part family reunion and part best car show party on the calendar.
I like that. I tell people, you know, that don't really know what the show is about. I'm like, it's me and my 155,000 or 160,000 closest friends is really what it comes down to.
Exactly. And you say you're more of a PRI guy, and that's because I know that you're a drag racer, and when there isn't just one drag racer in your family. There's multiple drag racers in your family. Your wife and your daughter are both drag racers too, correct?
I've been super lucky, and you know, I've raced pretty hardcore since 1988. Met my wife in '91, I guess, and she already had an automotive background. She's a physicist by education, really mechanically inclined. So we put her in the car right away. I probably shouldn't share this in public, but she was in the second trimester with my daughter when before she told her mom. She wanted to make one more pass in my dragster before she told her mom she was pregnant with Danica, who, and so Danica grew up at the drag strip, and I think it took her a long time to understand that not everybody's parents raced.
Yeah,
you know,
right. It's not a normal thing to be going down the drag strip in utero.
Yeah. That law school education's coming out there, my friend.
She felt the G's in there, and she was like, "Oh, I like this. This is very familiar."
That's literally what the doctors told Deb, though. They said, you know, that fall was, and we were lucky enough. We won Dallas, NHRA national event at Dallas in 2003, and Deb was well along. So Danica was born New Year's Eve. So you do the math, middle October, New Year's Eve. It was, but it was quite an experience. But the doctors literally told Deb, you know, if she's going to be around this growing up, you just keep going to the starting line, do your normal thing. That way she's more accustomed to it, you know, when she's an infant and toddler. So I thought that was great medical advice.
Totally. The sounds, and you know, they hear the sounds in there too. You know, they're hearing the sounds of the burning rubber and probably the smells also. Yeah. That's pretty amazing. Well, then that makes your job and your job history kind of perfect for you as well. Probably doesn't feel like a job being a pro charger.
My work-life balance is perfect.
Yeah.
You know, it's racing, motorsports, 24/7. It's perfectly balanced. Yeah. But that's where Deb and Danica, you know, their engagement makes it so important. So I'm comfortable in that role, but it all fits together. I mean, sometimes it's as crazy as everybody else's, you know, and even like Danica's. How her career has evolved. You know, she started out in quarter midgets, got into junior dragsters, and she enjoyed both, but it wasn't until she got in a big car that, you know, that I think she really enjoyed it. She was lucky enough, she won the NHRA Division 5 high school championship in a car, and that was, she won that when she had started college, but because she started the year in the high school class, won that, and at the time, she was a real competitive soccer goalie, and I thought she was going to go to college on a soccer scholarship. She turned them all down, didn't even take her soccer gear to Colorado State, instead joined their Formula SAE team, road race team, and she works for that team 7 days a week. They've enjoyed it enough, even though she's not an engineering student. They named her vice president of the team, and she will be here in about 2 hours. She's formed her own little network at the SEMA Show and the PRI Show, and goes around, thanks sponsors, calls on them, does what we all used to do, beg for product, you know. So,
right.
But she knows the business side of it well enough to know that, you know, the team has to deliver, you know, as well. And so it's been that real world education that you only learn by doing it. So very thankful she has the opportunity to do it. Deb's here as well. Deb doesn't get to race as much as she used to, but you know, that will come around in due time too, to where she spends more time in a car.
I mean, literally, Danica has a lifetime of experience. Usually that's like a cliche or a misnomer. She literally has a lifetime of experience.
Yeah. Her first outing was the Gator Nationals in Gainesville, Florida, when she was 3 months old.
That's amazing.
And you can take her to at the NHRA race over the weekend, I introduced Mike Spagnola and Mike Good, our SEMA and PRI presidents, to one of her first babysitters, Steve LeSueur, who grew up the same way at the drag strip, but his dad was one of the early match race promoters, but also he was the Nitro guy for NHRA for decades, and I mean decades. And thankfully he was good with kids, because there were times when both Deb and I were racing, and we'd be racing 3 cars. You get into later rounds, and you know, everybody that lost has gone home, and there's nobody at the racetrack.
Right.
So Steve, Beth Hyatt, Tim Hyatt, they'd be on the midway, and it'd just be kind of like a drive-by handoff. Here, she's yours for a little while. I'm probably not the one people should come to for parenting advice, but we're really lucky that it worked out well for Danica.
Apparently it has. Yeah, definitely. All right, let's talk SEMA and where you see SEMA in the next 5 years. I mean, we're sitting here in West Hall that didn't even exist 3 or 4 years ago. Now it's chock full. SEMA is getting bigger and bigger. You're chairman now. What's your vision for the future?
So, you know, my real focus last 10, 12 years in leadership has been maintaining our right to modify our vehicles, maintaining our right to repair our vehicles, maintaining our right to enjoy our vehicles. Right to enjoy, what that really means is land use, right? I mean, we're going to find ways, you know, on designated, you know, racetracks, stuff like that, to enjoy them. We're going to enjoy them on the street, you know, when allowed. But when I say right to enjoy, that really comes back to land use. You know, the work SEMA did in Johnson Valley, Oceano Dunes, you know, Pismo Beach, you know, you name it. I mean, there's plenty of opportunity, if you will, for us to work with at local, state, and federal levels on land use to be able to enjoy off-road vehicles. You know, the right to repair, I mean, pretty much explains itself, but we've seen local and state action where that was getting restricted. And, you know, it's the American way, right? To put a, you know, set of brake shoes, brake pads on your car in your driveway. You know, when government starts taking that away, something's wrong. And, you know, the right to modify, obviously the focus for a number of years was on emissions and noise legislation. You know, I remember back in the 70s, I thought they were going to kill racing with muffler rules. You know, obviously they didn't. Emissions was you know, really our focal point for a number of years. A lot of people don't know we have an office in Washington, D.C. that, you know, they focus on legislative regulatory issues 24/7, 365 days a year. That's been a real focal point for me, and we kind of pull it all together with those three, what we consider basic rights that we're working hard to maintain. So this year was interesting, with the EV mandates coming out of California. I don't know that we've seen a threat that significant happen that quickly, and so for us, it was kind of a call to action. Our SEMA Action Network sprung into action, and we can enlist help of our fellow enthusiasts. But something I've really focused on over the last year or so, and the EV mandates made this even more obvious. EV mandates, just the name, and whether you want to call it an internal combustion engine ban or an EV mandate, pick your
Right,
poison.
they're essentially the same thing.
Yeah, just semantics at that point. But it occurred to me that, and this year was unique, this election cycle was probably the first time where our industry was a page one news item, on a consistent basis. And a lot of states, and it wasn't just California, because there's 16 or 17 states that follow.
Right.
CARB.
California's just the biggest.
Biggest, and they do it first, and then the others follow. So what I've really focused on since then is understanding that, the EV mandate implied that somehow we were doing something wrong as an industry. We were the bad guys. We were trying to evolve internal combustion engine technology or working on alternative fuels, things like that, that you can't argue. The science proves that they are more efficient, than what the OEs are doing, and that's been the essence of hot rodding, is figure out things that, the OE gives you, the base product, and then these four buildings, these four halls, all we do is make it better, more enjoyable, more fun, more personalized, whatever it is. So what I've been more focused on is, we know how to speak to fellow enthusiasts and how to turn people enthusiasts, but how do we take that guy that may never own a hot rod or a race car, may never want to go to Johnson Valley, how do we keep him open-minded enough that when he hears internal combustion engine, he thinks, oh, those are the guys that, if they polluted the world, so now we have to have EVs. That's simply not true. But we need to be more than the messenger, right? We need to be not only talk, but take action to go out to that larger general public at large, and show them that, hey, we're the good guys. We have alternatives, we have solutions, we have practical solutions that will achieve the desired result for everybody, a true win-win situation.
Yeah, and we appreciate SEMA answering that bell for the entire industry. You guys are really at the forefront of that. Kyle Fickler, chairman of the board of SEMA, thank you very much for joining me here on SEMA Live.
Thank you, Chris. It's my pleasure.
You, man. Right on. And right now, we're going to kick it back out to Aaliyah, who's out there with another great feature and another great guest. Aaliyah.
Thank you so much, Chris. Moving on to another Chris, I am here with Chris Groschke. He is the Director of Sales and Marketing here with ARP. Thank you for joining us here at SEMA. What does this show mean to you?
The show just covers all the different aftermarket in world, so you can see everything and anything here, and for us as a manufacturer with ARP, we manufacture fasteners, studs, nuts, bolts, and washers. There's something for everybody here.
Yeah. And what makes your products stand out among the rest?
Well, just the quality that we make. We try to do the best, absolute strongest, best fasteners for every application. We cover everything from Audi to Vauxhall, Chevy to Ford, Porsche, everything in between. So we do everything from downhole to space, and utilizing the best materials possible, and make the best product for our customers.
Yeah, and you definitely have a reputation for working with, high-end racers and builders. Who are some of the top names that you've worked with?
We do stuff with Formula One teams. We do stuff with John Force Racing, Ron Capps Racing. We also have cars that actually really I drive. I drive the Speed Demon. So George Poteet's car, it's the fastest piston wheel-driven car in the world. And this year in August, I went 459 miles an hour and got our 12th Hot Rod Trophy.
Amazing. And you being a racer yourself, how has that ultimately transformed your brand?
We race what we make, so we're involved with the racing. We're very aware of all the different types of whether it's sprint cars or NASCAR or whatever. So it's nice to be able to talk to your customer and you can help them with some knowledge and background.
Right. I mean, no better way to sell the product than to actually utilize it yourself, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, tell us a little bit about what you have going on here at the booth. I know we have this fabulous pink Roadster right here. Called the Pink Roadster by Alan Johnson. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring him in.
There you go.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Amazing. Tell us about this beautiful vehicle.
This is a 32 Ford Roadster that we built for Mackenzie Murphy out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Pretty traditional car until you look at the color on it. So everything's very traditional built, but with her being a young girl, she wanted something that stood out and looked like something a young girl would drive.
Yeah, and ultimately what inspired you to build this vehicle for her?
Well, the inspiration really came from her. I mean, when her and her parents come to talk with me about building a pink car, in the beginning I was a little hesitant about that just for the color, but once we started looking at some renderings and looking at a brighter, bolder, magenta color, then that kind of changed the direction of where we were going.
Yeah, and what is your favorite part about building a vehicle?
That's a hard question to answer. I mean, the whole thing. I mean, from the concept, bringing everything together, and then seeing the finished product in the end, and knowing that we put all the best quality we can in everything that we do on the car, and that's why we use ARP fasteners everywhere.
And what has been one of the biggest challenges getting this vehicle to SEMA?
Well, the car's been finished for a few months, but the paint color was the most difficult thing on the car, because to get this bright of a pop color, we had to go with a candy tri-stage color, and we wouldn't want to do that because of the difficulty, and you can't paint these cars all together like a newer car. You've got multiple parts and pieces that have to be painted, and a candy color just makes it hard to match that. But we were able to pull that off with Axalta and get something that worked good, painting it in pieces.
Awesome, amazing. And next?
Well, we've got about 19 vehicles in the shopping process right now. So, anything from 32 Fords to 50 model Cadillac, 63 Corvette, so pretty good variety of stuff in the shop going together right now.
Yeah. And do you use ARP products in all of your builds?
Every build we use ARP. I mean, it's everything we do is about quality, details, and reliability, and ARP gives us all of that.
Cool. Awesome. And then I've been asking all of our vendors and attendees this question, but what was your what was your first car?
My first car was a 1968 Volkswagen.
Any special memories in that vehicle?
Yeah, I got the car when I was 13, and that's basically what drove me to what I'm doing now 38 years ago. So.
Yeah. And I believe this vehicle was nominated for Battle of the Builders, correct? Or
it was not. It made it to the top 40 of the Battle of the Builders. So.
Okay, so it didn't make it quite to the top 40. Okay. Do you have any other vehicles that made it?
No, both of them were in the running for the 40, and that's as far as they got. So.
Okay, amazing. Do you have any other vehicles here at SEMA at all?
We've got a 57 Pontiac station wagon in Mother's Polish booth.
Oh, really cool. Okay, awesome. Yeah, let's take a look at this interior. I know we haven't really checked it out yet. So who did you use for that?
We do all that in-house, so we do everything in-house except for building engines and transmissions. So all the sheet metal fabrication, interior body paint work, all the machine parts on this car, so all the suspension pieces are parts we do produce in-house, the wheels, steering wheel, brakes. We machine the valve covers and air cleaner, custom one-off pieces for this car.
And what has the feedback been for this particular vehicle here at SEMA?
Well, everybody's kind of blown away by the color.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not what you normally see on a 32 Roadster. So.
Yeah. I bet you it's popular among the ladies.
Yeah, I mean, all the girls like it. So.
Well, I have to say, I absolutely love it myself. Thank you so much for showcasing the Pink Roadster. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and meet the owner of this vehicle. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. Is pink your favorite color?
Yes, of course it is.
It's mine too. I love it. Okay, so tell us about the first time you saw this vehicle.
The first time I saw it, it wasn't completely finished. We had just gotten the color onto the body, and my eyes were sparkling.
Yeah.
Like, it was just the best day ever. I couldn't wait for it to be put together and for me to be able to drive it on the road. I was so excited.
And what was that first drive like?
It was wonderful. I've never driven a 32 before. I have, but not really seriously. So this was my first big drive with it, and it was the best. I'd drive it every day if I could, for sure.
It's really awesome to see women in the automotive industry. What was it that caused your influence into vehicles?
Well, my dad and my mom, mostly my dad, he has been big into cars as long as my papa. Both him and I have been just together with it, and I went to my first car show at 2 weeks old, so I've been doing this since I was a baby, and this is just my favorite hobby of all time. So.
Oh my God, amazing. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. We absolutely love your vehicle, and yeah, thank you. Thank you. Back to you, Chris.
Okay. All right, Aaliyah, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Great stuff as always out there in the field. And we're back here in studio with a couple more guests. And if you're into cars and you're into YouTube, you more than likely follow these guys from Donut Media. Please welcome Nolan Sykes and Justin Freeman. How you guys doing?
How's it going?
Great.
Really
Awesome,
good.
man. Great to see you guys.
Thanks for having us.
I follow you on Instagram, of course.
Thank
I
you.
love checking out your stuff. You guys are so proficient. You put out so much stuff. Do you ever sleep?
Well, luckily we have a really good team.
Yes, yeah. We have a lot of people behind the scenes helping us make it happen. But as far as sleep goes, it's been a crazy year, so we're trying to catch up on that for sure. I gotta say, Chris, this is like a full circle moment for us. Like growing up watching Overhaul, and I'm sure like everyone comes up here and says that, but like it is really cool to meet you.
Well, I appreciate that, man, and I guess I definitely take it as a compliment. And when people stop saying it, that's when I'll know there's a problem. So I'm glad that you guys reinforce that for me. I appreciate it. But I mean, in terms of sheer numbers, you guys are just permeating over 8 million subscribers.
Yeah, we're trying to hit that 9.
That's
hoping
awesome.
for 9. Yeah,
very cool, very cool.
Yeah.
So tell me about High-Low.
Okay. High-Low is one of our longer standing series. We'll build 2 cars, one with really cheap parts, one with really expensive ones. This season, though, we're kind of changing up a little bit. We're building 2 drag cars out of some S550 Coyote Mustangs.
Yeah, the newest cars we've ever built on the channel.
That's true.
Yeah.
We usually stick to like 90s
Early
Japanese stuff.
2000s,
Yeah.
right?
But what we did differently this season was High Team, which Justin is a member of.
Unlimited money.
Yeah, an unlimited budget for their car. But for Low Team, instead of just buying the cheapest stuff possible, what we wanted to do, the director and I were like, hey, how about we actually set a budget for that car, and you can splurge on some parts if you want, but you still have to keep it under $10,000.
Okay.
So just trying to formulate a sort of recipe for people if they want to build their own Coyote in the future. Maybe they can maybe take a page out of either team's book.
Right, because these cars are modern, right? Modern cars are fast.
Yeah.
So when it came to finding bottom of the barrel parts, they're kind of good. You know, it's just like, okay, well, what's the best way for Low Team to beat High Team? Because High Team's definitely going to be really good, really fast, really cool. It sounds amazing, you know, and it's kind of the easy mode. You just need money, right? So with Low Team, it's like
that Hankook money.
Yeah,
right.
That's right. Yeah.
But with Low Team, it's like strategies. Like he knows he has to beat us. So what's the best route to do that under this budget?
It's been a lot of fun.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
And we also played a couple games where it's like he can take away from his car, we can't.
Yeah, for the weight reduction episode.
Yeah, we have to replace things.
They had to replace everything with carbon fiber pieces, and then on Low Team, we just gutted the entire interior. I mean, I was removing stuff like the blower motor, or like, you know, under the dash, and the windshield wiper reservoir. It probably didn't make that much of a difference.
Windshield wiper motor, but you know what? I mean, every ounce
it really does. And we ended up losing more weight than the High Team, which I felt pretty happy about. But now it's not really a car you'd want to drive.
You were doing it the old school way, just remove it.
Yep.
You were doing it the unlimited budget way, replace it with carbon fiber.
You know what's incredible? Like, we replaced the whole door with a composite door, but they make it now where you can put the panel, the window, the motor, the everything, switches right back in. So it's just like, oh, this is a nice car still.
Yeah. It's
Really
still
happy
functional.
with it. Oh, very functional.
Where you can actually open the door, you don't have to climb through the window.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, do you guys have mechanical backgrounds? Did you grow up wrenching on cars?
So myself, you know, I started, my kind of journey began competing in junior dragsters with my dad, and just kind of like learning your way around a 1-cylinder engine, and eventually moved on to a door car, and then we ended up crewing on a Nostalgia Funny Car team. So I did the bottom end stuff on that team. But as far as like formal training goes, I don't really have any, just kind of like learning.
Well, it sounds like you got trial by fire. I mean, you were in there doing it.
Yeah. And then Justin?
For me, it's literally out of necessity. It was just like, well, I kind of need to do this.
Right.
So it's like I would learn on the fly, YouTube helped a lot.
Oh yeah, YouTube videos are great.
It wasn't until I went to college where I made a buddy who grew up working on cars his whole life, and then he would just like bring me along with him. We'd work on stuff in the driveway, in the snow, just like bench pressing transmissions into Jeeps, like just kind of the scummy way, you know. But it was awesome. I learned a lot really quickly, and that's how I got here now.
Yeah. What's been really cool, especially with high-low, is like we're still learning. You know, it feels like every season we learn how to do something new. I really want to get more proficient at fabrication next year, you know, so that'll be something we take on, and you know, with your not cross-track.
I have a
XT.
really exciting couple video ideas coming this year, and look forward to them. It's going to be an adventure. We have a lot of big things coming, obviously, for 2025. We're taking a little bit of a change to our pursuit and endeavors, and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
We're going bigger, you know.
Yeah.
We're going to challenge ourselves, challenge our cars, and one of them is to build a Subaru to do things trucks should do. in a really amazing way. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Also, you know, Alaska is in the picture, you know, like
something that's been really cool is like being able to learn as we do it, but also, I mean, try to encourage the audience as well to like show them like, hey, like if we can do it, you guys could definitely do it.
Exactly.
Too, right?
So like coming at it with not a lot of experience and not telling people exactly how to do it, be good at it, you know, we want it to be approachable. So it's like the fact that I don't know and I can learn with the audience is the best way.
If we can figure it out,
you definitely can.
Figure it out. Yeah.
And do you guys have a dedicated shop where you're working, or is it just kind of, you know, wherever you can find space?
Now we do.
Now.
In the first couple of seasons, the first time we did high-low with the Nissan Zs, we were actually renting a shop in Santa Clarita. You know, it'd be like an hour drive from our base in West LA, because we just had like a really small brick office there. And then over the pandemic, you know, we started working remote. We had to move out of our office, but that kind of afforded us an opportunity to start looking for more spaces when it would be time to go back into work. And we ended up finding a space in Inglewood with plenty of room for a studio, a green screen studio, editing suites, all that, but also a garage at the back that we've outfitted to we have two-post lifts.
Yeah, now
we make it work. Yeah,
we've worked our way up to having lifts because before it was just still on the ground.
Yeah.
We had like half-post, like halfway lifts, and now we have full two-post lifts.
Nice.
Which is great. We have a lot of cars.
We've really grown into the space.
What I love about your shows in particular and Donut Media overall is just the grassroots of it, the organicness of it. You know, it's just kind of like, it's not real bright and shiny. It's just like, you guys are doing your thing.
Right, yeah, production quality, but also still very like realistic.
Yeah.
You know? You don't want to scare people to thinking they couldn't possibly do it.
Right, and you're showing the mistakes, and you're showing the process, and you know you're
we
showing
show
the
some of the
failures.
mistakes.
Yeah.
There's
Just
a lot
enough.
of them.
Just
There's a lot of them that don't make
it.
But yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So what's coming up for you guys? What are some of your new ideas, if you can share?
Well, we have our Ranger Baja Adventure finale that'll be dropping next month. We were able to race in the NHRA 500 with our Ford Ranger.
Yeah.
That was insane, but really looking forward to everybody to see that.
We have a huge finale event for high-low coming up in Tucson.
That's right.
That's going to be really awesome.
November 23rd.
Make sure you come out.
Yeah, and Tucson Dragway, people can come out.
We'll be filming as well, so
yeah.
We're actually filming the final episode of this high-low.
Yeah, you can
there.
come test and tune your car if you want. Come hang out.
Us.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
But as far as next year goes, definitely refocusing more on more personal projects.
Yeah.
More trips,
Yeah.
just trying to just spread the joy of cars.
Live events as well, just like being here at SEMA, we want to do more activations where we get to shake everyone's hands because that's how you connect with everybody.
Getting in touch, literally.
We don't
have you guys ever done 24 hours of lemons? Because you seem ripe for that.
Yeah, I've done it with my buddy Kevin over at Junkyard Digs. We did it a couple years ago at Barber in Alabama. That was a really fun time. But yeah, it might be time for us to maybe do our own car.
I think so.
Yeah.
I really think it's one of the next next things we could do.
Yeah. I mean, it just seems like you guys are so perfect for that.
Yeah. We talked about demolition derbies.
Yeah, we'll probably do that as well.
We did a little bit of rally racing.
Recently.
I love it,
be
man.
fun. Yeah.
Well, I know you said before we started that you guys haven't had a lot of chance to walk around SEMA, but is there something that you've keyed into that is a must-see for you guys while you're here?
Toyota did some cool, almost kind of tricky for them to do it, because it's what they built stuff that everyone's been asking for, and then they're just like teasing. You know, it's just like, I wanted that removable top 4Runner.
They got some cool stuff.
What do you mean you're just gonna show me it's possible and then not make it? Come on! But I really do want to see it. I think that's really cool.
I've heard a lot about a V12 Miata.
I walked by.
Got to go see that.
Apparently.
How did they do that?
I don't
They
know.
cut into the firewall to get that in there?
It's a
V10.
V10.
Yeah, it's still. I mean, in a Miata?
Crazy.
Yeah, it's got turbos for headlights.
I got to go check that out.
It's
It's crazy being. This is my second time being at SEMA, and it's just incredible. I mean, you'll see so many insane builds right next to each other. It's hard to even just focus in on the nuances of one of them. But it's been really cool.
I did see someone stuff a Hellcat motor in a Miata one time.
Yeah.
And then it went through auction, and then I think it blew up down the line.
I saw a picture of it in a ditch.
Yeah, I think that may have been it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Nolan Sykes, Justin Freeman, Donut Media, thank you guys for joining us here on SEMA Live, and can't wait to see the new stuff you guys come up with.
Thank you, Chris.
Appreciate you both joining us here. Right on.
Oh.
Oh wait, no, hey, I'll shake it. Sorry, I turned away too fast. Sorry, guys.
All
right, well, we got a lot more coming for you, not only over the next 2 days, but also a little bit more time coming here on day 2. Here's a little drone footage for you, high above the parking lot here at SEMA. That's coming around. You can see South Hall on the side there, and then Central Hall in the middle of your picture. Look at all the activity. Looks like a beautiful day. There's some drifting going on out in the parking lot. There's so much to do here at SEMA. Even if you don't have a ticket to come inside, you can still enjoy what they got going out in the parking lot. There's a ton of cars parked out there. Just being part of the action is so cool. Vegas monorail happening. You see the Sphere in the distance and the Link. I just love SEMA, man. I love seeing the way it grows every single year. And there is another shot of South Hall. There's the monorail going past there. Runs right past the parking lot. So cool. 20 years for me here at SEMA, and it just gets better and better. All right, well, back here in studio with one of the Battle of the Builders competitors. Is that correct, Paul?
Yes, sir.
Bosserman? Is that right? Am I right?
Bosserman.
Bosserman. Sorry, my producer's handwriting here. Anybody else can read that. You're a better host than I am. No, Paul, thanks for having coming with us in the studio. You've got a 62 Impala entered in the competition?
Yes, sir.
Nice. Tell me about it.
62 Impala convertible. It's original Super Sport. 4-speed car, 327. It came in, had 46,000 miles on it, but all the trim was perfect. And the owner wanted a build for SEMA. Well, that was a year ago.
He wanted it for SEMA 23.
For this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I thought you were going to say he wanted it done for 23.
Last year he came to us. Well,
for
23 he came to us and said, "Hey, we want it in a year."
Gotcha.
So. Yeah, we didn't get started on it really until 1st of February after Grand National Roadster Show.
Nice.
And we started cutting on it, and we were really close to not making it. And we actually had some of the old overhauling guys came in and helped us. Mitch Lanzini came in and helped me out we had some real problems with paint. Mitch came in and helped us, and had a couple other guys that were kind of behind the scenes came in and helped us, and we nailed it.
Awesome. So are you guys based in Southern California?
We're in City of Orange.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
So it was a quick trip for Mitch.
Oh yeah.
From Huntington Beach over to Orange.
Yeah, he came out over in the evenings. I got everything prepped, and he came over and he helped me get the color on it. Then I came back in and cleared everything, and
nice.
We got it done.
So was this a total rotisserie restoration? Like you guys brought it down to the bare metal, fixed all the cans and everything?
We actually we built a full chassis under the car. Roadster shop was supposed to build a chassis, but they were 9 months out. Well, that wasn't gonna work.
Right.
And we built most of our own chassis, and so we started. I designed it. We got it.
Let's go.
Made it a little extra heavy for the convertible, and we got a Nelson Racing 1,200 horsepower 427 LS. I can't wait to rip around this thing.
That's amazing. Yeah, very cool. And so obviously the owner of the car is very happy with the result.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been just grinning from ear to ear. But at the stress level he had up for the past 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well, see, this is the ultimate SEMA story right here, because, I mean, if you're watching the show, you're probably familiar with SEMA and what it takes to get to SEMA. And building a SEMA show car in less than a year is a Herculean feat. So what you guys were able to pull off, and not even a full year since February.
Yeah,
so really you're looking
and
at
the things
10
he
months.
wanted to. He came to me and said, I want 24-inch wheels in the rear. I'm like, well, that's taller than the quarter panel. Like, you know, and he wanted to lay on the ground. I said, it can't happen. And we got it. It's 3 inches off in the back and 2 inches off in the front. And it all worked out. The car steers, drives. But then we had to go and finish the car. And that's where we got caught up in the end. It was just, there was so much finish work.
Yeah.
We polished all the original trim. We stuck with it and polished it.
You said it was all perfect. So that's great, because you made some obviously heavy modifications to the body to fit all that stuff in there.
Oh yeah, we had
to throw the original trim on there is just like that icing on the cake.
Yes, yes, yeah. We actually did a little hood scoop on the front, and then we had a little tail fin on the rear, like a little spoiler. Nice diffuser underneath in the back for the rear bumper. And we made the front bumper and the rear bumper, and kind of my thinking was, okay, we're building that. We don't have to get it chrome plated because it's raw aluminum. And the old Z11 race cars had aluminum bumpers.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, well, this might be a good idea. We got down to the end trying to polish all that stuff. It's like, maybe I should have chrome plated them.
Right.
But they're gorgeous. They fit the car and look right.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and in the end, that's what's important, right? Is the look, the stance, the feel. And I mean, obviously, you know, you guys have made it this far in Battle of the Builders, so the proof is in the pudding.
Yep,
Yeah,
and to have the spot we have in the central hall, everybody's walking by the car, and the lights and everything there. The car is gorgeous. So actually, I hope SEMA really appreciates us having that car there, because it's a good showpiece for what American cars are all about.
For sure.
And that's, I don't know. I just like this. Can you pinch me?
I'll pinch you. It's real.
Yeah.
You're here.
I mean, actually, you know, it's funny. I first met you at Hollywood Hot Rods.
Yeah,
I
with
was
Troy.
working there with Troy. I worked there a
yeah.
year, and you came in, and I met you.
When you guys were in Burbank, which is the shop's no longer there. It's been torn down, and those apartment buildings have been built. But yeah, the first location. I think I was going to see a movie or something, and I stopped by the shop.
Yeah, you stopped by. Yeah. I had first met you then, and for me, you know, I knew the TV world, and actually rides was one of the reasons I actually wanted to go to Troy's shop and get a job, is because of what I saw on TV.
Yeah.
I didn't have means to anything but either magazines or TV. Now we have all the internet stuff. Right. And my now wife, you know, she dragged me out here, and I loved it. And now I have my own shop and building cars that are at SEMA and Battle of the Builders. So I'm just, that's why I want to.
You've arrived, man. And not only that, you're on SEMA Live. Look at you. Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Okay, well, Paul Bosserman, your 62 Impala in Battle of the Builders, your old Anvil Speed Shop in Orange, California. Wish you nothing but the best of luck, man.
Thanks, Chris.
And we'll be checking you out as you go along on Battle of the Builders.
Sir.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, from here in the studio, we are going to step away, check out this commercial break, and come on back. We got about another 10 minutes of coverage on day 2 here from SEMA in Las Vegas.
The government wants to know what you care about, and you can actually affect the change that's happening. So we're down here to make that happen. I never knew that we could have this much impact.
I know it seems very out of reach where you can't touch the laws that are happening. Even me just being here today, I've learned so much about how actually coming and speaking or sending letters or calling your representatives, you actually have a chance. They actually listen. We've talked one-on-one with them, and what we have to say and what you guys have to say actually makes an impact.
Welcome back to SEMA Live, everybody. Thanks for sticking around for our last segment on day 2 here from SEMA. And I am joined now by Jamie Knowles, the Senior Marketing Manager for Pelican Cases. Now, Pelican Cases, my experience is all production. Anytime we travel with lights or cameras or anything is protected by Pelican Cases. But Jamie, you guys are getting into the automotive space now, right?
Correct, yeah. So we've got, all of our cases are applicable in this market, but we've got specific cases called cargo, Pelican Cargo, that can be used on your truck, mount to the vehicle, you don't have to drill it, mounts to a roof rack, your truck bed, and that way you've got cargo storage on the vehicle, and just really opens up the storage capabilities.
Yeah, it seems like a natural progression. I mean, you guys have pretty much have the market covered on production cases. You know, I mean, it seems like everybody in the industry, and I'm around a lot of production, uses Pelican cases.
Yep.
It's almost like, you know, Xerox or a Band-Aid. You know, it doesn't matter what brand it is. Someone says, bring me that Pelican case.
Exactly, for better or for worse.
Yes.
But yeah, it's always, it's a Pelican. It's,
right.
Yeah, we've been around for about 48 years and really built the brand and that name based on the trust and with the pros using it. I mean, we've built the brand that way. So it's been exciting and really an honor to work for the business and bring that story to SEMA and everywhere else.
How many SEMAs is this for you?
This is my third.
Third, nice.
Yeah.
Cool. All in a row? So
all in a row, all with
22?
Pelican. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, so I love it out here. I'm car nut through and through. Grew up just building cars, tinkering, and so getting to come here is an absolute dream.
Excellent, cool.
Yeah.
So where did the idea come from to get into the car space?
You know, for us, we've always been in it. I think whether it was our customers, I think that's the beauty of Pelican's products is they can do anything. It's really the customer, the user that gives it its purpose. So, you know, we've had people drilling through the cases and mounting them on roof racks. You've got the Land Rovers in the Camel Trophy back in the 80s running our cases to protect their equipment for that mission. So I think it was really just recognizing that and then understanding our customer and leaning into that and developing products specifically for those applications. And so far it's been really successful. So Cargo has been out for about 2 years, and actually recently this year we launched another series of mounts that allow you to mount our traditional cases, the ones that you've been using in production for decades, to your vehicle without drilling them. So we're just continuing to listen to the customer, evolve the product, make sure we're meeting them where they're at.
Yeah, and the kind of the shape of the Pelican cases and the molds that you guys use for the outer shells always seemed like they were conducive to being transported, whether it be on a plane or in the back of a truck. But now that you guys are creating applications that are specific for automotive, it just makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And that's, I mean, the hard work has been done. A lot of the cases we've created over the 48 years, you know, they were based on a need in whether it be defense or in adventure. You know, the scientists, they're traveling to the Antarctic to go study something. So we've had to build them to withstand these intense adventures and crazy missions. And it's nice that we can just bring that to the consumer market, and that trust has been built. The quality in the product has been vetted by pros, but it's available now to anyone. So yeah, all of those cases have been to the tips of the earth, you know, dropping out of C-130s and you name it. Pelican's probably done it.
And are you guys also developing the racks that would attach to your car that therefore the case attaches to? Is it a whole system you guys are offering?
We're not. So we're just dealing with anything, whether like pickup bed, we can mount to the bed itself, or, you know, like Toyotas and some of those products are using a rail system, so we can interface with that. But for roof racks, we're really leaning in with our partners, whether that's you know, the different roof rack manufacturers, so we can adapt to their systems. But we're just making the mounts to adhere to that roof rack. track.
Got it. So you guys are, like you said, in partnership with these different companies who are creating the receivers for your cases.
Exactly. And
you're just manufacturing those for the automotive space. That's very cool, man. Have you guys been getting a lot of good feedback since you've been here the last few years?
Great feedback. The beauty of the business is that because we've been around, we've been in so many different worlds, people are excited to see us here, where they know us from their professional life or another industry that they work in. So they see us at SEMA and they're excited. So it's been energizing, to say the least, to be here and bring it to this automotive space.
And as a car guy, have you had a chance to walk around the show, and what have you seen that you're...
I haven't gotten out enough, man. Tomorrow's my day to walk.
Oh, good.
My go-to, I've got to go see what's going on at Tread Pass. That usually has some really nice stuff.
Yeah.
I need to get out and walk it, because this for me is, professionally it's great, but personally this is it.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm sure you know this already, but Central Hall's got all the great stuff, so you need to spend a bunch of time in there. Yeah, Tread Pass and Central Hall, my two recommendations. Jamie Knowles, Senior Marketing Manager for Pelican Cases. Thanks for joining us here on SEMA Live.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
Right on. And we want to thank you for joining us here all day as we wrap up day 2 of SEMA Live. Let's check out what we got coming up tomorrow for you. Right here, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific time and rolling entirely through day 3. We're going to have Shane Chrisman, VP Marketing at Mother's Polish, good buddy of mine, in studio here. We're going to visit Mopar Jeep Designers. We'll be checking in with Shelby Anniversary Edition Vehicle Introduction and an interview with Lance Stander. I'll have Von Gittin Jr. in studio. Bear Grylls will be joining us. He's got a garage collaboration with RealTruck. An in-booth interview with Mike Good, president of PRI. We'll be in studio with the Ring Brothers. Y'all know who they are. Harry Mack in studio. The top 4 finalists will be announced for Battle of the Builders. Also, Budgar drummer from Sublime will be in studio. And also an interview with John Myers from Kicker Car Audio. That'll be wrapping up our day 3 tomorrow here Wednesday from the Las Vegas Convention Center. So signing off from West Hall for JC Fernandez, Aaliyah Garcia, and Adrienne Janic, I'm Chris Jacobs. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Y'all hang loose.
Thanks for making plastic cases interesting, man.
No worries, man.
Yeah, we're literally on the backside right behind you guys.
Oh, cool.
So feel free to swing by,
all right,
check it out.